PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The three prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore it together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
If you somehow get eliminated during an intense battle, how can you continue to be with your teammates? New companion spectating feature is available now. When you're eliminated in a match and enter spectating mode, you just need to wait 5 seconds to access the transform feature. After tapping the button, you can transform into your companion to remain by your teammate's side. When spectating as a companion, you can still see your teammates' elimination broadcasts and can freely perform companion emotes to cheer your teammates on at any time. However, that is all the help you can offer. You aren't able to see enemies or supplies, so you won't be able to disclose their whereabouts. Even if you don't have a companion, you can always transform into Ray to spectate. Cheer for your teammates after getting eliminated.
Saya rasa sedih lah sebab sekelas kita orang, standar kita orang patutnya tinggi. Yang aku rasain benar-benar sedih sih. Kayak aku jujur, aku ngerasanya kita nggak lolos. And kita orang tak lepas tu buat saya macam speechless.
Maksud belum ada beberapa perubahan dalam carta bagi kedudukan siapakah yang akan qualify ke next week ataupun minggu depan.
Saya nggak ada render mobil sama render orang.
Sejujurnya lumayan ngerasa susah sih karena bener-bener ngerasain orang baru gitu kan. Kayak ya aku sama Yohai kan dibilang cukup udah lama, tapi sama yang lain kayak Swavel, Satar itu kayak baru ya. Kita harus cari gameplay baru, layout baru, terus kita harus cari connection, chemistry gitu-gitu ya. Itu cukup makan waktu sih menurut aku. And kita harus start dari bawah balik, start from scratch. And banyaklah benda baru yang kita buat. Contoh kita orang bonding, macam kalau sebelum ni kita orang buat effort dia darab 1, sekarang effort dia darab 2, macam tu je lah. Plus minus macam tu.
PBE untuk mereka perlu mencari lagi 10 markah untuk memecut DBD.
Dekat Liga, masalah yang saya rasa cuma tak confidence kita orang tu macam kurang. Mungkin gara-gara kalah fight macam tu. Tapi kita orang berusaha balik untuk step up. Hilang rasa kepercayaan satu sama lain di saat kita udah kalah fight, di saat kita lagi down gitu. Belum kurang ada yang bisa nyemangatin balik gitu.
Bisa, Gen. Pas lu di mana? Pas lu kena tadi. Bisa. Apa yang nggak bisa, Cok?
Soalnya kan yang paling belakang aku bareng kalian, Cok.
Yang tadi terjadi di Myanmar sebelumnya, mereka harus fight menuju ke arah PBE. Timing 2 pemain dari Bigetron, kita harapkan mereka bisa menang.
Tinggal Ryzen yang tersisa di bagian tangga, bermain dengan menggunakan semua UAV dan gagal. Bigetron dipulangkan ke arah lobby, semakin mendebarkan situasi saat ini.
Cuma Pak aku.
Pas lap kah?
Digunakan 3 peluru terakhir, tembakan
Wah, nomor satu.
satu bermain di dalam. Tapi PBE menang lagi. PBE menang lagi. PBE sudah mendapatkan 11 eliminasi.
Ini mereka bisa balapan time loh malah.
Santai dulu bos, santai dulu nggak sih PBE, santai dulu. PBE
Dipulangkan. Hashtag 3 tapi cowok.
14 elim.
Tangkap, Pri.
Tahun ini udah kemana tanya mga Indo.
Sebab kita seberangan kan dengan PBE. Aku lihat reaction mereka, aku lihat mereka sampai last circle. Dan kita dapat informasi kalau PBE itu number 3 dan 14 kill kan. Dan di situ aku ngerasa kayak udah enough, kita udah nggak bisa lolos. Ternyata kita beda 1 poin, kita masih bisa lolos ya.
Belum. Kita pecat produsernya, Cok. Oh, enggak bener.
Wah, lolos. Yeah! Wow, beda 2 bonus poin.
What do I feel? I cry lah. I feel like I rasa bersyukur lah, macam diberi kesempatan lah. Menurut aku ini kesempatan kita sih buat buktiin ke orang-orang kalau kita masih layak, dan kita harus bersyukur kita masih bisa lepas, bisa lolos gitu. And we learn from the league lah. So in the final we hope we can do all out the best performance, the performance that we are waiting for so long. Kalau dari aku sendiri motivasinya yang pasti ya itu sih yang pertama, kita masih diberi kesempatan buat membuktikan gitu. Dan aku rasa juga poin nggak jauh, semua masih bisa dikejar, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin. Nothing is impossible sih.
Sepertimu Box Gaming, oh box. Say you remember me, PUBG Mobile.
Perasaan aku ya senang aja sih bisa balik lagi kompetitif, apalagi di ajang SEA kan, sebab belum tentu semua orang bisa mencapai di titik ini gitu. Jadi bersyukur aja. Cuman yang awalnya emang nggak expect mereka mau pindah, karena bilangnya mereka yang satu bilangnya mau rehat, yang satu bilangnya masih mau main. Tiba-tiba mereka pindah, ya aku juga sempat diajak kan. Ya udah, maksudnya dari situ aku respect aja sih keputusan mereka. Apapun yang mereka lakuin kan itu demi kenyamanan mereka sendiri.
Tengah lah, bego.
Kan ada kemungkinan workspace kedua itu berarti kalau misalnya dia ngelihat di sini cuma ada update Senayan, bisa jadi yang orang ini kaplat kan.
Ini coba bisa coy.
Tapi mainnya masih cepat.
Soalnya yang aku kalau misalnya ini 2 sih, kalau misalnya
Persija Evos, salah satu nama yang memang sangat-sangat besar dekat Indonesia. Player dia pun besar. Zuxi, Luxi, Ini antara orang lama, OG untuk PUBG Mobile. 2 season agak santai untuk diorang. Tapi PMSL kali ini, kalau kita tengok daripada statistik, daripada segi kill point, elimination point, survival rate, Zuxi dan Luxi membawa Persija EVOS mendonya. Kali ini kita boleh nampak orang lama masih berbisa.
Pertama sih senang karena bisa berada di tim baru. Karena di tim lama mungkin kita belum dapat yang terbaik dan saya mau cari suasana baru di tim baru ini dan semoga di saya kali ini kita dapat peringkat yang paling terbaik lah karena di tahun kemarin kita tidak dapat pergi ke saya sama sekali kan. Ya semoga aja. Jadi untuk line up-nya itu sebelumnya aku pernah bermain dengan Red Face juga dan pernah juga sama Microboy dan aku juga pernah juga sama cukup lama juga dengan Misery, terus ditambah lagi dengan anak baru yang berpotensi yaitu Lynx. Jadi gak banyak banget hal yang harus dirubahkan di tim ini, jadi tinggal memaksimalkan aja. Samnan. Karena apa Samnan? Karena kita sering banget ketemu dengan Samnan dan kita sering kalah di fight-nya dengan Samnan. Jadi tim yang harus diwaspadai dari Malaysia itu Samnan.
镇定是因为竟然有马来队伍要拿我们华人，然后兴奋是因为我可以打 PMPL， 沟通问题是最大的咯。就比如有一个队伍在你左边或者右边，你要表达就要想一下，只想1-2秒。当然这1-2秒在游戏上是很关键的。然后打法上也是，我们只有不到15天的时间要慢慢磨合，所以能打到这样子，我觉得不错啊。
Perasaan saya, hopefully diorang dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan target top 2.
Bahasa memang paling penting sekali dalam komunikasi. Dalam Team 79 dia memang unik sebab dia kira balance. Ada player Putra, ada Adips, ataupun ada Dap, and then dua daripada player ni akan main dengan Long dengan Loyu. So ini yang orang cakap kebimbangan dan main concern saya masa 79 announce roster ni. Bahasa apa dia nak pakai and will it work? Adakah ia akan berkesan? Tapi surprisingly diorang berjaya untuk adapt and jadikan komunikasi itu okey.
Jayo.
Jayo.
Gambate. Gambari.
Mungkin dari Semnan masuknya Loyu and Long dengan masuknya mereka berdua sangat impact banget. Bahkan aku sampai bakal bisa ditawarin tim PEL ya. Gila, aku kayak dua orang ini tuh impeccable banget.
So saya rasa bangga dia cakap kita orang top team kat Malaysia. Saya tak tengok pun PMPL MY tu sebab saya fokus study. Tapi saya tengoklah result dia and adalah beberapa game saya tengok. Bolehlah mengecewakan lah. Diorang tak perform sebab saya tak ada je. Diorang perlukan saya. So jangan gelak lah. Ais. Ini it's a fact, you know. So PMSL I'm back. Macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang kita orang explain lah apa maksud. Macam maksud certain phrase lah. Kita orang explain apa maksud dia dan dia orang faham lah. So kita orang tolong each other lah untuk hadapi lah masalah tu.
Sembilan! Aduh! Macam mana bodoh tu?
Selamat datang di Grand Final PMSL SEA 2023 dan tentunya ditemani sama kita berdua untuk hari ini bersama gue Junior dan juga
inilah kesempatan mereka untuk membuktikan kualitas mereka. It is now or never.
Loyu masih lagi akan hidup. Tiger X akan datang dekat sini satu DBS yang akan lepas dalam kawasan semua. Dia cuba naikkan nyawa, dia cuba berjaya naikkan nyawa. Dia lawan dengan dua orang. Dia dapat satu. Dia mencari yang kedua sekarang ini. Nyawanya lebih tinggi. Sam datang. Revival akan berjaya untuk dilakukan. Nyawa perlu dinaikkan secepat mungkin kerana player daripada face clan betul-betul depan muka. Posisi ini dilakukan gantung. Mormon dapatkan Lung dan Mormon akan mendapatkan
Kenal kawasan kau tadi bila kau main kat warehouse tu. Satu kau main warehouse, kau main seorang. So sepatutnya kau ni priority kau juga.
Aku ingat aku 2 orang. Aku ingat aku
Susah berapa kali kita nak boleh ingat. Kalau kau tak boleh nak, kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh nak aware surround dia, sekarang ni kau ikut orang je. Kau jangan duduk seorang. Sebab apa kau ada masalah, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku.
Because it's already the grand finals and the mistake that we made, it's a repetitive mistake. So you have to, it's the grand final, what else it is there to say? You don't get to play this kind of level that frequent.
Coba cek depan ya. Kalian berhenti, gua cek depan, Cuk. Lihat belakang dan
sama lain sangat tinggi. Sekarang ni RRQ
maka ada kebangkitan dan juga lebih banyak majority mengakibatkan PG Esports.
Satu lagi depan gua.
Begitu saja dan harus melawan Potato dan bener aja Exa. Ini udah top performance-nya Exa sih. Ini udah 100%-nya Red Face sih. Ini benar-benar suara berbeda digunting mereka sekaligus dari pemain-pemain yang ada di low ground dan selesai. Bom yang masuk.
Kalau gua ke kanan nih. Kalau gua ke kanan, ayo anjing enggak pernah shot. Kalau gua udah bingung.
Motivasi aku ketika kemarin tidak qualified to PMGC final itu yang apalagi PMGC final dan offline turnamen terus di Jakarta dan aku nggak ada di situ jadi kayak aduh ini suatu momen yang sangat disayangkan banget jadi itu yang apa titik kembalinya aku buat main lagi sih pengen main lagi. Sudah lama tidak mendapatkan piala dan saatnya ini waktu buat dapetin piala sih karena udah sekitar 2-3 tahun belum ada piala jadi bangun tidur belum nggak lihat piala di rumah ya merasa kayak rasa ada yang kurang kan jadi hari ini kita harus dapet piala sih.
Ada satu jalan cerita yang kita boleh kata lebih cantik, lebih meriah, lebih suasana yang menakutkan. Sebab kita tahu kalau bukan DBS, bam habis. Ada variasi daripada penggunaan senjata tu, ni mungkin akan jadi PMSL yang terbaik pernah kita lihat. Sebab setiap player akan tunjukkan kehebatan masing-masing menggunakan senjata yang berbeza. Itu yang saya nantikan untuk Grand Final.
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่ PMPL แชมเปี้ยนครับแล้วก็ทุกรายการที่แข่งขันต่อไป
Do you want to record your highlights in even more ways? Now, all your sweet vehicles can be used with creation mode. Vehicles get their own dedicated section in creation mode. So, even if you're in the driver's seat, you'll be able to capture the moment nicely. Vehicles have some new exclusive photo and video templates, but of course, you can still use the other templates if you like. You'll be able to capture your exact pose while driving. Flying vehicles also have their own specially designed template, which is perfect for the latest pterosaur vehicle. Be sure to snap some epic shots. With regards to companion templates, we've added a feature to help choreograph a series of emotes. Once the camera starts rolling, companions will perform emotes based on your arrangement. Of course, you don't want to forget about the new day-night cycle feature. You'll be able to seamlessly change from day, dusk, and night to tweak the ambiance to your liking. Oh yeah, if you want to record interesting video clips, why not go to Cheer Park to try the improved creation mode? The new emote change speed feature is sure to add some flair.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Living, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the dino hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another week of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard, together with me, Sir Cloud, as well as Tash Bunny.
Tash Bunny. Hi everyone. It's so exciting to be here for week number 2. Now, we have seen the action happening on week number 1, and we're starting to see teams start to get up to steam. And what's really more exciting is the fact that a lot of teams, not only are they starting to find their footing, but some teams have found their momentum. Teams who start off at the bottom are slowly rising up to the top, and teams at the top, are they going to shake this week is going to be the question.
Yes, of course, it's not only about whether you can maintain at the top, whether you can gather maximum points or not, but it's also because there was a recent announcement of the PMGC points as well. So teams, even though they're comfortable at the top, but they want to get more out of this because they want to qualify to the PMGC, of course.
Yeah, now coming into this week, I mean, if you guys weren't already watching, I think that we already have established that we have a new point system coming through this year compared to last year. But before that, let's talk a little bit about the Crimson Affiliates AMR. This is the all-new upgradable firearm. It's available right now. And if you guys got the outfit that we were talking about last week, this would totally sync in with your full set of becoming the nightmare inside of the battlefield.
Yeah, new season, new skins, always available for all of you to collect. Especially, I know all of you, there are some collectors among you as well who want to collect every single skin inside the game. So this is your opportunity, your chance to get some of these on the board as well. And of course, it features the AMR, which is one of the newer weapons. But besides that as well, race to victory. Ducati is in the game now.
Chuchu was saying how she was really excited about this particular collaboration because she's a biker, and I didn't even know that. And honestly, there was not a lot of love given to these motorcycles, and I think that if you talk about the game, some teams do prefer having one player on that motorcycle as well as the buggy. So it is nice to be able to have an upgrade for that. Speaking of that as well, speaking of upgrades, you all have the all-new RPA series available right now, and you get items worth over 48,000 UC. And we know how expensive that can be. So if you guys want to find a great way of getting some awesome cosmetics, this is the way for you to play. You get the Tangerine Drake set, which I completely love. I love the Neon Slayer cover. And my favorite is the Pixel Kitty backpack because it reminds me of those really cool neon backpacks you see in real life that a lot of people are starting to bring into techwear.
Yeah, and if you look at the colors, they're like RGB inside the game by itself. And this is currently running, which is the new team mode, the Dino Ground, right? The Dino Power. And you probably saw some of this. If you haven't tried inside the game, you guys should. But if you haven't had time to try it, you probably saw a little bit of a preview during the before the game started. Yeah, and there will be some job spots that you can go in. You do a couple of new missions in it and enjoy being in the Dino world.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy watching this. I've been watching a lot of Malaysian creators just stream, on social media platforms this game. This is such a fun game mode to play with your friends. Regardless, coming into the game, if you guys are not aware, this is the overview going on for this week. Now, last week was 5 matches today from Wednesday to Sunday, where we had 20 teams randomly, shuffled into 5 groups. And now we're on to week number 2. From June 7th, just today, all the way till 11th, we have 20 teams that will be reshuffled based on their week 1 ranking, which means that every team that thinks they're comfortable now, that thinks they're ahead of the curve, no, you're not. You're gonna have to go through the get to know each other period once again before finally going into week number 3, which is June 16th till 18th, where the top 16 will go to the finals. And of course, we also have, this is the format going on here, where we have one team from Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia from PMPL 4-1, as well as one team from PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 5. What do you think about?
Well, this is going to be this. It's actually the similar format as before, unless you're a partner team, of course. But if you're not a partner team, then the only way to qualify for PMSL is through becoming the champions of PMPL SEA Wildcard. And for the point system, well, you guys know it by now. It's been a couple of seasons now. The weekly bonus points are up for grabs, and it comes to the total bonus points. So week 1 weekly bonus points plus the week 2 weekly bonus points will not only be the initial starting point of the Grand Finals Bowl point, but it will also determine who are a top 16 who will move on to the Grand Finals that will be happening next week.
It's honestly really fun when you think about this format because, you know, every team wants to go into the grand finals and every team has sort of changed up the way they play just to kind of like put themselves into a position to go further. And speaking of going further, these are the groups for this week. The reshuffles have happened. Now last week, Group D was the group of death, and now I don't think that's no longer the case because now Group A has GE and PBE as well as G-Lab and Ravenwood. Group B with WPM, APG, HWG, and CFU. YG, Enigma, FB, and Vipers on Group C. Osja, Sin, Harame, and MQN will be on Group D. And finally, Group E with FOD, KE, FCON, and TGOA. So I mean, for me, it looks a lot more balanced across the board compared to week number 1.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's the whole purpose of the shuffle, right? So it balances all the groups back. But here are our bonus rankings from week number 1. They're pretty obvious based on their rankings. So because GE topped the group with 6 chicken dinners in that 1 week, they get 20 points and it just goes down all the way. Interestingly, that KE, no chicken, no problem for them. They are the highest team without a single chicken dinner. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. As long as you're able to rank in the points and you rank yourselves the highest in the charts, that's good enough.
I really like this season's format because now we're starting to see a change in how exactly each team plays, right? Because in the beginning, because the chicken dinner point was about 15 points each, we start to see a lot of placement style plays, a lot more slower in the beginning. But as we go into the 10-point mark, we're starting to see some teams go very, very aggressive. We see Enigma do that, we see KE do that. That's how they're maintaining their position points without getting a single chicken dinner. Now on second page, we still see like 10 points and Vipers with 8, but they still manage to get a chicken dinner, which means that while they do make it up here, I mean, they do get those chicken dinners, which they kind of have a lack in getting those, number 1, consistency points, number 2, getting those elimination points. Now, for today, we're going to be starting again the same schedule as we seen last week, starting off the day strong with Sanok by groups B, C, D, and E, and after that, 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars. Personally, I love having Sanok first, which means that you start off the game with such a high note, high adrenaline, I would say high aggression map before you finally kind of like lower down the energy a bit to come into your set plays.
Yeah, and in terms of the group rotations as well, it will be the same as before. It's just that if you have a favorite team, you got to be aware of which group they are in for this week. And for our top standout performers, because we have played last week, so we have this data to show to you guys, and it's going to be FOD leading the charge. APG, GE, and Osja Esports there as well. So we got 3 Cambodian teams in the top 4. I mean, Cambodia, they have been one of the rising regions in PUBG Mobile.
I think what's really exciting about these two, I mean, FOD has always been known as a team full of consistency throughout these entire few years they've been playing. But Angkor, I think with the changes to their team, bringing in the new players, you can see how much more aggressively they play. Exit has been phenomenal in getting those elimination points for the team. Look at compared to the FOD, they have a lot lower in terms of rank points, but because of how aggressively they played, it really puts them up to the top. And I think for the style they play as well, it really suits Sanok. I think GE in general, this is the map that, I mean, across all maps, GE tends to be very, very consistent. And for Osja, we didn't see them really rise up to the top until I think day 3 of last week.
Yeah, and just to add on to the reason why Cambodia has been going up as well, in the recent SEA Games, they got the gold medal for the solo match, and that was an insane moment for the Cambodians. I mean, for me personally, seeing the moment that time, it was like the whole arena went wild. So you can imagine if it's the home ground and you have all your supporters there, you have the biggest support of all. At the moment they struck their gold medal for the solo match, that was crazy. So we'll be looking forward to see if they can maintain that level of consistency, because at this point, yes, it's still about consistency, but if you want to get the ticket onto PMGC, it's also about it's also getting more than just being consistent. It's just going up and above everyone else.
It's really, I think for this week, I want to see how each teams are going to be adapting with each other. I'm sure everyone has done their homework, VOD reviews, to really understand what it is what it is that is at stake right now. Now, coming into this game, my predictions will be APG, YG, Austria, and again, I mean, from last week, I think I've been going for those really mainstream sort of predictions, and I know that some people at home think that forecasters choosing this team means bias, but not really. I see a lot based on their performance in game, and honestly, I'm a big fan of the underdog stories. If I could see teams like Hyena Ravenwood come up, that would be the best case scenario, because for a while now, we've seen these three names on top. I mean, APG just rose up, I mean, miraculously to the top, but they are a household name. So if teams at the bottom will come to top, like even MQN, they had quite a good run. It would be really fun to watch.
Yeah, there was just one thing too bad about APG is that your best friend.
He's not there anymore. I'm really
know,
disappointed, but I totally get it because the firepower that they have brought into the team with the addition of Marcus as well as Exit has just been phenomenal for them, and I think it works out so well with their playstyle in their favor, because previously they were a little bit too passive for my liking, and now with a more proactive stance, with a more aggressive playstyle, and this change in points, it's just perfect.
Yeah, and for me, myself, West Point Mamba, last season, they were amazing during the groups, during the league stages. It's just that during the finals, they kind of falter off, but then again, they are back here, so they have shown potential, so I look forward to seeing again their performance if they are able to really catch up again to what they've lost from the previous season as well. Maybe we'll see them in the PMSL next. So, some of our predictions here, but of course, at the end of the day, it is down to the teams to put it up onto the board as well. So unfortunately, okay, so since we only have 2 weeks of league, right, unfortunately this week is also the week that we will see 4 teams being eliminated from the grand finals.
That makes me so sad, because I feel like for this season, while we do have the underdogs, it's always very fun to watch these new teams. And I think for some teams like Ravenwood, Hyena, or even I would say Harame, like they're a very interesting team. I think Harame has had like this little scuffle with KE for a little while last week. I'm not sure if that has been fixed. But coming back to this week, when we look at these newer teams, I think that while it is kind of hard for them to catch up in terms of points, given the fact that I think because we do reset this week, but I don't know if mentally they were able to reset as number 1, and number 2, I'm not sure if they are able to figure out what is going to come to the table from each team, because usually as the reshuffles happen, you're going to see a lot of restructuring, a change in pace, a change in adaptation and how they play coming into week number 2. So I think week 1, on this day number 1 today, we're going to see a little bit more aggressive style gameplay where people start to understand where everyone drops and where everyone rotates. Now, for the newer teams, if they're able to adapt, great. It will be so good for them moving into week number 3 or even the grand finals. But if they're not able to, I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, yes, your chances to go forward are stopped, but at the same time, I think a lot of people don't really understand why is it that newer teams struggle, and the lack of competitive knowledge or experience can be very detrimental to these teams. And why this is very detrimental is because a lot of teams who have already played at the big stage understand different types of playstyle, gameplay. They probably have a lot more strats in their pocket. They understand most of these teams better than the newer players, number 1. And number 2, most importantly, is the mental. I think when coming into the big stages, some teams don't handle mental very well, and that's why we start to see questionable decision making coming in for these teams. So teams like Ravenwood, Hyena, I think, when they prefer to run away instead of fight, like I get it, it's very scary. You don't know what's at stake. You think you can survive and all that, but at the same time, when you're at this big stage, there is this pressure that you want to perform, you want to survive for as long as possible, but unfortunately the survivability game isn't really as valid as it was when it was 15 points for chicken dinner.
Yeah, and the thing about running away as a meta, right? So if we look at the current point system, that's new, but not so new anymore by now, is that you have to take fights. You have to rank in the elimination
extra
points.
Elimination points, yes.
You have to do that. If not, other teams will do that against you. So that's number 1. Number 2 is that it's very punishing if you go out early as well, because you won't get any points at all.
No.
So you definitely need to rank it. It almost feels like getting a chicken dinner is a bonus instead. Yes, it was a bonus before, but even more of a bonus now. But
Yeah.
I'll put in a different logic to it, right? If you are able to survive up to, let's say, a top 3, for example, naturally you will have collected elimination points on the way as well.
Yes, it usually happens, and I think for a lot of teams like I believe like FOD, West Point Mamba, I don't think they're up there in terms of aggression. I think if you want to look at teams with aggression, you want to look at teams like APG, you want to look at teams like Enigma, who has been playing very, very aggressive. But a team that I really want to highlight in terms of that sweet spot of survivability and aggression has to be GE. They're really good at surviving, but still being able to take fights and coming out on top. So what they're doing here is that they don't go aggressive too early. What they do is they try to go for the rotates, come into the site, but if they were to meet a team, they will fight them head on. And that is just straight up confidence if you ask me, because you're not looking for picks, but you are understanding that you gotta take these picks. And because they usually understand what their limits are, they know when to take this fight, they know how to survive, and even if they don't survive, they have gone out with at least 8 picks in their pocket. Now coming into Sanhok, it's really hard to predict this map. It's such an RNG map, a smaller map. That's why I'm really a big fan of just saying it's okay, don't worry too much about this map, try and get as many points as you can, whether it be from a chicken dinner, whether it be from eliminations, and most likely it's going to be from eliminations. I think that's what a lot of teams want to see. Bootcamp is going to be a place that's going to be very hot, so is Paradise Resort, but depending on where the circle goes, that's where the rotations will be getting a little bit more complicated. But now, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the first map of the first day of this week, now is the time to go to Sanhok.
So Sanhok it is, game number 1 of week number 2. And like what Tash mentioned, this map is a very RNG map. If the circle favors you, then you're pretty much good. Especially if the circle goes to the smaller islands like Camp Alpha, then whoever drops inside Camp Alpha and secures the Camp Alpha mountain, they will have a huge advantage against all the other teams. So, well, if we want a better or fairer game, so to speak, then it would be nice if the circle drops onto the main peninsula. But we're all evil people, so we like to see evil circles sometimes, or most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, during the 30-second SEA Games, we had a no man's land island circle in between all 3 islands, so that was a very tough one. We saw a circle coming in toward the southern side of Bootcamp for last week when Chuchu and I were also casting. So we've seen a lot of water circles in the past week, and I don't think that this trend will be going away anytime soon. But again, this map does favor aggression, and the reason why is because it's an 8x8 map. You will always see teams dropping by each other, and speaking of that, we already see Yangon Galacticos beside CFU here in one area, and the circle will be toward the main island, the bigger island toward the northern side. So anyone dropping toward Paradise as well as Bootcamp, it's gonna be great. We already saw Nate thrown above Zen. He probably got a heart attack from that, because if you see YG, they aren't necessarily the most aggressive team, but they can if they want to be.
Yeah, also in Paradise Resort, we got 2 teams here, Enigma as well as FVMPX. So also want to point out that Magix is a Malaysian player. So they are a mix between Singapore and Malaysian players as well for FVMPX. And right now, Juggy's got a vehicle. It's going to come in for the other side. But Raul is the first one to be knocked down. Not finished out just yet, so there's a chance for him to revive. But QB goes down, so it's going to be Magix countering onto them.
Magix has been such a big firepower for FV in my opinion, and it was just so unfortunate for last week that he was knocked out a little bit too early, and every time he gets knocked out early, the team goes immediately into passive mode. But speaking of that, hold that thought, Caps, so his teammate knocked down, look at the amount of awareness that FV has. They notice where exactly Enigma might be and countering this 2-2 sort of formation they have. Osja is close by. They will just be playing quietly on the side, but 2 members of Enigma will be going out first. Now, Enigma has always been known for playing too aggressively, and this can be a problem for them, because if you saw just now, it was Enigma that ran into FV's area. And moving into this side of the screen, we have Yangon Galacticos alongside CFU. We can see that one player has been knocked out, so we support 14. Cute Loki has always been more on the aggressive side, but hold that thought, as well as Rain in the 1v2 will be knocked down. For Osja, it's really hard to take these fights because they're really good with their swings.
Oh, but the fight inside of Camp Bravo is not done yet though, so we still have Romeo here. Can he pull off a clutch? It's going to be hard. He needs his teammates together with him. His teammates knocked down on the other building. still being revived. So now Loki's up and Andrew is up as well. They need to go in for the rush. They need to take advantage of the revive.
Yeah, and the sprays come through from Andrew. He's putting a lot of pressure, not allowing him to rotate. Unfortunately, he can't move around, but caught off guard as the swing comes through from Hang. He was not expecting that to happen, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is called a tunnel vision. Cute Loki now down. He has to find a way to stay alive, to make sure that he's able to bring at least a few placement points to come through. Mernat dropping in that nade, beautifully done, takes him down. And a little bit of a molly to buy some space. But will just immediately take him out. I love the fact that he's not even trying to bait CFU at all. He's going to take him out, and understanding that if he does go down, if they can go for the reset, is going to spell complete disaster. As the other two members of CFU is still waiting and just buying time. Hang, he's got him right behind Mernat Boy. I'm not sure if he is aware that there is the flank on the outside. A spray to come through. He's very aware now. As we can see on the other side of the map, one person goes down. Aaron and his teammate trying to take up a little bit more space, slowly but surely trying to make their way. A closer angle to play toward Mernat. None of them, thankfully, have the DBS. That's going to be a little bit more scary. But whatever they have in hand right now can really just spray and pray them out. A lot more pressure put out. Hang walking straight into the crosshair of Mernat Boy. Aaron has to be careful. A 1 versus 1. If he goes down, they go down as well. But it's going to be Mernat that comes out on top. Eliminated CFU. And Mernat plays the hero's game.
Puts CFU in a very difficult position now. But then again, it's only game number 1, so that's okay. I mean, like what you said earlier on, right? It's like, okay, this map is very RNG. You know, you can just kind of get what you can get, and then you put aside and you focus on the other maps, which is, to me, that's fine as well. We only play one Sano every day anyway. But you guys can play this every day because it's the new team mode that is the Dino Ground that's available currently in game. So update your game and enjoy the new team mode.
Coming into that fight just now, it's honestly so interesting because YG was picked off one by one. Hold that thought, because Osja is now in trouble. The sprays come through from Raul. And we've seen Osja really holding out in the area. They haven't been actively trying to join the fight at all. If anything, Osja was just playing the waiting game, trying to see if they're able to third party. They didn't see that happen. They said, okay, I think it's best for us to rotate out of the area. And I think that's a good call by them, because Osja, I believe, for the earlier part of last week, has been facing a lot of difficulties, not only by staying alive, but also taking fights. They tried so many different approaches in the beginning of the week. Playing too aggressive, they got knocked out. Staying alive, they get third partied. And then after that, they get flanked from behind. But I think toward day number 3, Osja has found a good recovery. How they played in playing a little bit more of a set play, understanding this 2-2 formation they're doing. And I think they're bringing this set play to this week. And I think it's working out so far, at least from map number 1.
Yeah, so far so good for them. And also good for FV. They managed to reset themselves, and everyone else is okay. And they managed to get 3 points very, very early on as well. I also want to point out that Juggy, who's playing for FV and PX right now, the last time I casted him playing was during PMPL Season 1. So
whoa, that's a long time.
That was like in 2020. So I'm glad to see him back here again. He's playing, he's part of the main roster. So, and looking good. He's the one to get the first blood.
I think Juggy has also had a phenomenal run last week. FV is they're in such a inconsistent, I would say, drive right now. One day they do really well, another game they're just gone altogether. I'm not sure whether it's unlucky in terms of their rotations. It feels like in terms of firepower, at one moment they do really well, another, as soon as Magic is out, they can't seem to take these fights and go a little bit more passive. I understand that they want to play the survivability game, get those fights, but I think that if they have a little bit more confidence in themselves, they would be able to go far, because they have come up on top against some big teams in these 4v4s, not only early, but also toward late game. But as the circle pushes up toward Mong Nai, this is where things get very sketchy, because there are a few teams that are holding down Camp Bravo, which is no worries, but the teams toward the southern side and the eastern side, that great rotation is going to prove very, very hard, because it's a small area with so many people trying to survive into the circle. Camper knocked down. I think his teammates are trying to go and pick him up, but they have to be careful because Scry's car is completely not on fire yet, but smoking.
Yeah, smoking, but it's not suitable to drive down. Considering that Sano is a smaller map, so you're easily shot down. So speaking about easily shot down, West Point Mamba, okay, they're not going to stop at that hut, so it's going to be okay. If not, it's going to be another fight for them.
I'm really curious about APG because it's usually the early pickers or early fighters have always been APG. It has always been Enigma, even FV. I mean, we saw that from FV. They already have 3 picks in the bag. MQN as well, actually. I love seeing those early fights from them. But this time around, that's not happening. And I was sort of like wondering about KE. Hold that thought, though. Just saying their name. Skya gets a bit damaged. They're going to be running in here with the other members of FV. FV is still wanting to hold on to this area near Paradise Resort. The top, he was completely at the top last week when he was doing very, very well. Throws out that nade, not sure where it's going to be landing. Here we go. Not going to hit anyone quite yet. And Magix positions himself at a high ground. Playing with the terrain is very smart, honestly. Giving him a little bit of wiggle room to go for cover if he wants to. And being also able to relay information to his teammates. But for FV, they're playing a little bit more passive, and I don't blame them because they just finished the fight earlier. I'm not sure how good they are in terms of everyone's supplies, so I think the best way for them to survive is just hold on to the area, take care of it, and not go too aggressive. Because after all, they still need to survive, they still need to rotate out, and a KE is going to be their biggest problem right now.
Yes, we can see that Paradise is still a very, very popular place, and despite the circle shifted to the right, but it's interesting to see that Paradise Resort is still the pick. I would have thought like you might want to move towards the writer side and not really pay too much attention towards Paradise Resort, but I guess it's to anyone's strategy, and that's absolutely fine as well. There's nothing that being inside Paradise Resort probably would last you this stage, but for the next stage you got to plan how to move.
And I think the main problem is because of the great migration toward the east is that I think for KE, if they want to migrate forward, they're just trying to check and make sure that no one is there because they don't want to be shot down as they're in the middle of that rotations. And I think that has happened a lot in the previous week. So especially because this area has a lot of terrains, it has a lot of buildings. When you guys crossing through, I have seen a lot of teams that have high firepower just completely explode vehicles or just get the headshots because again, we are in the best of the best here in the Wildcard region. We were just talking about APG being very quiet earlier, and I think that's not going to be changing anytime soon because their area is all the way to the right side of Camp Bravo. Unfortunately, will not be favoring them. So it will be another big migration, and TGOA, in my opinion, is the team that's honestly the winner here because they don't have to worry too much about teams pushing up to the northern side. They have to worry about teams in front of them as well, which means there's more eyes to cover all different parts of their side of the circle. But whether or not the circle will pull toward them is going to be the question. Now, the only team that's still in the blue zone is the Vipers. They're taking a lot of time out in the blue zone, and the blue zone, if you guys don't know, I mean, it's been a while now, but just to remind you guys, does actually hurt a lot more. But hold that thought. I was just talking about APG going on aggressive. It's going to be FCon that'll be going aggressive first. Both nades hitting straight in their faces. Half HP left for both the APG players. As Goblin comes forward, he's trying to find that moment to flank inside. Marcus, huge one with the opening, finds Chanlone. Konzi as well goes down. Shroud quickly annihilating him, not allowing for that reset. But they do, and they are aware that the other members of FCon is on the outside. And because of the 2-2 formation they have, they run away, but they don't successfully do so. SayCloud running for his life, and Goblin knocked down to the ground. I'm not sure how this is going to be ending, but looking at this under the map, they're still in a big fight. FOD in trouble.
Oh, but the biggest one in trouble is going to be the pros. They are out at number 15. But the fight inside of Paradise Resort looks like this has to happen because the circle did move away, so these two teams need to settle it. KE versus FVMPX. So far, Boyshan is down. His teammate Kaya should be able to pick him up. It's just right next to him. But we return back to the fight where Falcon is at. SayCloud all alone. We can pretty much say goodbye to SayCloud as Falcon will be out as well.
So unfortunate that DBS, but you can see they have like 2 DBSs already so quick. And they are not afraid to abuse it. I think that for teams who have the DBS very early, they're able to take it from other teams. Playing inside of houses will be what gives them the advantage. And I think for KE, they're trying to stop any teams, or at least FV, from coming inside because they don't want to deal with guns like Uzis, who are guns that you can use for running guns, or even at DBS as well. Sprays from Magics. Magics have been really good with these sprays. Unfortunately, none of those shots are going to be connecting quite yet, but they have to take this fight in order to get into the circle. As Kaya, as well as the other members of KE, stop them, FV will be eating that damage from the blue zone. KE giving a little bit more space. They want to take a little bit more space to go for those long range picks, and it's going to be the top that's playing very, very close range. In this case, if the top is able to land those massive picks, long range support from backside will give the top a lot of, I would say, advantage in terms of just spraying and running away. And he eats this blue range, or this blue zone damage. He wants to go for the hunt. He wants these extra, I would say, picks. But both teams, unfortunately, stuck in the blue zone area.
We're at stage 4 now, so the blue zone would kind of hurt, but the good news is that they do have a buggy. Davan has a ride, so he should be okay, but he only has 1 first aid, so he can't tank off that much. Hopefully, if they do come into the circle, it'll be clear for them, because by the time 4th base circle, well, the circle is small enough not to accommodate all these teams.
And also, it's not the best situation to be in, because just now, Jaggi quickly finds the top. As we also saw that Sin has stolen 1 member from the team as well. Yangon Galacticos, despite having 4 eliminations, a good start, but they only had 1 player left, so they will be eliminated. But the circle is not favoring anyone except for TGOA. They're straight right smack dab in the middle with an airdrop right in front of them. Can mean the world of difference in giving them that advantage moving forward. But you can hear the sounds of rifles coming in from left and right as everyone makes a mad dash into the area. MQN will be the one to go big here, taking Shroud away. Now without Shroud, APG does not have that advantage in terms of long range, and they're still in trouble because the boy Sean is also in trouble because of these long range fights. Sin has been so great at this big third parties, this kill steals, 2 in the bag already. They haven't really been going in for all these fights. HWG unfortunately will be blowing themselves up, not getting the area and denying points from APG, I believe. But Michi has been a little bit more proactive, will steal 1 pick, gets 2 in fact, and 3. 1 nade I believe that he threw out gave him all the advantage in the world. Now these rotations are just so very tricky for a lot of these players, and teams we saw very aggressive will be the one to suffer.
At the same time, Easy didn't have an easy time. Knockdown, but it's a knock from afar, so he should be okay. He should be able to reset himself. But can't say the same for Moy somewhere else. We got a couple of knockdowns here and there. And this is the thing about such a small map. And in such a small map, when it comes to phase 4, everyone will be shooting at each other. We got West Point Mamba against Magna just next to each other as well. Both teams within the circle. But when the circle shifts, it's very likely they will clash.
West Point Mamba holding on this area, even though they don't have an area or like rather proper shelter. I've been really enjoying how they have their set plays. It's so clean how they approach each map. Look at how much control they have of this area in the terrain. They have this low ground and the high ground they can take advantage of. So it's just about moving up and down, but that's taken away as they have to push out of MQN. MQN has been very, very aggressive last week, but we're seeing a change in their pace for this week, at least maybe for today, because they don't know how to deal with the new teams that has been reshuffled. But slowly, surely, proning into the area. Amas, star member of the team, does get spotted out. Takes a fair bit of damage moving forward. But if you look at Enigma right now, they're going on a field day. 2 picks already from the side of FV. But Enigma does go down, thankfully, to Koopa. I don't think he managed to really seal those picks as Juggy immediately sprays onto Astro. Okay, see all these multi-area fights coming through, but Amas with that nade, unfortunately does not clip onto the members of Sin. They know exactly where he is, but that terrain is not giving him the value as Federalis eats that nade in the face and Migs goes down as Amas. Another nade to come forward. How many throwables will he be using right now? Because it's putting a lot of damage into Sin. A lot of pressure as well. Because the area they're in is sort of a little crater, which allows for these nades to just roll toward them.
Oh, as much as West Point Mamba wanted to focus onto the front, but now they have to be careful of their back as well. And it's going to be Sin coming in from the lower ground. But at the same time, the blue is closing in onto all of them. And Sin might lose players now as Moy goes down. Moy will be eliminated by Federales, so a little bit of a steal there. And it's going to be sent out, but they managed to take home 5 elimination points in the process.
Regardless, eliminated already at 9th place, but FV is now in trouble. They're all just trying to survive for as long as they can, but in this blue zone, it's going to be very hard. Jaggi, unfortunately, not able to pick up his teammate. So, the only thing he can do now is just play for placement points, get to the circle, survive for as long as he can. Run down to his last 2 healings. A little bit hard, but it's all quiet in front of him. Not sure if it's going to be movement from him quite yet, as Ozja, it's going to be Scry, huge onto Easy. But it's going to be his teammate that trades back. So at least it's an eye for an eye situation, but WPM inside of the smokes, they want to take this compound away from MQN. They need to take this fight. Michi and the rest of WPM eating a lot of damage. These sprays just a little bit too much in terms of pressure as MQN. They have no clue where exactly inside these compounds they are. Yura will be the one proactively trying to check it, and because he checked it dry, eats a fair bit of damage. Thankfully, does not get knocked, but has to wait for the right time, as Spideralis still manages to get 1 in the foreground. FOD also can't get inside of the compound. Amas as well, playing behind this tree. A little bit of cover, and it also allows them to get information if anyone were to rotate out. But look at these two teams. MQN is slowly losing their hold onto the areas. TGOA is just laughing in the top side of the circle.
FOD arguably has one of the toughest entry into the circle right now, because we got West Point Mamba, especially at the rooftop, looking over them. So how are they going to get up to the high ground? Man, it's going to be hard. But now we got the long range coming in from Can he get it onto Scry? If only he can see his thing. Okay, he saw it, and that is it. Wow, that is some sharp shooting.
It is, and it's such a micro angle as well, as the other members of WPM are going for this take. It's 2-1-1 formation, and we are down to our last 5 teams. MQN happy and healthy, still alive as 4, but WPM is looking to change that. Despite having a man disadvantage, if they're able to go for the isolates, it would be best. They do have DBSs, they can go for this aggressive picks. It's gonna be Yura that does that first. Toki gets caught on the outside, and Michi, because he has the high ground advantage, able to get 1, but his teammate not so lucky. But they do answer back, but oh my god, Mal is doing so much work. They catch them off guard, and this is so proactive by them in terms of running in and out of the compound.
Man, that was something. From our view, we saw that Ma was spotted first, but Ma put the trigger first instead, and he got the knockdown. So that was a very fast reaction coming from Mal. And now we're going on to the outer side of the circle. We got 2 teams locked in with each other, and APG is there as well. But shot from afar. Wait, it's Labo knocking down, doing APG a favor.
Yeah, and Chile goes down. FOD, while they did have a hard time getting into the circle, they are doing so well in terms of eliminations. APG now has to go for that revive. They go aggressive, but unfortunately it's coming to bite them back in the butt as the nade comes through, and Sonic hits the car and says, "I'm sorry, Exit, can't save you. You're on your own, buddy." Blown up to smithereens, and he moves away from the area. Now, the last one left standing as Yura tries to steal it. Yes, he does. And Yura doing so good, just waiting for the right time. They run forward. This is a very open area. Push and MQN fears nothing. Mal tries to answer back to TGOA. May W play the prone game, finds him. Mal relaying the information as the other members of MQN trying to move forward and just surround him from all different angles. May W, the DBS, finds Labo as well. Goes down, and MQN still gets it in the end. The first chicken dinner of the day falling into the laps of MQN.
And that is Magna opening up the week with a chicken dinner. Man, that was a good one, because they had to win the fight at the compound first, and when they won the fight at the compound, they went all the way from there. So that was a good one. And the fight they won was against West Point Mamba, one of the top also consistent teams around. So Magna SG, wow, chicken dinner for them. I believe this is their first chicken dinner as well.
Yep, and I think that for last week, we start to see that potential come through for them in terms of how they play. I think that we saw that aggression come through, but it was a little bit too aggressive. So we saw them starting to adjust, and throughout the entire week, despite being a brand new, I would say they're not very new in the scene, but they do have a brand new put together roster. So despite them not having like the most in terms of experience in terms of playing together, they are quickly adjusting as we go throughout the weeks. It's honestly so exciting to see how they went from super aggressive to now a little bit bit more disciplined, a little bit more clean in terms of how they play together. And this time around, 4 eliminations in the bag from Mal SG, and with 29% team contribution, he has put in the highest damage. You saw how he played getting that 1v2 with WPM just now. He is so aware of how exactly to play with terrains, play with buildings, playing close to the building first to get one player before swinging out and getting the player on top of the building, completely getting 2 members of West Point Mamba before completely annihilating the full team. I love how they played that.
Yeah, I think that was really his highlight moment, and if not because of that, they probably would have got out of the compound. So that was a really good move by him. He saved his team as well. And if we look at the stats here, the travel distance, seems like Magna didn't really need to move that much, but at the end of the day, it's all about defending the compound, and that was key towards getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they got a really nice area inside of the circle. It has been defending it throughout the entire time. And I think for MQN, they did see some unwelcome guests coming toward their compound. I think it was FOD that passed through, and then you have West Point Mamba. I believe FV as well passed by as well. So they have just been sitting there, just farming as many picks as they can, rotations, and anyone trying to get their area. APG had a long rotation. And there is a reason why, though. You saw, I think, toward the middle side of the match, they were trying to play very aggressively. Now, coming back to this game, I think that from beginning to end, it has been very aggressive. I was expecting it to be a little bit more passive coming into this week because of how, I would say, how this map has been created or made. I thought it would be a little bit more toward maybe 2-3 minutes in, and then we'll start seeing fights on the outside, but it didn't happen because from as soon as they dropped down, we saw aggression coming through from every single side of Sanhok.
Yes, even this shot. Okay, we gotta give a moment to enjoy this. Yeah, that shot was on point. That shot was amazing. I mean, he had vegetation to cover him, but yet it's still able to spot it out. So that was some eagle eye stuff there. But anyway, it's going to be marked now with the chicken dinner. 9 elimination points, 19 total points. Of course, not the highest that we've seen so far, but we're talking about Sanhok, a map that is very hard to survive, but yet they're still able to collect all these points.
Now look at the eliminations. I don't know why, but ever since this change in points is where I want to see, because it really tells a different story of how exactly they approach this map in particular. APG was only at 5 points in terms of ranks, but because they are still actively being aggressive, they still managed to get 12 points, giving them second place. And I think this also shows that they are not looking to stop or slow down this week. Even when they were down to just 2 players left, it was Sonic as well as Exit, I believe. I cannot remember. They were still playing aggressively as they can. They understand the synergy they bring into the team, and they are willing to bring this aggressive sort of play toward the end. Despite that, they still managed to survive. Now, TGOA, I have a feeling for this one, they were very lucky in terms of their drop spot. They didn't really have to travel around so much. All they had to do was just wait. It gives them 6 points with only 4 eliminations from people just rotating inside the circle. 10 points for them, alongside FOD, honestly. But FOD, I think today, they had a pretty rough run in terms of rotations from beginning to end. It feels like they were fighting, and they had to make sure to survive for as long as they can. I'm surprised that despite taking so many fights, they were still able to survive until toward the top 5.
Yeah, but looking on the other side as well, teams like KE, Falcon, unfortunately didn't manage to collect as many points as they would have wanted. But Sanhok is done. It's only that one map, alright? So now we're going to move on to the original map. That's going to be Erangel. And here are our top performing teams. Well, honestly, not much of a surprise. I mean, teams like GE, West Point Mamba, even Sin is up there as well. So we got 2 Myanmar teams, and we got 2 Philippine teams as well. I mean, GE is a team, not only they're consistent this season, but the last season they were champions as well, and they are still bringing the momentum onto this season.
Yeah, I think that for GE, as I said before, consistency has been key for them, and I don't think there is a lot to say in terms of that, because I think they are a team that really has done their homework in understanding what they need to do and what they need to do to survive as well as play as a team. Now, Yangon Galacticos has been a hit or miss for me last season, because we see them sometimes at the top, sometimes at the bottom, and they were very shaky. But I think coming toward this season, they looked a lot more stronger, they look a lot more confident, they are a team that plays together, and for a lot of time, we're seeing their name up here consistently. And we always say that Yangon Galacticos is a household name. They've been in, I think, in the scene for a while now, but I think this is the season that they really cement their performance as one of the best teams in Myanmar.
Yeah, so far, well, so far so good for them, in fact, from the previous round as well. But of course, there is only one Sanhok. We're going to go to 2 Erangels back to back after this, and the 2 Erangels will be very important because it's going to be at least 2 Erangel maps every day. And this is going to be the thing about the Erangel map, right? It is so explored, it is so known to all these players that everyone is at the top of their game when it comes to Erangel by now.
Yeah, and the teams that have the best idea in terms of rotations, in terms of playing and holding compound will be the one to come up on top. Regardless, we're gonna go and take a quick break. Is it time, Sir Cloud, for the break?
No, we're going to go in straight onto the next match.
Whoa, we're gonna go straight to the next match. I'm
Yep.
sorry about that. Yeah, for some reason, I kind of had a brain fart there. But coming forward here, the set plays. Now, coming into set plays, because this is a map known by many and understood by many, they have a lot of teams have already kind of like came up with this formula, I would say. And the formula is how they kind of take a fight, how they rotate. And I think for a lot of these teams, they've done thousands and thousands of scrims to understand how exactly to play almost every circle. And I think coming into this game, teams, I think because of the change in points as well, we saw a difference in how each team plays or approaches the game. At first, I thought teams like PBE, I think toward the end of last week, only start to show their colors. But then again, like we haven't really seen them go completely aggressive. And I think it's understanding that for them, getting that I would say rank points first, then going aggressive might be objective for them. Again, I would like to reiterate for a lot of you guys at home, it doesn't really matter how exactly they play or if they have to take fights, it's the intent coming into the game. What's our objective? Are we going to go for more elimination points or are we going to go more toward the placement points? When do we start to attack and how are we going to rotate? Which teams are we most likely to meet? Because there is the only thing they can work off of is the data they can see from last week. And that can be very scary if some teams change the way they want to play.
Yeah, so with the changes, of course, it also comes with different groups in this week. And that also means that the teams really need to readapt. And like what you said before this, right? It is like, just when you thought that they're comfortable with how they played last week, they've done enough homework of, okay, this team will play this way, that team played that way, we'll know how to counter it, but this way is going to be a whole different reset for all of them. And if one team resets, the other teams will reset as well. So it's kind of like a domino effect, right? Like you just, and everyone resets, and basically it's like a whole new game, a whole new week. You can take this just as day number 1 of week number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to talk about records, last week the highest team kill came from Austria with 18 elimination points, and there is a reason why for that. He was positioning wise, he was really good, and it didn't come until a lot later toward day number 1, week 3 for Erangel first map. Now Austria, as I said before, we didn't see them shine in the beginning of the week. Only toward later did they finally find their footing. But the individual kill is what I really want to highlight here for Myanmar, but I think I should talk about that later. Now I think that for a lot of the highlights here, Harame Bro has been fighting KE in Erangel for the initial drop spot. And that has been something that Chuchu and I consistently saw throughout of last week. Now, I'm not too sure if this has been resolved. And I'm really, really curious to see if this is a story that will keep going on forward as we progress throughout the week. Do they still have beef with each other? Is this intentional? Is this something that they want to do? Do they think of Harame Bro as a team that is easier to, to dominate? Or is it Harame Bro is the one that still is stubborn to fight KE? Or why are they so stubborn in terms of separating their drop spots? Is also, a story that I really want to see, written out and understood. And the same goes for Myanmar as well.
Yeah, so Myanmar, of course, will be our second set of games today. But of course, it's going to be here in this game whereby we'll put out our predictions now. And here are our predictions. So, yeah, I mean, you got Enigma in there, and you did say how much of an improvement they are.
They do have an improvement. I feel like toward the end of last week, they're understanding how to cut down on their aggression. It felt like on day 1 and 2, they were a little bit too aggressive. They were very hungry for those elimination points. And because of that, they weren't able to reset. They weren't able to pick up those extra points, survivability points, because they lose out so very early. I mean, yes, you get 2 to 3 points, 4 points if you're lucky, if you get those fights very early. But at the same time, they're not really understanding that you can get more points coming forward. I think they managed to fix that as we hit, I think, day number 3 or day number 2. We saw them really cut down the aggression. It was still there. They are a team that would definitely just chase you down and just shoot you out if they see you in their way, but they're not going out of their way to go for those early fights anymore. They would rather prioritize positioning, rather prioritize getting into the circle, and then they start to worry about the fights. And I think that in terms of fights, Enigma has one of the most insane firepower I've seen, and I think that because of that improvement, I'm hoping to see a chicken dinner at least for this particular match. Now for AFCON as well, AFCON has been a hit or miss, but I think in their situation, I mean, just now was, after all, you know, the map of Sanhok, it does get a little bit more tricky for those particular rotations, but AFCON has been doing quite consistently, I think, throughout the last week. Not the most aggressive, not the most passive, but just a nice, I think just nice in terms of how they move. I would love to see a little bit more firepower from them. That's the reason why they're up here. And G-Lab, of course, G-Lab hasn't really shown, I mean, their prowess quite yet, but we saw last season they do have pop-off moments, and I know that they have it in them for this. So kind of hoping for that, because again, it is a battle royale, anything can happen, and we don't know what G-Lab has to offer for week 2.
Yeah, and this will be the debut of Group A as well for today. So PBE is in my prediction. Despite them not having the best of weeks last week, but they did really well last season, and they do have the one of the solo medalists inside there, Monboy aka Barut, so he'll be playing, of course, and to me he has been one of the key factors of PBE as well, even though for last season, even doing the PMSL as well. It's just that they had a fairly big roster change for this season, and so far it hasn't been showing yet in terms of their performance, but I guess it's all about like getting to know each other and the chemistry as well. And if you kind of think about it, for PBE, they actually have very little time to sync up with their new roster, and it's already the PMPL. It's because of the time between SEA Games as well as PMPL. It's like what, only maybe 2
few
weeks,
yeah,
2 or 3 weeks, and you have to minus out the days that they will have break days and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So they have very little days to actually sync up with each other. But hopefully, whatever that they have gotten last week would be something of a learning for this week. It's also because we have seen, like in the last season during the league stages, they were just okay, but during the finals, they show a lot more potential. So they are a team that's able to learn, and let's see how they debut today in our first game in Erangel.
Yeah, I think that for Sin, I don't blame you for having them up there alongside Vipers. I think that those two are also really good teams. Vipers struggle a little bit in my opinion, so that's the reason why I didn't choose them. But Sin is a good choice by you, because I think that they're really good at survivability. They've been doing that a lot. You notice a lot of third parties by them, which is also a start, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So I love seeing them play that. They're very proactive in getting to know where these fights are happening and keeping an eye on these fights. When should we intervene? Should we go aggressive? Can we just go for long range? And Moy has been really good at stealing. We saw that happen today, and we saw that happen last week as well. So I would love to see Sin keep up this momentum, because it's putting them in a very good spot coming forward, because they don't have to go super aggressive in order to win.
Yeah, by now these names, they are most of them, they are like staple names inside of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard as well. We have seen them play from last season, but there are some new names as well, just like for example like Magda is a new inclusion this time around. Of course, it's more like a org acquiring the team and then they make a roster shuffle, but pretty much a baseline is that they're pretty much new. So I guess whatever happened last week is always about like, oh, okay, learning about what other teams do and how is the pacing of the current pro scene, and also some of these players, they might not have played the pro scene when it was the new point system. So the new point system, it did affected the meta as well, and they will all need to, some of them will need to readapt, but those who adapt faster than others, of course, they get the advantage of getting more points.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think that with the DBS, you know, no longer being inside of the airdrop, being on the outside, we start seeing a lot more faster gameplay as well, because you want to abuse these corners and angles in order to really use that DBS. It does also have a, I would say, a range, and teams who understand the range of that particular weapon, given the fact it's very, very strong and easily accessible now, start to see a lot of players start to play very close. That's why we're seeing a lot of teams really looking to crash into areas and compounds, because they try to play with the element of surprise, but at the same time, teams inside of those compounds will also have you know, the DBS as well. So we've seen CQCs, we've seen 1v3s because of that, and players who understand how to isolate, how to play in these 1v1s. It can also easily win 1v3s. And that's why we're seeing this, I would say, this one player really pop off. And I don't know if you guys know, yes, last week Austria managed to do that with those, I would say, a very interesting comp where I think most of them did run the DBS, but they swap out their weapons depending on how far they go. So I think that because some of them, they do have a dedicated front line for Austria, which is going to be, I can't remember the names, I think it was one of them playing on the outside. It gives them a little bit more, I would say, advantage in terms of how they play and how they rotate as a team. They love playing inside of compounds, but they are very understanding that positioning is key, and putting one player on the outside, one player on top of a building can not only feed them a lot of information, but also allow them to prepare if some teams were about to crash into the area. And I think this is something that a lot of teams are watching out for because of the DPS meta, because it's honestly really hard to fight against a DPS if you're caught off guard. Yes, you can jump, you can avoid it if you are aware that DPS is coming, but if you're fighting on stairs, if you are clearing a compound or an area like, say, maybe containers, it's hard to fight that if you are not the first one to, you know, initiate first contact.
Yeah, so the DBS, oh man, I'm now that the DBS is such a meta, and you brought this topic up, right? I'll be waiting for the day that the DBS goes back into the airdrop, because I think it's about time now. I know there was that one point in time where the DBS was in the airdrop and nobody picks up the DBS, but when the DBS happened to be all around, then suddenly everyone gets excited and everyone has a DBS for themselves. And I would expect more DBSs to be used inside of Erangel next, so keep an eye on that.
There is also a change with the SMGs now. If you guys notice, there will be a little bit of an increased speed when you run. So people who are running and gunning, well, they have fun. I mean, other than DBS, that's also something you have to worry about as well. Because like when you're zigzagging, it's really hard to pinpoint where exactly to look out to. If someone catches you off guard, it's just a nice spray to take you down. And I think that this is something that we have been noticing in the game that's been coming forward as well. So it's been like a set meta throughout everyone. And honestly, I really miss the days where you have a 2-2 formation, you have two players in the back, one mid-range, one long-range, and the other two maybe playing an Uzi, and just like playing really close, the rushers in the front. But now because of that DBS, because of the SMGs, a lot of teams decide to play close, maybe 1 or 2 outside, 3 on the inside as they come forward. But I think a big change as well that I've noticed is the increase in use of throwables coming forward throughout the entire weeks. I think a lot of teams have been starting to prep how exactly they want to play with these utilities, and I love that because it's not just smokes or even grenades, like even mollies. Understanding the area that you're holding is blowing up these players. I've seen some phenomenal nades. I think today as well we saw a nade just hitting 2 members of APG like straight in their heads, and because these players are just so adept at knowing where to land these nades, it's been very detrimental for teams, especially for teams that are trying to go for that revive. So if you see a lot of I think set plays come through here for revives, it's kind of changed where you see one player go for that revive and then one player run forward to put a little bit more pressure in the front line. It is very dangerous, but at the same time it can net you not only survivability but also allows your teammate to maybe go ham, get a couple of frags if you want to. But we're also seeing some rotations and lurks come through as well. I think Exit has been really good at that. The 3-1 formation from APG has been great. Marcus as well on the outside if they want to go for a 2-1-1. But I think APG, because he's just so adept with the timing of his teammates, it's just been so great for them in terms of getting these frags.
Yeah, so one weapon that I noticed as well happened to be coming into the meta, and I think it might be the next one, is the UMP again. So the UMP way back then, yes, it was like the #1 weapon, and now it's starting to come, and then it kind of fall off a little bit, and I feel that it's starting to come back up again. And yeah, I guess it's going to be, if that does happen, it's probably going to be like the combo between either a UMP and a DBS, or either a M4 or a DBS. So this seems to be the weapon of choice. And if you kind of notice as well, teams don't really favor like the long range, like the Kar 98, the Kar 95K. They don't really like that sort of long range anymore, and I can understand why. It's because yes, you can hit from afar. People don't even like the AWM by now. Yes, you can hit from afar, but you cannot secure the elimination point, and there will be a risk of it being stolen away. So that's why the long range weapons or the single shot weapons are not being favored anymore.
Yeah, not being favorite, but I mean, some teams do have that one long-range player to be able to go for those picks, and they're not even like real picks. If anything, they just use for third parties as loose to steal picks. I mean, we saw it happen from Moy last week. I think we saw it happen from, I think it was Cute Loki as well, who's just really great and adept at using it. But at the end of the day, I mean, it is a battle royale. It's PUBG Mobile. Whatever weapon you get very, very early is still RNG. So if there is a situation where you're not able to get the weapons you want, it can come in handy. But it all comes down to how exactly your team will be playing around these set plays or what they need. Regardless, coming into this game, I was talking with Chuchu about teams that love to play aggressive, and one of them is Enigma. And these teams, while I do love the aggression, I also am concerned about how exactly they're trying to approach this, because when you play aggressive, you might not get that reset that you need in order to heal, to get your your nades back up, your throwables, your band-aids. So this might be a problem for some teams. Yes, I understand that there will be resets in terms of picking up the band-aids and stuff like that, but like, what if the team that you ran through didn't have a lot of utilities, and it can pose a problem, which is why I really highlight here in terms of timing where it comes to how aggressive do you want to play early, how aggressive do you want to play toward mid-game. Do we want to stop being aggressive toward this circle and this circle? How do we approach getting into the circle, or should we kind of decide to go for those long rotations? And I think for some teams, long rotations can mean two different stories. Number one, there are some teams that have long rotations because I think we've seen this from Malaysian teams like Team Geek Slate. They do this when they're really, really behind. They go on this aggressive rampage. They love going where you get to see that, in the post-stat games, you see them going really long in terms of rotations, like what the heck happened there? Then you realize that they were rotating so far because they're trying to look for as many frags as they can, which is why it's kind of scary. But also the second story is perhaps there are a lot of teams that are just so discombobulated toward one area of the circle that they go for a long rotate up north or up south, trying to get into the circle. So it's two different stories, but of course the best story would be the teams who are hunting down for the other teams as fodder.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, I know everyone's anticipating the next match, but of course we gotta give a little bit more time for our players to get ready. Of course, it is a new map and it's a new shuffle, so let's give them some time to really warm up themselves and really get ready before we go into our next match. And yeah, I guess for us as well, if you want to grab your snacks, you want to grab a drink, you want to go to the bathroom, this will be the right timing to do that. And once you're back, then I'm sure the place will be ready by then, and we'll jump into our second game in fact, and our first game for Group A as well today.
Alright, so we'll see you guys in a little while. Goodbye.
Not yet though, but
not yet?
Yeah,
okay.
Not yet though. I know we're all excited. To grab a drink. Yeah, but
Alright, I think we should talk about some players, I think, to highlight for last week. I think that for some of the teams, I mean, I talked about Exit a lot last week. So for you guys who didn't watch last week, from APG, Exit has been one of those players that I really want to talk about because him adding firepower to APG. Now, if you remember last year when we had the roster with 0, I think a lot of us were questioning why on earth are they still playing passive? Why are they waiting so long? Why is their rotation so late? Now, with the addition of Marcus to the team, with Exit as well, coming into the team looks really good, alongside Sonic actually. They are looking a lot more proactive, a lot more aggressive, and I think this is exactly what they needed to come into the game, given the fact that the game got very, very competitive, where, placement point is, I wouldn't say, the highest advantage you could have in the game. The way they play really supplements them because they don't necessarily have to survive till the end. Just now we saw that they weren't able to get second place. They got like third, fourth place, but they still managed to get a lot of frags that give them all the way to second place. And the thing is, they only managed to get one chicken dinner last week, and they're still managing to stay up and very, very relevant in the first page because the amount of frags they brought in. GE is also a team that's been doing that. I feel like GE, even though they still managed to get the chicken dinner, but because they play so aggressively, especially toward the fourth all the way to the last circle, it works out so good because not only are they aggressive, but they also know how to survive as a team together, which also nets them the bonus in terms of the chicken dinner, the placement points, the 10 extra points, which can be very scary. So teams who know how to survive and also are very aggressive, you can see them really snowball up the charts and really build up in terms of their points coming forward toward the end of the week.
Alright, so let's see if they can continue to snowball on in game number 2 today. But before that, Tash, looks like it's time for us to take a breather. So we'll see you guys after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are here at the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. Tash Buddy here alongside Sir Cloud, your casters for today, and we're heading into map number 2, which is going to be Erangel. Now, this is very interesting because map number 1, we saw an increased activity in terms of aggression from most teams across the board. I'm wondering if this would translate into the second map, or we'll be seeing a more neater and cleaner sort of set plays come through.
Yeah, to a certain extent, especially for the teams that didn't do well last week and like say they are in the bottom 4 now, this week is pretty much like a do or die week for them. So we can expect to see an increased aggression from some of these teams, because when the push comes to shove, right, and you're pushed to the corner, naturally you react, and the reaction is to get more elimination points, as many elimination points as possible, in order to crawl back up onto the top 16 at least, so those teams will be able to see the light of day of the grand final. So that is something that we can expect that might happen this week.
I'm really excited to see which team will be coming up on top, especially since some teams have already established that aggression is the name of the game. How exactly are some teams going to be counter-stratting that play? How are some teams going to try and avoid these aggressive teams in terms of their rotations? Yes, it's a new week, means they reshuffle. Are they already expecting what teams they will be seeing in the middle of those rotations? Which teams they expect to be at some checkpoints is what I want to know. And on top of that, I'm really curious as well to see how exactly are the tempos of these teams. While we did see teams find that sweet spot last week, like GE, APG, Enigma, understanding how they want to play, I really want to know how exactly some teams as well will be deciding to move forward. I mean, we did see teams like PBE decide to go a more passive sort of play style, decide to survive till the end, and then try to go for those picks. It is a very viable option coming forward, because at the end of the day, if you still manage to get 4 picks and you get the 10 extra points with the chicken dinner, it means that you are surviving till the end passively and getting those 4 extra picks, or maybe even more as you head toward the final circle. Because at the end of the day, you do still have to fight to maintain your positioning in that circle itself.
Yes, of course, when you talk about fighting, that means you got to win the fights, and that's going to be important as well, how you coordinate yourself. And sometimes it also depends like what sort of weaponry you have. Like, for example, if you heard the gunshot of a DPS from your opponent, you'll be like, nope, I'm not going to get close. Like, you try to keep a good distance and maybe use a rifle, whatever it is, right? Like whether it's a UMP or whether it's an M4, then you can possibly win the fight. But if you use a UMP or an M4, something like that, and you go straight on face to face with the DPS, then it's very likely for a DPS to win the fight. So I'm pretty sure these teams, they would use those audio cues to their advantage when the time comes as well. And that's on top of team coordination, how they enter to a compound, whether it's a compound or whether how they coordinate themselves, how they spread out, because you don't want to come in from one direction, because if you come in one direction, well, one spray could get a couple of knocks. So that's something that the teams will be aware of as well.
I'm really excited to see how exactly these teams go. I mean, especially since I was talking about throwables earlier. Throwables are a great weapon to displace your enemies so they're not able to hold, whether it be a molly or even, you know, a nade. It does force some enemies out of the compound and into the open, which really allows you to spray out more when it comes to these players. Now, coming back, I really want to highlight a few players that I think caught my eye. I mean, we talked about, you know, a lot about like teams like, you know, APG with Exit, but also when we talk about I would say YG, I think Cute Loki has been really impressing me so far. Not only is he very aggressive, but he's also been good at getting those frags. And also in terms of surviving, he's been able to not only get those multiple frags. Now coming forward, I think there are some moments, I think last week, that we should be talking about. I mean, GE managed to get back-to-back chicken dinners, and it's going to be 3 in a row for them on day number 4. So GE is definitely a team that a lot of teams have to look out for. I'm already pretty sure that they have been marked in terms of not only rotations or their gameplay, but the problem with GE is that even if you do know where they are, I mean, we do know that they are far ahead in terms of their points. How exactly are we going to stop them from going aggressive? How can we stop them from being able to survive for so long and get away with as many frags as they can? And I think that being able, I'm talking about like clan fights, right? I mean, it's really hard to counter a team that is as clean as them. I think West Point Mamba comes really close when it comes to set plays and how they play, how they rotate, how they move together. And I think especially when you have each member that are also as individually skilled, when you, even if you go toward a 1-3 formation, a 1-1-1-1, a 2-2, or even as the last man standing, GE will still be managing to come up on top. So I'm curious to see how these teams can improve to understand how exactly to take them down.
Yeah, and speaking about like getting eliminations as well, right? So far the record for the most eliminations in a single round inside this PMPL is going to be 18. So we'll be keeping an eye on whether any team were to be able to break that record this week, get a 19, even hit the 20 mark as well. And if there's a team that's able to hit the 20 mark, okay, that'll be awesome. Because you hit a 20 mark with a chicken dinner, that's like 30 points. That's like a whooping 30 points. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I think honestly, Austria was able to do that around 12 because they did not have a good time early. So there is that pressure on them to catch up in terms of those points. It is a very scary situation, especially if you don't do well each map, because the format that this is going is that you need to get enough points to be able to make it toward, I think, the weekend, and then be able to do it all over again the next week. Now, this means that in order to thrive, you must always be on your toes. Regardless, as we go into Erangel, the first one of the day, guys, let us know in the comments which teams do you think will do well and which team do you think will be coming up on top in terms of aggression. But as we go into this map, we've seen a lot of Sosnoka military base circles. I'm really hoping for a Stalber or Zarki one, a very rare circle, of course a very, very complicated one at that. So ladies and gentlemen, buckle up because we are going to be flying into Erangel right about now.
No Tash, I want my dose of military base. So military base circle it is. Let's go!
I feel like I've seen so many SMB circles. I remember when I first started casting, one of the things I would always say is that I really want to see SMB circles, and everyone told me, oh, it's rare at the time, you know. But as of late, I'm starting to see a lot more of SMB circles, and at this point, I'm kind of sick of seeing it. Mostly because I just want to see something else. I want to see a northern type of rotations, but at the same time, it's always fun to see SMB. I would say bridge circles.
So we can settle for an SMB bridge circle then.
Yep, a bridge.
Okay, SMB bridge circle it is, whether it's on the left or on the right, we'll take that, But now with the flight path here from the right to the left, so it's going to be a new week with a new group shuffle. So we might see new clashes here inside the map as well, so keep your eye on to that. So far we can see moving towards the area of school, Ross Hall, probably GE, probably another team as well, probably a scuffle for a vehicle because the flight path, well, it's not really skewed to one side, but for you to go up onto North Jogovo might be quite a distance. But here we do have a certain percentage of military base island in it, so I'm still hoping for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but in this situation, because it's such a centralized circle, it wouldn't be too hard to go in for those rotations. Now, last week we did see early fights for vehicles, and it happened quite a lot. I was sort of, I don't know why, but these early fights for vehicles always make me very happy. It can turn out very funny or very tragic depending on the team. Regardless, we have a look at Sin here, and I think that for most of the part, Sin has been pretty consistent coming into the game. They are a team that knows when to be aggressive, when to not be aggressive. They're always on the prowl for that third party if they want to. And I think Moy has been such a pioneer for that team in terms of making those third parties happen. And because of, I think it's mostly because of his positioning on how he plays, because he's always positioned on the corner side, not really inside of the area, maybe on top of the building, maybe on the side of terrain. So he's always trying to, I mean, maybe he's placed there to look for flanks perhaps, or just to make sure that they're not getting third party themselves or getting shot at from far, just becoming eyes for the team. But at the same time, he's like, you know what, I can do two things at once. I can also third party if I want to. And I'm really liking this formation they have because they don't really have to worry too much. I think at the same time, in terms of aggression, FV and Holy Lanju as well are two players we should look out for, because when you see them play, they are very aggressive and they do carry a heavy punch when it comes to firepower.
Ooh, but speaking about firepower, you did mention about how Juggy, he has been improving himself, and I do agree with that. I think for him, he has been really working hard throughout the years, and we're not talking about throughout the seasons, right? Throughout the years as well. Like the last time I remember he played with Divinity Esports, back then it was PMPL NYSG in Season 1, and then he was trying his best to come back into the pro scene. And he does live stream, so when I watch it, it's like, oh, okay, he's still really working hard towards it. I'm glad to see him again back here. The fact that the reason why I mentioned him is that because he's closest to another team, and the bros are getting closer and closer towards him, but he's all alone though, so you don't want to be caught in a 2v1 situation.
The bros have been really interesting. I was surprised they weren't the team to have these early fights because it's always been them and KE. But this time around, it seems that they finally resolved whatever civil war they had. It's gonna be Juggy that is in trouble. As the other member of Bros, I don't think they want to go aggressive soon. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. They'll be the one who starts it out. Juggy going down, and I don't think that because Juggy is all alone, his teammate's not close, he goes down very early. And it's honestly quite heartbreaking being the first one out very, very early. I think within the first 5 minutes has been rough. But Magix is here, and not liking the fact that he's alone. Yes, his teammate is around, he's all the way out there in the open, and that was exactly what I was afraid of.
Yeah, I guess there were two reasons to this. One is that they didn't they didn't have a drop spot, at least in this round, that they felt that, okay, we jump straight in and then we land and then there's compounds, even though there's another team, but we're still able to defend with the compounds. Either that or they don't have vehicles. So probably they were searching for vehicles. It's like, oh, when we drop, there's not enough vehicles. The vehicle didn't spawn, so a little bit unlucky there. And then they had to go on foot. And then they see the nearest house. As they run into the nearest house, that had to happen. So I would say it's a little bit unfortunate that the RNG gods didn't really favor them.
I've seen a team that they didn't get their vehicles early. All they did was just wait quietly and did not react. It's a very dangerous game when you think about it, because you can't get up, you can't go and loot because you understand that the other teams are closer around there and someone might just find you in the middle of the rotations. But I've honestly been so surprised when these teams come up on top. Now for PBE, Troll goes down. It's going to be one pick from FOD, and he was trying to go for this vehicle here. I think he was in the middle of swapping out his vehicle for that, I would say, truck. But FOD, they're going to be very happy with this pick. Given the fact that they're currently on the 3rd spot, at least for this particular round, it gives them a little bit of a leg up in terms of points, and you want to be able to catch as many as you can. No mercy for them, immediately getting that vehicle away. And I think it's so smart they did that, because they were holding on the building and they kept an eye out on this vehicle, understanding that in the early parts here, especially for this particular vehicle, people are going to be fighting for it. And that's exactly what I expected. And speaking of expecting, Cute Loki on the aggression finds one. It's gonna be Bro again in these early fights. Cute takes up a lot of damage, but the sprays come through from Cute Loki. But the one who's going right away with his tail between his legs is gonna be him. So unfortunate, but his teammates are there to go for the trade. No pickoffs quite yet. But Mernat Boy making sure to scout around, making sure that none of the other teammates of Bro is there to go for a third party, to go for the spites. And Few just gets completely run over by Andrew. Talk about brutal.
Yeah, and he was caught out in the open as well. So unfortunately for him, despite Phil being such an experienced player from the Philippines as well, but sometimes, it's experience is one, and the other one is that because you got 16 teams to think about, right? And it sometimes just becomes unfortunate that, yes, this place is supposed to be okay, but other teams have that level of experience as well to think the same. So when they think, they say, oh, that's okay for us to pass by. And when they pass by, say, hey, there's someone there. And it's just like the domino effect of like having 16 teams. Unless if you're like one team versus one team, then maybe it would be a different situation. But you got 16 teams, and if one team changes, then everyone changes.
Speaking of change, G-Lab this time around. Usually we don't see early picks so very early from G-Lab, but this time around they did get one. All eyes are on FOD. It feels like FOD has been very unlucky. This aggressive push out forward. They ram into the vehicle. They noticed that there was a pickoff, but Newbie goes down. And that's the problem with pushing into a compound without teammates. The ability to go for those multi-frags is not there. They do trade out at least. A nade by Scotty neutralizes the enemy, but this play with the DBS is a little bit too aggressive that he cannot stop. As Scotty runs forward, he's trying to go for the spray up forward. Sorry, it's going to be X-Kai that goes up for one. They do not know X is close, so they are just trying to find the final member left forward. But for the other members of FOD, all the way on the outside, it's going to be hard to go for these picks. As 2Pro goes up, gonna immediately find another one, and Joseph says, I'm so sorry, friends. I'm gonna have to leave y'all.
Yeah, and if you notice, the weapon of choice for Game Lab was like, yes, DBS, and then if it's not DBS, then it's M4 or UMP. Yeah, they are just they're just playing by the meta right now. So yeah. So this just shows that, you know, if you guys out there watching this and you want to try it in your game, now you would know that, okay, yeah, these are the weapons of choice. So yeah, try it out in game. Combine the two of them. There was once we saw a Mini 14, but I think that's normally like the early game when there's still a lot of space to play. But once the space has closed up, then we'll normally see teams with those weapons.
Yeah, for sure. On top of that, that's the problem with rushing into an area. If you are going up against a DBS, I would not prefer to see a rush into that. But holding that thought, it's gonna be Koopa spraying up to a PBE. PBE undeterred in terms of rotations. But coming back to what I was saying, when you talk about this fight, particularly here with G-Lab and FOD, Grenade Eliminator straight up going towards Skadi. Now, the reason why you want to throw out those throwables first, like a nade or a molly, is to flush them out of the area and straight out into the open. FCon will be doing that into Spooky, and he's already knocked down. Caps try to come into the area, but it's going to be a problem because he is driving a buggy outside. It's not going to be hard at all given the fact that this terrain and the buildings will give them all the space information as well as the height advantage to go for those really nice sprays. Especially for buggy, you know, you're so open and vulnerable, which is why a lot of teams do prefer one player riding the buggy, riding up forward because it's faster, and the other three vehicles in the back can be a little bit more tanky. As the circle will be pushing down, it's not going to be a SMB / bridge one, but at least it's close enough. Yeah, Circloud.
Yeah, well, but
do you really take that?
Nah, I'm not gonna take this. I still want my dose of SMB. Haven't got it yet, so.
We still have one more, so.
Yeah, I still have one more. I still have the entire week though, so I'll be looking forward to that. I'm keeping my hopes up, you know, just putting my percentages up there.
Wow, I think if for last week, a lot of my predictions for the circle have been pretty good to the point that Choo Choo thinks I'm cursed. But perhaps this curse will be yours this week, given the fact that I'm not going to be here for most of the days. But coming back into this fight here as PBE, we saw that PBE, one of the players did get knocked down, or it was going to be Troll. And now PBE runs out of bullets. Cool says, you know what, I'm going to have to go and just become a vehicle? Is he just hiding there, or what's going on here?
Yeah, you know what, if you can't be one of them, you be a vehicle.
A vehicle.
Yeah. So I guess he's just living up to his name, you know. He's staying cool here while his other teammates are doing some work, and he's like,
Fair.
okay, I'll just chill here, guys. Okay, but to think on the other way, right? Okay, I'll just think positively for cool, right? It's like, okay, guys, I got your back. Like, you guys can shoot the other side. Like, I'll just make sure that your backs are clear.
Speaking of that, MQN, a great start to this week, getting that chicken dinner in Sanhok. Honestly, for Sanhok, it's always those unexpected teams to come up on top that, they can get that advantage because of how RNG that circle is. So whenever teams, I would say that, if teams get that advantage in Sanhok, it's considered a bonus because rotations in Sanhok is just so complicated. Now, coming back to GE, this was a team that I had my eye on in terms of consistency, in terms of aggression. You're not going to see them very aggressive early, but you will toward the 4th till 6th circle as they are rotating inside. Now, if we look at the positioning here, Austria, I think what Austria was trying to do is take care of that bridge if anyone were from SMB to rotate up. But because of the placement of the circle, I don't think anyone did drop near SMB. So, most likely, we won't be seeing anyone rotating up from there. But for G-Lab, still in trouble. They've defeated 3 just now. That fight went so well in their favor, but in this situation, I'm a little bit worried. Terrain-wise, not in their favor. They do have a tankier car at least. So Scotty's saying, alright, my car is not going to survive for a long time now, but at least I can hold on to this terrain. Now for Sin, given the fact that they're all the way up there, they will or try to at least take up this space, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. You saw their vehicles just rushing up forward here, but coming into Enigma, they're going to go find a way into the circle. I think because they're trying to avoid the mass migration coming in from the eastern side.
Yeah, they're trying to find a different entry spot as well, and that's why we see QB opening up. I guess he's just trying to find options for his teammates. Now that Koopa is stuck on the outside, we are at stage 3 of the circle, so next stage is going to hurt a little bit more, and the fact that Falcon moves straight up in front of him, he knows that that won't be an option for him unless, well, he chooses to do the Rambo. But for FOD, ooh, wow. The first team to go out. Surprising for a team like FOD.
Yeah, I think it's because they weren't able to get into the circle. You can see that G-Lab as well is struggling here. Blue zone. But as the other members rotate, they have to take this fight in order to go inside. But the problem is they might have to put a gentleman's agreement to not stay in there a little bit longer. But for FCON, one member knocked down here. PBE showing their fangs this week after, I would say, a very tame week for them. They weren't the most aggressive. We wanted to see them a little bit more out there. But I think in terms of firepower, PBE still finding their bearings after Rankid had left the team. And with 2 players already left, already knocked down, it might be a little bit hard. I think the best way they can play this is to play for points. And I think, in a lot of situations, teams that survive with 5 points and above will be the teams to maintain consistency and will still not remain stagnant as the matches go. Teams with 0 is going to be the problem here because there are some teams, I think from Malaysian teams is one of them, they like to play very aggressive. They go up with like 32, 31 points and you're like, whoa, they are so good. And at some points they go completely 0. This very hero play, the inconsistency is very scary. It gives us heart attacks, but very entertaining nonetheless.
Well, speaking about entertaining, this will be some entertainment for us as the Pachinki Hill will be the next battle point. Sin seems to be interested to take over this hill from KE, and if they were to do so, well, looks like it's going to be a good point for them because the Pachinki Hill gives you a lot of vision for the areas around you, and I can see why Sin is so interested in it. No, it's still a 2-way fight here.
Yeah. But, Vipers is inside of the field. So they can go for maybe long ranges, but I don't think they can because they don't have that terrain advantage. But look how aggressive they are. They just circle up into each other. How many throwables have been taken out here? KE this time around, I feel so unlucky for the last match till here because their areas have always been hit on by other teams. And this time around, it's going to be Sin. They wait inside of the smokes. It's going to be Claire who just runs forward. This is very aggressive by him and just immediately, not only is he taking up space, but trying to tell him, relay the information to his team where they are.
Yeah, he's trying to get information, he's trying to bait out the shots. But as he gets closer and closer to the opponent, now his vehicle is smoked up, he cannot do that again. So now they need to stop, they need to work with the information that they have. And they need to win this fight as well. It looks like they're interested with it. The top naded down from afar. It's going to be FV getting him. Beautifully done, and that opens up space for Sin to come in.
Yep, as they go forward here, Claire trying up to just push if possible, possibly to isolate the other members of KE. This allowing them for going for that reset. Moy will be spotting out one, wants to go for that spray. Unfortunately, being very, very aware that there are other teams watching them. They don't want to be third-partied, and that nade nearly takes Claire down. Completely takes out half his HP, forced to move away as that fight goes on. This is another one. Look at this, the great migration coming in from TGOA, GE as well. MQN saying, you know what, I'm not here for that. West Carry now in trouble. Ichi tries to make something happen and he wins it. It takes down Chile and now they can go for the reset. TGOA have to be careful. Not only have to be careful, they need to make sure they can secure that pick as Boy Sean goes down. The top also sprayed out entirely and KE looking to struggle. They are running out of members one by one, completely overwhelmed by SIN, and just runs him over. Boy Sean, not the best way to go, and West Carry, now that he's back up alive, go back to GOA and say, you know what, I am going to go and take you down. This is how it feels like. Have a taste of your own medicine.
And that was within the smoke, so he didn't have clear vision, but he just like, okay, I'll just try. Oh, I got it. Free point for me. Great. But now we're back onto the fight where Kaya is at, and Kaya, just too much for him to handle. And that is the end for KE without a single point this round.
Yeah, as GE forced to once again reset West Carry. West Carry seems to just be revived and just knocked down once again as TGOA. TGOA last week is a very interesting bunch because they're not exactly necessarily the most aggressive, but they do make it out alive when they fight against these big teams, which is why Chuchu had their eyes on them. Honestly, Chuchu just liked them because their names are really funny, but at the same time, like, the potential is definitely there. Edward, 40, spotting out the other members of GE, wants to rush up forward. Will be the one to just stop them in their tracks. West Carry, playing inside the smokes, has his vehicle on his own. Gonna just rendezvous with Alls. At least they lose Smile, but at the same time, we've seen that for GE, if they're not able to survive with one, they change up the way they play as well as the way they approach the enemy. As G-Lab will be in trouble, F1 will be rushing out here, but it's gonna be one member knocked down. The DBS play, Goblin unable to do that, but they do still win it in the end as Konzi a little bit late to the party. They lose one member, but at least there's still 2 more up alive. They can go for that reset. And now this shack completely taken up to them, but I don't know if they can survive this because it's such a small shack. It's kind of open. There are a lot of high ground in the area that can go for those picks, those headshots, and it can be very scary. And one nade is all it needs, just blow them to smithereens, and exactly what they did. It's gonna be Austria that got blown out first. Kanzi, very aware on how to play this. He still maintains aggression while still trying to go for that revive. Skynin still alone. He's trying. It's just a battle of test of time. He needs to get the numbers up so he's able to secure those picks. Kanzi eats up a lot of damage, has to go for cover, and Chanlon playing the prone game, slowly making his way to MQN.
I mean, the conversation was way behind, but I just want to say that I can understand when Chuchu says that she's into Asian guys. So yeah, that's absolutely fine. I mean, yeah, I mean Asian guys, you know. Well, I can't really say it, but yeah. But anyway, it's gonna be Falcon and oh Jess, here we go. But they're just gonna go in onto Falcon because they know they have the man advantage right now, and all the utilities expanded. They're just gonna crash in onto Falcon. Falcon's kinda low as well. The DPS gameplay will not connect. But one more to go. Goblin versus Scry, and Scry will win the fight.
It's just so far unfortunate for AFCON. They weren't able to win it, but then again, it is a small shack, and one nade was all it needs. And now, look at the cars just exploding to smithereens. At least they get the reset, at least they get the pickup. But now, all eyes are on that tiny shack. AFCON is Chanlon all alone, and he can go for an avenge to avenge his teammates if he wants to, but I don't think he wants to do that. Surviving is his utmost priority at this point. As we move toward Yangon Galacticos, they're trying to leave the area. They want to take up GE, and GE has been very unfortunate with their rotations today. They met up with so many different teams and shot out from so many different sides. I'm not sure if they're able to survive this at this point.
Well, fun fact, the name of Chanlon is also the name of Jackie Chan. Just saying.
Is it Jackie Chan who is alone?
Well, oh wow. I mean, it's complicated, but I don't think he is. But Chanlon is alone, literally, inside the game right now because he is the last man for Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it's Jackie Chan who is alone because he likes to play solos, or Chanlon who is alone because he's always the final man standing. And speaking of final man standing here, GE might just have only one member left alive as we move up. No movements from the Vipers yet. I don't blame them. They have a compound. But for the bros, look at them go. So aggressive. This is such a strange week from it. And Ravenwood is actually winning this fight against Bro. Last week, Ravenwood was struggling, running away, and Baby will be the one to connect all of her shots. And now her other teammates are in danger. Baby taking a more aggressive stance, and this is what I wanted to see from them coming this week. Harley goes down, but it doesn't really matter. If Baby's able to go for these pickoffs, they're able to go for that reset. She rushes forward, tries to get Kimi back up before the other members come through. But Skynin, this man, we've seen him do wonders over at the 32nd SEA Games. Kimi does eventually get picked off here. It's going to be Baby as well, who follows down. And Ravenwood, unfortunately, not able to survive.
But we got the bros getting 5 eliminations already in the board. So now the circle shifts slightly down. And look who's in the circle. It's going to be Magna SG still within it. And looks like the position so far is not really challenged unless if Moy decides to go in, gives information to his teammates. But speaking about challenge, it's going to be Ichi going out. So looks like GE out, but they managed to bring home 5 elimination points with them.
And that's what makes it so good for GE. I was just talking about how 5 eliminations can already mean a lot coming forward if you go out early. And with 9th place, he also gets a little bit of placement points, so it's not necessarily the best, the worst in the world. Regardless, for YG, I think this is one of their best, I would say, rounds. They're still surviving. They have 4 eliminations. They're currently in the top 10. There's only 8 teams left. And if this keeps up, they might be able to go on alive. And the only team to still be alive with 4 is Ozja and Sin. Regardless, Moy, gonna find Yura blown up to smithereens. That is a very nasty nade, and we know that Moy is just so adept with those throwables. And Yura, if he tries to go toward his teammate, he will be barbecued. So like it or not, he has to wait inside the smokes, wait for the flames to go away before he goes out forward. As Raul finds Clear in the backside, this is almost a perfect symmetry of a 3-way fight. Holy Lanju once again perhaps that nade as Sin FV going for that revive for his teammates. Still very much happy and alive. 7 eliminations in the back. The best situation to be in, but not the best positioning because the blue zone is pushing out. But we are now finding one more eliminated team. It's going to be MQN. Despite the fact that they had a great start today, they're not able to survive, and so will FB because they're just getting run down and shot at from so many teams.
Yeah, that's what happens as well. Like, if you stay just by the edge of the circle, not like you're really clear. You can have teams coming in from behind, just like what Sin did. And speaking about Sin, already 10 elimination points in the hands of Sin, and they still maintain a full squad.
I would really love to see how their rotation looks like, but Cute Loki gets one knock in the head. Takes out half his life. His teammates not worried at all. They have full control of the area, but not necessarily the best. As Ozja tries to find their way into the circle, but it's going to be PBE that's in trouble. They only have 2 members left, and they are definitely in trouble, even though they have a little bit of a compound to play in, but the other teams that have a little bit more terrain will find those picks onto their head. Cute Loki trying to just fight for his life right now, slowly making his way toward Andrew. I'm not liking this area where they're at. There's no cover, no haystacks. The only thing that is in front of them are those vehicles, and it might just be a detriment for them. As Mernat Boy, we know that he's very aggressive. He loves to play pushing out and separated from his team, and he was trying to put in the damage toward the other members of the Vipers. As Mernat Boy, his eyes on the Vipers, not gonna land those shots. Might try to find a different way to get closer to the team.
Oh, but the circle has shifted and these teams need to move now. Oh yes, they are within the circle, so they're okay. They just need to pick up Astro X. But they need to be aware of another team just right beside them, and there's going to be Sin. They are rampaging right now with 10 elimination points, but 2 of them players are still on the outside of the circle. Astro X gets finished off, and now it's going to be Jazz. They need to defend this area, but Camper X, wow! Knocked down by a long-range nade and finished up by Holy Lanju.
Oh, that's disgusting! The nastiest Kobe running forward, and FV runs over Skynin. What on earth is happening? Ozja eliminated, and Sin is just on fire, rampaging as we now hit the top 5, and Sin is not letting down at all, right beside PBE. PBE staying very quiet. They don't want to go down to this team, but Holy Lanju, they have other ways to start these fights, as Andrew picked up immediately, and FV tries to answer back. He wants to connect these shots, secure those kills, but wasn't able to.
Oh, so much disrespect with that run over, but another long range from Kayla. Can he get another one? He got the first one. He knows the hit marker did work. That means he knows that someone's there. It's going to be Ichi going down, but Ichi knocked out by Loki from Yangon Galacticos on the other side.
Yeah, I love this 3-1 formation by them as Clear does find Rain. They're taking out 2 teams at the same time. This aggression is just so good. Moy has his eyes on Yangon Galacticos, and now for FV, he wants to take up space toward Bro. And he's not scared at all. Moy slowly but surely proning forward. One boy goes down, and now Sid tries to run over one person, but look at the DBS shot coming forward from Arimon. Raymond just putting in the hurt, and he's not done quite yet. Moy answers back, he throws out a nade. We're not sure where Arimon is, just waiting inside, beside the vehicle, but his car has already exploded as Arimon does get barbecued to death.
Well, Sin is now at 19, means that they have broken the record for the most eliminations in this single round. Let's see how many more can they get. Can they get the 20th one soon? As Moy with the long range beautifully done onto Andrew. Mernat gets knocked down as well. 20 is on the verge of Sin.
Slowly but surely, Sin taking advantage of the circle. This 2-1 formation so good. Despite losing 1 member, they're not afraid to take these fights. They understand how much pressure they can put on Yangon Galacticos. It looks so good for them, but they're already knocked down, and Holy Lanju trying to find the last member of Bro still alive. They do not want him to be a thorn in their side. But fortunately, for Bro, they've been very quiet. They hear the roar of the guns. They have a general idea where he is, but for Yangon Galacticos, thankfully able to go for the heal. Cute Loki putting in the hurt to Holy Lanju. Explodes his vehicle, but he miraculously survives as YG tries to play with this angle. The only thing they have in terms of cover is just those haste checks over here. And Romeo Boy, a little bit too aggressive for my liking, but he has no choice because he needed to meet up with his teammate. And because his teammate was just side by side, it's going to be so hard. MM, so nasty. They didn't spot him out. He gets another point in the bag. And now the numbers have been whittled across the board.
Yeah, they actually circled around MM for a couple of times until MM surprised them from behind. But now Sin is going to try to even up the odds with Yangon Galacticos. Now MM, he will stay put, he will stay quiet I don't think there are any more other vehicles, so they cannot circle around him again. So as long as they stay quiet, at least a second place finish will be the hands of MM, unless he can pull off a surprise.
Also a very good start for Harame Bros, but Andrew got spotted out by Moy. Quick reaction time. He already knew where the other members of Yangon Galacticos were. All he had to do was just wait. And now for Yangon Galacticos, it's not the best kind of situation because the plays was a little bit too hard, just biting at their ankles. And now we're down to a 2 versus 1. You do not want to be isolated here. It's very, very dangerous because MM is able to take these fights. On top of that, MM, I believe, he doesn't have all the best weaponry. He does have a few nades to work with. As Khmer goes down nearly, actually, he goes for a prone. Might have saved his life, and quietly they both go for those resets. Moy hasn't reacted quite yet, but we've seen Moy's nades. One nade comes out, thankfully does not connect onto MM. Another one comes for both of them hitting, and Moy nearly goes down. MM putting in a lot of damage. One more throwable coming forward. It's all just smokes. It's all just a molly, and MM forced to move away into the open. But playing with these micro angles and the haystack, he's not trying to find the right time. But this blue zone finally letting out. Moy eats a lot of damage. We need to see them work together. I just sprayed toward MM, but MM is not allowing that to happen. Moy goes down. Khmer doesn't have the answer. These smokes are not allowing him to see, and it's so hard. Down to 1v1. He jumps up forward, throws a nade. Wrong place to throw that nade. It connects to him. He's so low. They're both low, actually. Both doesn't really have a lot of shield to work with as well. But it's gonna be Khmer that drops the nade. Thankfully, a little bit too close for comfort. But Sin takes the second chicken dinner of the day.
Well, Sin takes the second chicken dinner, and with the record-breaking 20-ish elimination points, we'll tabulate the scores later on. But Sin is back, and these boys from the Philippines, my goodness, still very, very consistent from the last season up until now, doing it really, really well. And now the record holders, and if they get 20 plus elimination points, it's going to be 30 plus points in total for them in a single round.
And this would really launch them forward coming into this week, where we won't have to see so much. I mean, one thing that's great about being launched forward or having this, I would say, these gap in terms of points means that you have a lot of wiggle room to make these, I would say, fatal mistakes 1 round or 2 rounds and be able to come back. Regardless, I really gotta commend them. They weren't really in these fights very, very early. What really set them apart was their timing. Their timing in order to go aggressive, their timing in order to take fights. And if you remember, they weren't the team that was inside the circle early. They were one of the late rotators. But because of how many teams they had to fight to get into the circle, results in them not only getting so many picks, but also getting into the chicken dinner. Because again, if you manage to get all these picks, especially toward mid to late game, a lot of the other teams would have already been prepped up. So it's all about just collecting as many bandages, as many nades, as many smokes as you can.
Yes, and this is his Sin with the chicken dinner. And look at the travel distance. It's not like they had an easy circle. They're like, okay, we had to travel a lot, and they had to fight like the Pachinki Hill to come in, they had to fight KE to come in, and then from the Pachinki Hill they had to come down again. So it's quite a distance for them to travel. And look at the amount of utilities expended by them. 30 nades expended by Sin, 25 smokes. I mean, it just shows that they did a lot of hard work to get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think about it as well. Survivability time as well was really good. But Bro lost a teammate so very early. This was the moment we were talking about. Now coming back into this game, I think that Enigma still wasn't able to find that confidence or even that play that they had last week. At first, I thought they had managed to equalize themselves, finding that sweet spot toward the middle of the week. And I think it just threw them off coming into today, where all the teams have been reshuffled again, trying to understand where to drop. We're seeing a lot of these DBS plays, but we're starting to see teams understand on how exactly to counter them. They're playing a little bit more back, they're not trying to play too aggressively, especially towards shacks. And we're seeing a lot of fights happen as teams try to take up space, take out, I would say, compounds, but teams are still not understanding that breaking into compounds is not the best way to fight anymore because of DBS.
And in this gameplay, in this round as well, I think like we kind of expected, we did talk about this during the break time, is that we will expect to see a lot more DBS gameplays, and we can see all these teams. I can hardly name a team that didn't use the DBS throughout this round, and how effective it is, especially when it comes to open field. You only have that one shack to crash into, and that one check, everyone has a DBS, and the DBS is the best weapon when it comes to that level of close quarters combat. So, now, this is a confirmation. 23 eliminations in the hands of Sin is the new record for this season.
What a statement start for them. It wasn't necessarily the best out of circles given the fact that it was all the way up toward the middle side there. I would say like it was not complicated because the circles started to ping pong and pull around, so it was really hard to figure out where exactly they were trying to rotate into the circle. But Sin playing a more proactive role gave them a little bit more in terms of aggression, and I'm honestly quite surprised because again, I didn't think of Sin as a team to play very aggressive. Third party, yes. A team that just waits and sees, yes. Not aggressive toward the end. Positioning is more important also, yes. But today, it shows us that they do have different layers and different pages to their playbook that they can offer to us in terms of a team. But coming back here is going to be setting the record strong here. Sin overtaking MQN by over, I don't know, about 20 points-ish? Probably less. My math not that great. 17 points rather, with the chicken dinner coming into this match. And look at that, 28 eliminations. Looks so good. But another team that's surprising me on the top side here, other than MQN, is BRO.
Yeah, and I guess, you know what, you did talk about like, oh, it surprised them to see them being so aggressive. I guess it's also because of the announcement of the PMGC points, and that's what motivates these teams to really go all out to hopefully be able to get onto not only the PMSL but also the PMGC, because you collect points throughout, and that gives them the opportunity to play at the global stage happening later this year. So I guess that's part of their motivation as they come into this. As we look onto page number 2, KE without a single point just yet after 2 matches. This is a surprise.
KE is one, but also Enigma is surprising me because you always expect Enigma to get these early fights and win. But because they're very unlucky to just secure these picks, unfortunately they're not able, they get those knocks. We see it all the time in the kill feed, right? But they do not secure those kills. They're just trying to use them for bait and they don't win these final fights in these 1v1s. Another team that's really surprising me up here is GE. GE had a stellar week. Chicken dinners. They managed to get a lot of elimination points. They managed to get a lot in terms of their survivability points. But today, they start off very, very weak, unfortunately, getting knocked out so early in 2 maps. And even then, they don't have any ranked points. But they still managed to snag 5 eliminations. I'm still quite impressed.
Yeah, to be fair for GE, it is only round number 1 for them.
2.
So,
you're right,
yeah.
round 1, yes, that's right.
Yeah, round 1, 5 points. Okay, I mean...
But GE is one team that if they might not do great early, but they are a team that I think evolves and learns. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a different side of them, a more aggressive side of them, coming into the second Erangel for today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Normally, it's like, you know, you always take that one round. It's like, oh, kind of like your warm-up round, as all gamers would like to call it. And once you're warmed up, and then the next round you see them going all out. So, but before that, of course, they would have wished that the game would have continued. But we'll need to take a little bit of a short break, ladies and gentlemen. After this, we'll come back for our second Erangel match. See you guys after this.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. Tash Bunny here alongside Sir Cloud, your casters for today. And we have seen such an amazing start to this week where teams that we thought would be at the top of the charts are unfortunately not quite there yet. What is going on?
Well, I guess this is what happens when you shuffle the teams and you put them into different groups and they'll be like, oh, okay, it's a new week, we forgot to adapt. I'm not saying that they forgot, but it's also like domino effect of like other teams just trying to outplay each other.
Yeah, sometimes some teams are those I would call a slow cooker team, and some of them are starting to show, I would say their fangs. And honestly, Sin, I would say, is one of them. A team that I didn't expect to come up not only as aggressively as they were, but a team to be able to just take up the most in terms of eliminations as well as points that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. But coming out forward, another team that I really want to talk about is Harami. Chuchu was talking about them a lot last week, Team Bro, where they were not at the very top of the charts. We were sort of like criticizing them in terms of their drop spots, how they fight with KE, and now they seem to have figured it all out. And speaking of figuring things out, you know what you should figure out? The Crimson Affiliates AMR. Now, if you guys managed to get the, I would say, outfit from last week for the Crimson Affiliates, this would perfect it. You would be the best in the game in terms of how you look. And I think these guns are also something that you might pick up a lot anyway, so you might as well give it something nice to use.
Yeah, and speaking about something nice to use, is definitely going to be the collaboration with Ducati. Honestly, one of my favorite motorbike brands, and I'm glad to see it in the game right now. Have yet to see any of these players use it, or any of the random players use it, but hey, I think it's looking swaggy.
I think that's a nice, I would say, vehicle to have in the game. It looks cool. You look very awesome. You style on some players. You know what? It'd be best if you can run on someone with that as well. And you also have the all-new RPA series around. If you guys are, I think, avid players, I'm sure that if you guys play PUBG Mobile, you guys will be playing every day, so many rounds, and you might as well earn while you play. And some of them include the Pixel Kitty backpack. I really like those. The Neon Slayer set is something that I do have my eye on as well, alongside the cover. So if you guys see me styling on y'all in the game, it's gonna be me.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Tash. I mean, Tash does have style. You check out her new shirt, jumper, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so she's having it right now. New sweater, yeah, thank you very much.
Now.
Yeah.
I'm into street style, and but let's put that aside because the Dino ground is out right now, and I've been dropping by some streamers streams, especially the Malaysian Seb9, also players from DVD, and they've been playing this a lot, and it looks so fun to play with your friends. And I just wished I had more friends to play that with, because it's just so fun, just laugh around. You don't have to take it so serious,
Yeah, I mean, it is dinosaurs at the end of the day, right? So who can complain about dinosaurs? But
I want to ride a dinosaur.
You want to ride a dinosaur?
Yeah, I want to ride a dinosaur. He was talking about complaining, but I might be complaining in match number 3 air angle, because I want to see my favorite teams back up on top. But at the same time, the story of the underdog is not yet ended, especially from Team Sin, MQN, especially, and Harami. So maybe since it's going to be C, A, B, C, D, perhaps it might be a whole different world for us out here.
Yeah, A, B, C, D, and even like we saw in the previous round, like teams were really aggressive. I wonder how this kind of grouping would be for this round. I actually, honestly, if you look at Sanhao, it's aggressive as well. The first Irregular was aggressive. I would expect this second Irregular to be pretty much the same pace too.
Yeah, because the only teams that aren't playing is FOD, KE, FCON, and TGOA. And I think that all these 3 teams aren't necessarily the most aggressive anyway. So taking them out and just bringing other teams in might just increase the aggression, if anything. And I'm curious to see how exactly it's going to work out. I mean, we've already seen Sin and Bro and MQN do very well, right? Now, for me, if possible, I want to see more from Enigma. I want to see more from APG. APG, I think they had a good start today, but it wasn't the power spike I was expecting from week number 1.
Yeah, so APG, I mean, I know you have a side
I'm just
attachment
biased
to
at
them.
this point.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I mean, even though Zero is not there, if you're watching Zero, I'm still your bro. I still am a big fan of the team. I think, given the fact that, coming in with this new firepower and honestly just what's the word, impressing me with that change in pace, firepower, and style of play is something that I really enjoy watching. Other than that as well, CFU I think had a pretty alright week. I haven't seen that power spike from them as well. So this might be the moment where they might be able to do just that.
Yes, and what will these teams will be able to do in this round? So here's our prediction, ladies and gentlemen. So, your Magna has gotten a chicken dinner today. Looking shabby.
Not bad. Flash Vision, I think for Flash Vision is more of like something I'm hoping to see here because they do have that potential, but they've been very unlucky in terms of their fights. I think that their fights could be better, and I'm really hoping that coming into this second or just third map in general can be, I would say, the redemption moment for them. PBE has been a team that has high firepower. That was when it was the Ranked era, and I'm really hoping that without Ranked, they're able to rebuild their identities as a team with high firepower, high aggression. We haven't seen it quite yet, but they do have pop-off moments.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet, but they have the potential because they still got Momboy in there, so still putting it out there.
Everyone's not bad too, actually.
Yeah, well, for my prediction, of course, well, I think GE is the obvious prediction for now because they were they were the winners of last week. They were the champions of last season as well, and they started off game number 1 with 5 elimination points, and not too bad for game 1.
Here we go again. I'm shocked that you chose them. Tell me.
Oh, here we go again? Well,
yeah.
Just because I think their name is kind of cool. So, I mean, okay, you gotta think about it. This season, we got like a couple of cool names, right? We got like, here we go again. We got the Asian guys. We got the Harame Bro. I mean, these are my top 3 of the coolest names around.
Yeah, I really enjoy it when teams have, I would say, funnier logos. But it is understandable. Some teams do take themselves quite seriously. So it's always fun. I understand Ozja, that pick. I would also, if I could have 5, Ozja would definitely be in my top 5. I'm not going to lie. But, you know, I feel like last week, every single day, every single match GE was playing, I put GE. I think it's time for me to put GE. I'm sorry, GE. I'm still a big fan. I just need to be fair to the other teams and give them the limelight for a while. But again, it's really hard to make predictions when a game is as RNG as PUBG Mobile. You never really understand the rotations or the circles, but it is still very fun to see teams go and aggressive. While some teams do manage to get a chicken dinner, there are some teams that manage to move forward. Like KE, they're in the middle of the board, maintaining their points with no chicken dinners. So definitely they should have KE, and the tagline will be there, no chicken, no problem.
Yeah, no chicken, no problem. They have shown it last week, so I expect them to be able to do so. But it was unfortunate for them that they had to fight against the team that got the chicken dinner in the previous round. Yeah, despite them holding on to that hill on the left side of Pachiki first, but it's just one of those games, right? But anyway, one of those games, we will have another game inside of Erangel really soon. Looking forward to see if they could come back here. And KE, they are a big potential team as well, with Davan in the lineup, very experienced. He's played in the last season as well, and on top of that,
he was also in the SEA Games, I believe.
Yes, he played in the SEA Games as well. And yeah, they're really cool people out there, so I do hope to see that this sort of teams do well overall.
Yeah, but as we come into this particular map, we didn't really see the circle that you wanted. It was actually a circle that was a little bit northern side of the bridge, so perhaps it might be a whole different world. Regardless, there are still other circles that I do enjoy watching. I love watching shelter circles. I do enjoy watching Rozhok circles. We did see a few Severny and shooting range circles last week. Georgia Pole circle might also be fun, but Chuchu completely hates urban warfare. It's understandable, but as we go into our third map of the night, ladies and gentlemen, cast your votes because we are going to be seeing which team to take the throne on this map right now.
And here we go, it is Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, the final Erangel for today. And speaking about Davan, fun fact, he looks very different in person as compared to the pictures. Yeah, okay, so the obvious difference is that in person, he wears glasses. And all his official pictures, he doesn't, for some reason.
Well, there is a reason why, actually, because glasses, you know, they kind of like, they flash back. Doesn't look good in pictures, so probably it's like they're like, yeah, take off your glasses, please. There is a flash or a glare. We don't want to see that. But flight path from the southern side of SMB all the way up to Stalber, very centralized, you know, flight path is you may a little bit more skewed to the right, but I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Just now that flight path did cause everyone to in disarray, especially those are dropping toward the northern side-ish. So will that be an issue now is also what I'm curious about.
Yeah, the only thing that will really affect if it's the flight path is that whether they can reach their regular drop spot or whether they will need to fight for vehicles, and that's pretty much about it. But I would say that 70 to 80% of the game is kind of dictated by the circle. So if you get a tough circle, then wherever you drop, well, if you drop into the circle, that's fine. But if you get a tough circle like military base, normally you will only see two teams inside military base. But here, we will have the left side circle, and it's going to be, most of it is going to be open field in the Gaka area.
I'm kind of suspecting it's gonna be a quarry circle. But quarry circle is a very difficult circle to navigate because of the terrains. We don't really, I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of that, but for us watching at home, it might be a whole different story. As we look at Austria, I think Austria didn't really have the start that they wanted to this week. They did hit a power spike all the way toward the middle side and end of last week, but again, I mean, coming from a team that, you know, has been not only maintaining consistency, but also ending, you know, the games in, I would say, the top spots, one of the strongest firepower I've seen so far, this might not be the best outcome for day 1, week 2 for them when they want to play catch up as much as they can. Yeah, the only thing about being in the military base circle and having this kind of circle is teams might want to choose to gatekeep the lighthouse area, and that's a common choke point. So if with that kind of choke point, sometimes it gets very, very difficult to overcome that kind of situation. Yeah. And if we saw the points just now in terms of the disparity, we're starting to see that big lead built up by Sid now. And I know not all teams are playing right now, but first and second spot is definitely where they're supposed to be, where MQN did take second place. And because of that, because MQN managed to get that first chicken dinner over in Sanok, and then Sin did this insane new record that we're seeing so far. I believe it was a 32 points. If I remember, 38 right now, 38 total. I'm not sure how many points they got in the last match, but it was pretty insane if you think about it. Now for Sin this time around, Yasnaya Poliana is where they are. No worries with vehicles and where they are. I think that for Sin, they are a very momentum-heavy team. And I've noticed that if they have good games, you can start to see that they're feeling good about themselves, and you start seeing them they don't necessarily get the chicken dinners, but they still survive maybe the top 5, maybe top 6. They still manage to get those pickoffs, and I think it really helps them in a way for players to have these pop-off moments. Get the heck out of me, Migs. To have these pop-off moments where they can just really, sort of feel good moving into the next maps. Yeah, for the record, Sin got 23 eliminations in the previous round. Thank you for that. Yeah, so, I mean, 23 is really, really high. 20 is like, it's still doable, but if you reach 23, I'm like, okay, to beat that record is going to be super hard. I don't think I've seen that many 24s or 25s. Maybe like once in my entire lifetime, and that's about it. So Sin is going to hold this up for quite a while. There are moments when I've seen teams just go completely ham and manage to get over 20 elimination points, and that's technically like maybe 1/3 of the entire lobby. And one of those teams that have done those, I believe, has been, I think it was Geek Slate. As I do say that they go out of their way to find these elimination points, go aggressive, they go very all in. Not necessarily the best way to approach a map, in my opinion, because it's just very anxiety-inducing where you're not able to find that consistency. But some players, they enjoy that. I think some players do thrive under pressure. Geek Slate is one of them, and in this situation, hold that thought, because it's going to be Magic's coming up forward there, nothing about that. But yeah, thriving under pressure, I think Enigma is also one of those teams as well. Well, if you say thriving under pressure, well, now they're only 1 point in 2 games. So definitely under pressure right now to perform. Yeah, maybe it might be one of those. And I think it might be also Austria. Because if you think about it, Austria had to play catch-up last week. And they did really well toward the last part. Now, this is the area that I was pointing out about, that container area with the DBS. I mean, the end of fights there for last circles is very fun to watch just because of the close quarter combat that we get to see. Yeah, any area that forces you into a funnel, just like the container area,
South George or even like compounds, yeah, DBS is definitely very, very effective. So that's why a lot of these teams, they prepare themselves with a DBS, because there's always that possibility that the circle might go into somewhere like that. Although this kind of circle, you predict that, oh, it goes on to quarry, but inside the quarry, you have a warehouse. So when it comes to, if it does come down to the warehouse fight, then, well, DBS is going to be the game.
It's gonna be fun, especially if teams are really good at those jump shots. I mean, we have seen some insane jump shots, and you know, sometimes those jumps may mean your survivability. Oh, okay.
Decide, people, decide.
This feels like parking near my house, but anyways, coming back to what I was talking about, you know, in terms of survivability, when you are able to jump shot properly, that means you outgun the person who's swinging out at you, and you have that high advantage. So you might get hit by a lot less damage compared to someone who gets shot straight in the face by the DBS, which is why I love watching those sort of fights. But we do have moments as well where someone just waits prone as well, so that's also really nasty. But again, not a big fan of these wait and see sort of metas. That's why I'm not really a big fan of the DBS because of that. Because I prefer a more aggressive, I would say, long range fight. That's just my thing. And I honestly miss seeing those very, I would say, you know, longest eliminations that you see post game. That was always very fun to watch.
Yeah, and sometimes let's say if we swap out all the DBSs, right, like before, if you have a compound fight, they'll be like, okay, shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload, and you kind of hide, you kind of move, and you have a lot of things happening in that one fight. But if it's a DBS, it's like in your face, and you're not, and the fight's over.
The fights are also a lot quicker now, I believe. But holding that thought, it's gonna be MQN in trouble. Labo, knockdown, also play zone gets in. I'm not sure if it was denied in terms of point. No, they got the point. So technically for Clear, he gets that. But because it's circle, I think they ping-ponged away. So for Sin, they need to find a way to get to the circle quickly, but it's still very early, so they have a lot of time to get into there. But because the circle is all the way to the left, what I'm not a big fan of here is because of the great migration to the left side. And that's number one. Number two, you can see how many players will be trying to get into the circle itself. We saw a little bit of a... I wish we saw that for the Vipers, because they had a little bit of a roadkill. But these long-range fights from Raul, ask and I shall receive, and thank you very much, FV, for providing that on a plate for me, as Mewtwo will be there to answer back.
Yeah, so Mewtwo, he is alone though, so I don't think he will take that risk to go there. Plus there's Magic's opening up a different angle, off angle, just to shoo him away. So with that kind of warning shot onto him, it's like, nope, it's not going to be worth it. So let's just go away.
Still waiting for FV. They're not trying to be a little bit too aggressive, because if you look at in terms of point for FV, they only have 9 in the current situation now. Vipers wasn't in the best sort of places. Just now we saw them get knocked and just run over by another team. So because of that, they're down by 1 player. So, but Vipers only loaded in with 3 players. That is very interesting.
Yeah, even from the previous round as well. So it looks like they are going in for a bigger challenge as compared to the other teams, but
they're playing hard mode.
Yeah, they're playing hard mode. Okay, but if I want to play devil's advocate, right? So with 3 players, meaning that if you go out, you contribute lesser points to the other teams. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, that's true. But Migs with that opening, huge, finds 1 for Ravenwood. But today I'm really hoping that they go a little bit more aggressive, but sticking way too much time. Baby also goes down, runs upwards, he gets fired. And Federalis just runs straight over Kimmy. Must rushing forward as well, trying to find the last member left alive, hiding behind the tree. But the spray is just a little bit too much. Again, if Ravenwood is just a little bit more aggressive, perhaps they could have taken down Federalis, but now GE hunts them down like sharks attracted by blood in the water. Michi not able to go for that revive or reset, goes down. Federalis as well in trouble, and now WPM. I don't think they can survive this, and they are down and out for the count. But West Carry as well.
Well,
not the best situation, only managing 4.
Well, you asked for aggressive, so you got it there. And it came through GE. But it looks like aggressiveness is not stopping yet, as we see fights around here. APG as well, getting knocked somewhere. Astro X knocked by a DBS, so there's a close quarters combat happening somewhere else.
Yeah, Now it's going to be Osha face to face with the other members of APG, but hold that thought because FV this time around going head to head with HWG, the team that you had, Sir Cloud, in your predictions. Let's see if they're able to come out and survive. With only 2 members of FV, his teammate is pretty close by, but they need to time their rotations right. Art is very low, going for that reset. And we finally see Juggy. Wow, very aggressive stance coming into the backside. He wants to go for the separation, try to separate and isolate the other members out of the way. But I think for Magic to say, okay, it's best for us to go for a reposition. Perhaps maybe push it a little bit more aggressively. And they are out of the way. They want to take this compound toward the backside. Going in for a 2v2 means that it's less numbers to worry about. But Magic's unfortunately not able to stay up alive. He gets knocked down. And Yahiko might be able to take him out. Mewtwo finds Juggy. Not the best outcome for FV because they are the ones to initiate, but because the team wasn't too aggressively pushing forward, HWG might as well win it in the end. Juggy eliminated. Raul running with his life, with his tail between his legs.
And now he might run into another team, the Bros, that's currently on the high ground of Kuwari and on the other side, on the other building. So they have information that, okay, someone's there, and now he sees them. Raul with a long range shot to manage to get the knockdown. But he can't secure that elimination point as it's blocked off by a structure.
Still waiting. He can't get this isolates right. If he can't get that perfect nade, it may work out in his favor. But because he's getting shot out so aggressively, he takes a lot of damage. Still, I think HWG, they want to chase out if possible. He's become a sort of sandwich here. And if HWG just wait and see, and if FV manages to put in a little bit more damage, HWG might come out on top. Not only will they be able to take FV out of the way, but also win out and clear out BRO. Extra points is always a good thing for them.
Right, that if there's a lot of trades from Raul, especially, or a lot of knocks from Raul, then maybe that could happen. But if we look at the position of the Bros, they're quite spread out. They play very well with the terrain, so I don't think it will be an advantage for HWG to really crash in, because it's very hard to get information, especially if you can't see what's happening on the other side. So I think they're going to let that go for now, especially now that they see out the circle. But in the next phase, because we're still at stage 3 moving on to stage 4, so there's still enough space for them to rotate either on the north or the south side, and they don't really need to crash straight into where they are at the high ground.
CFU, we saw them in this very long Mexican standoff with BRO. It's been, what, 3 minutes now between these two teams? Just back and forth, but no one fully committing to these fights. But for HWG, these 2 points that they managed to get from FE means the world to them. They aren't necessarily on the top parts of the charts. They want to catch up if possible. They want to be able to collect enough points to go forward, as a few... Look at that nade coming forward towards Zen. Just blows him out. But despite that nade, they're not fully committing to this fight. They're not going to follow up quite yet, as Raul just coming and just waiting for the right time to push out. Dale will be the one to find that pick. It's going to be one nade forward. Does answer back. They know exactly where he is. Look at the reaction time coming from HWG, and immediately Kobe's him back to the lobby.
Yeah, that was a pretty straightforward elimination there. Because to their information, it's like, okay, they know that there's only one person, and Raul didn't really go anywhere except going up the hill. So it's pretty much straightforward for them to just take out Raul and worry about Bro later on. But now the circle. Ooh, hard shift to the left. The Bros, they're in the middle of the circle. HWG still has that high ground advantage, but now the fight is happening at the side of Bros. They managed to get an elimination point, so no one got sacrificed in that.
Still, for PBE, as they are still alive, they are going to be passing by GE. This is where things get very sketchy, because GE, in terms of team fights, they excel. They do really well. Good team play. Individually, they can go for a 1v2 if they want to. So to approach them, they have to be not only aware of their surroundings, but aware of where all the positionings of GE are. The Vipers, they have to take this fight against YG to get into the circle. YG, they haven't had the best sort of outcome in the earlier map, but still managed to get top 5. And we know that for YG, their goal has always been more eliminations, the chicken dinner itself. But last week, they only managed to get, I believe, 1 or 2 only. But I don't think anyone will be moving quite yet, waiting for the timer to go down.
Yeah, we can see there's one person from Vipers opening up an off angle. I guess that's also to keep an eye on number one, whoever who might crash in. Number two, because they know that there's someone on the other compound, so they'll be like, okay, don't do anything funny, don't come out. If not, an off angle shot could land. So it's more of like keeping eye until like maybe the last minute of when the blue comes in, then he would move in. So he's going to come in a little bit later because he can still afford to do so since the circle is big enough.
Rotations from Sin. I think that Sin is just honestly feeling good about themselves. And look at how they rotate here. It's always been these long rotations toward the side of the circle. They're not really committing to the middle of the circle unless they have already had a placement inside of the circle. Now coming this way, we always seen them go for those long rotations. They only take fights when they need to, but they're definitely not in a rush. They're always okay with taking their time and scouting out information before they pass through. And you can see them pass a team just now. We saw them pass YG, and they were like, okay, we don't think that we need to take this fight so early. It's only 1 minute into the game. But these two teams here, it's going to be Enigma and GE. Enigma has always been a team to take a fight. They see someone, they see something moving, they're like, okay, let's fight them. Let's just throw hands right now. But they position themselves on the side of the terrain, playing together. QB gonna cook up that nade, but he's trying to find that angle to really get the full value of that nade. He only has 3 in the bag, has to make it count. You can hear the roar of the guns come through, and Koopa will be the one to scout out and see PBE running away for their lives. They're not interested in taking this fight.
Well, the other team might be interested to take this fight because this high ground is quite valuable, I must say. Although there's a possibility that the circle might move away, but for now it is quite valuable because if you get control of this high ground, you have a lot of information from the rotating teams, especially on the southern side. Now Enigma is going ahead onto GE. Not the best of motivation considering their current position in the overall standings, but if you want to gain your momentum, if you want to gain your motivation again, well, if Enigma can eliminate GE, well, that will be the best of times.
GE is just taking their time. They know they can take this fight, but they have to wait and see how exactly enemy team is going to react to them. But time might not be on their side. Speaking of time on their side, it's going to be PBE that's doing that. They realize that they have to take this fight against Austria. The circle ping-ponging to the right has been such a thorn in these players' side. It's just so difficult to figure out where exactly are they going to be holding on to. It's BRO, I love the terrain they've held on to, and so is Enigma's. G-Lab has a nice, I would say, lower ground slash building to work with. But if the circle does go off toward there, and the circle goes up toward the high ground, it's going to be Enigma that not only will be able to have the high ground, but also go in for the fight. And speaking of fight, PBE coming up forward here, G-Lab will be where they're looking out for. And the sprays come out. Troll nearly finds Scotty, nearly takes him out as he was trying to cook that nade. A jump shot by Monboy unfortunately does not connect, and this is proving to be a problem coming forward. Both of them just jumping for their lives. What on earth is happening? Might as well name them the bunnies or even the kangaroos. But regardless, despite Troll being such slow HP, it's not scaring him at all or stopping him for going on the aggressive. Cool eventually will be eliminated by G-Lab newbie. He's just cooking up that nade really fast. If he gets it, it's gonna be so good. He can go for 2, but the resets come out, and Troll, after he gets that reset, immediately peeks out, and they're gonna be trading out nades. 1 nade forward, and Monboy, despite so very low, will be stolen away by members of Enigma, and this is not the best way you want to go. And Enigma's positioning on the high ground gives them all the advantage in the world to third party.
Somehow Troll naded himself, so not too sure what happened there, but because of that nade, it came to the demise of PBE. Again, another round of PBE not getting as much elimination points or as much points in total. In fact, no points in this round because they were eliminated at number 11, so it's an unfortunate round for them.
Yeah, and look at Enigma, they want to take up this spot. They are going to go for these fights. He even managed to get the loot. Now, rushing forward here, YG in trouble, this high ground. It gives them so much leverage in terms of just spraying, but Murna Boy wants to try and change that, but he eats up a lot of damage because of that rotation. Scry does get 1. Not sure from where. But now, looking at where YG is, they've become sort of a sandwich. Just all eyes from 3 different areas. As Enigma's saying, that's fine, we take out 1 fight, we are going to be fighting with them. Let's have our eyes onto another team who's rotating into the circle.
3 teams, 4 teams close by with each other at the same time. Ichi knocked out somewhere else, but Enigma's going in! It's going to be Caps opening up the fight, but Andrew's waiting on the other side. But he managed to get a knockdown to Mehmet. And now it's going to be Andrew 1v1. It's kind of low as well, but his teammates are here to back him up. Now, Andrew needs to reload. He switches on onto the M4. No one's there, my friend. And the high ground. Spooky is ready to take him out.
What a shot! From across the area as well. Enigma looking that they've woken up. Looking so very aggressive right now. But that's not where the aggression ends. They are looking at every single team that's fighting, trying to give a little bit more space for the team to go for those resets. Some mollies as well to not allow them to push up forward, but they have to be careful because they are so very aware that Sin is close by. Sin, a team that's just so known for that third party, and the high ground that is a little bit more in their favor might just prove to be a problem, but not anymore as they're forced to leave the top side. So now all the teams will have to leave the area of the quarry, the warehouses, and try to get into the circle, but it's going to be Enigma that's just going to be spraying and praying from the top side of the terrain.
Oh, the circle shifted. That means a number of teams need to move as well. Sin is starting to make their move, but they should have an okay entry into the circle. But can't say the same for Osja Esports, as now they need to fight with the team that's inside the circle. At the same time, they need to be aware of the pros just right beside them.
Yeah, the bros are having a problem as well because they need to leave the compound. As the sprays come out here, Spry has been doing so good with these sprays. We saw he managed to get knocked down just now, but wasn't able to secure the kill. Can he finally get that is the question. Some smokes to come out to give a little bit of space to him. He also does not want his vehicle to blow up. So this is actually really good. Skynin providing that cover fire, keeping an eye on Sin. Because Sin, if we know, has been really good not only stealing kills. You don't want them to steal kills. You don't want them to just knock you out in the back and eventually, throw you to the demise. As Scry finally finds MM, this is a great start for them as Scry tries to secure those picks. As Mal as well will be the second one knocked down here from MQN. A very interesting start to Osha, but perhaps this might be the start of Sin stealing kills, and that's exactly it as Klur secures one for himself. A Nate comes forward as Scry tries to push out. Bro, Dale goes down, and Skynin will be the one to get knocked out next by FV.
Oh, they need to finish this fight fast, since they're all on the outside of the circle, and it's going to be stage 6 of the circle. It's going to hurt. And now Osja Esports, okay, they managed to get into the circle somewhat. One of them still on the outside, but we got Scry coming in as a grenade eliminator. That's Sin. Oh, having eyes onto everyone below them. They can steal away eliminations.
And they have full control of the upper side turn as well. Scry just zigzagging left and right, Holy Lanju. This is what I was talking about in terms of giving that pressure as your teammates try to go for that revive. And it just displaces them. Klur is so low, but he has already 3 eliminations in the bag. And FV is saying, okay, perhaps it's best for us to either try and farm for that airdrop, or we're just going to try and hide. As Dale finally goes down here, Skynin will just be running over the other members of the BROs. And now we are down to our top 5, where we still have so many teams happy, healthy, and alive with 4. GE, final man left standing. It's still enough for them to survive, and it's exactly what I expected. As Smile still smiling and hiding, making it all the way up here. I think Sin has an idea what he is. And they just run him over. And with one shot of that DBS, he gets eliminated. We're now down to our top 4. That didn't last long at all.
And if you gotta think about it, stage 6 and we got only 4 teams. This round is running really fast. Long range from Kayla onto the other side, gets a knockdown onto Scry. Scry still survive thanks to the 3. But then again, they can still go in and finish him off. Holy Legend will be knocked out by Spooky from Enigma. Could this be the round where Enigma rise up, and Enigma is moving as well?
I think for Sin, they want to try and get a double chicken dinner if possible. But look at these sprays. But Enigma tries to take up space away from Sin. Moy in trouble, but wins this very close range fight. Koopa just trying to run for his life. He's so very low. Moy secures it, and so does Caps. He gets blown to smithereens. Unfortunate timing in the push out was just a little bit unlucky. QB, final one left up with his teammate. Not too sure the other one is. QB throwing out that nade, wants to eliminate them in terms of numbers. And what a nade comes out. Finds Claire, finds Holy Lanju, not allowing for those pickups. And now Sin dwindling down in terms of numbers, zigzagging left and right. QB wants to put in a little bit more pressure, but Astro being very quiet. He knows there'll be another team that's going to be rushing out forward, and it's going to be G-Lab. If I'm through, it's going to be a dance between these two players, but QB is the one to have the height advantage, and he wins out in the end. Astro knocked down. Scry trying to give a little bit more space, trying to pick out the members, first, but it's gonna be G-Lab that's just so very sneaky and taking them out by force. They were letting the other teams take these fights, and now we're down to a 2 versus 3.
Oh, now 2v3 stage 7. Look how fast this round is. And G-Lab, yes, they're on the outside of the circle. But then again, they're on the other side, so they can still come into the circle. It's not going to be a problem for them. But for Enigma, it's going to be a challenge because, well, they don't have the numbers advantage. But anything could happen here because Enigma, so far, they are on the roll this round.
A nice reset from both teams, just cutting the noise to just disallow each other to know each other's positionings. Regardless, G-Lab needs to quickly come up the top of the terrain and take control, because Enigma has positioned themselves in a way that they're managing to go for those crossfires. Now, G-Lab has an idea where the other 2 members are, but they don't have a full control where to pinpoint where these 2 can be. But personally for me, I'm not a big fan of this crossfire coming in from Enigma because they're just too far away from each other. And if one were to get knocked down, the pickup's gonna be a big problem. And the only way Enigma can win this, if they're able to whittle down the numbers of G-Lab, force them into a position where they have to go for that reset, and then try and just spray and pray and maybe nade out as much as they can. But for Enigma, getting the second place is already a big win for them. They already have 10 eliminations.
Well, I guess that's where Enigma, they don't plan to be knocked. They plan to shoot from multiple angles and knock from different sides onto G-Lab. And if they can do that, well, it could be their win. But no matter what, the number's not on their side. They still need to find a way to get like at least one from G-Lab, quick elimination, and then make it even 2v2 for them to get a better chance.
If Newbie is not careful, he might just be sprayed out, but Enigma not giving away any information for where they might be. They're staying as quiet as a mouse because Team QB on the move. He rushes forward, and I think they probably have heard his footsteps as Newbie changes his attention to one member of Enigma. Haven't moved quite yet, but still, all they can do is just slowly make their way into the circle. And I think as we restrict the play zone, as the play zone goes into a smaller situation, I'm really hoping that Enigma manages to go for that spray out as Spooky does that first. Unfortunately, his sprays is not going to be hurting and his positioning has been compromised and he is now running for his life. But no follow-ups from G-Lab quite yet. And this repositioning might be so good for them. And now why exactly Newbie has been moving around is just to make sure that no one has been trying to go for that airdrop. Because having that airdrop means that Enigma might just have a little bit more when it comes to the resets, to the items. And he runs up forward, he's so very low, his car is already smoking. If he wasn't careful, he could have just been blown up to smithereens there. I think he knows where QB is. Spooky hasn't moved at all. Newbie takes a fight and Spooky goes down. And this is not the best situation to be in. QB is all alone. I don't think QB can survive this because it's 3 people just firing straight at him. But QB still finds 1. QB can still try to go for a fight. This prone might just save his life. This terrain is just so very good, and QB quickly repositions himself. His teammate Newbie tries to relay that information. None of the nades are actually hitting. They just take their time. He's zigzagging back and forth. He sprays, but 2 different angles. Gets 1, but his teammate backs him up, and G-Lab comes online with a chicken dinner of their own on map number 3.
Well, he almost got that 1 elimination, or at least 2, but he couldn't finish up the job, so no extra points for Enigma. Anyway, it's still a decent round for them. Second place finish ain't too bad, but you gotta give it to Game Lab, who goes home with this chicken dinner this time. So congratulations to Game Lab. Now, so far today, different teams getting different chicken dinners. That's the record now. And that will be the end for Erangel. It will be Miramar next, and expect another shuffle.
Yeah, this is gonna be really exciting. I mean, coming into this week, I already had a feeling that GameLab does have something up their sleeve, but I wasn't expecting it to be this soon. But then again, it was quite a difficult circle coming forward. It's more toward the rotation when you think about it, because the flight paths are skewed toward the right side. Coming out here, it's going to be Skadi taking out 43% of the team contribution, and honestly, do you blame him? He's always been the front line when it comes to these fights. He's very out there and very in your face, which gives his team a lot of space to work with. A lot of space for them to really get that information that is provided by Newbie. And because he's such a heavy hitter, it gives him a lot of, I would say, a lot of space to make that damage happen. But if you look at, despite the team contribution and the average survival time, the damage he dished out was only 350.
Well, here we have the teams to watch. So we have Game Lab who got the chicken dinner. Again, another long distance travel. The two Erangos that we have seen so far, the teams that got chicken dinner traveled the most out of our top 4 teams. So Game Lab again coming here as the long distance traveler, and look at the amount of turbos. It's not as much as before, as the team before, but then again, it is still quite a number. But look at the number from Austria Esports. That is an even bigger number, like 30 plus smokes being expanded in this round.
Regardless, and I think that for WPM, they were very unlucky. And I think that WPM approached this game trying to catch up in terms of points. And you saw a nice sort of aggression come through. What was interesting was more of GE's approach to that particular fight, which was honestly, I don't know how long they've been waiting outside, just waiting for the right time to come through. The timing was just so good by them that they didn't even allow WPM to go for that reset, and it's just so very good. Now for Sin, I think that they tried to make the double chicken dinner happen back to back. They had the best in terms of positionings, but I think in their situation, they weren't very proactive in trying to take these fights. And because they allowed Enigma to take up so much space, they ended up being sandwiched by so many different areas. And I think GameLab did such a good job of the waiting game, because all they had to do was just wait for the other teams to just finish out the skerfuffle and get the extra 10 points in terms of a chicken dinner. And that's exactly what they did, giving them 17 points. But Enigma, because of the 10 eliminations, it puts them so high up, only 1 point behind a G-Lab.
Yeah, and G-Lab only managed to get 7 elimination points, but that's not too bad. At the end of the day, it's about the points collected. Even for Austria Esports as well, 15 points in total because they got themselves 10 elimination points. That is a huge number for a team that only got 5 placement points. And this is where it all matters, of course. The overall charts. So far, Sin is still in the lead. It's because of their huge haul in round number 2.
I think that it looks so good for them, some of these teams, but this third map looks good for a lot of the placements coming up. Austria, this is what they wanted to see in week number 1. They didn't get it early, but now it's a great start for them coming up forward in G-Lab as well. GE finally finding that footing, pushing them all the way up to 8th place, and WPM as well. So we're starting to see a shift, because earlier we saw that situation where I was like, oh, I'm quite surprised because Bro was doing very well, putting themselves on top. I mean, MQN was able to get the first chicken dinner, but because of this, I would say this round number 2, where we start to see the set plays, where we start to see teams finally being a little bit more comfortable in their element on these maps, we start to see a change. But a team that is still, I'm surprised, is not coming up forward has been KE. They played 2 matches and haven't been able to get any points at all. I'm really hoping Miramar will be their saving grace for today, because to end the day without any points at all is very, very rough when you think about trying to come back.
Yeah, so KE, they took a break from the previous round, so I think the break was much needed for them.
I mean, a nice little reset for mental, right?
Yeah, it's a nice little reset for KE. So hopefully they'll be able to come back after this, because 2 rounds without a single point, I mean, it's just devastating. And you want to get out of that. You don't want to be at the number 20 especially. And if you end the week with a number 20, well, of course we're still day number 1, but if you do end the week at the number 20, then there is a possibility that you might be booted out of the grand finals.
Ravenwood as well. I mean, I was really hoping for this week Ravenwood would come up a little bit stronger. I started to see them, they amp up in terms of the aggression, but it still feels very messy. And I understand they are still a Sunrise team. They still are trying to find their positioning, but I mean, I'm just worried for them, because at the same time, I think that is a lot more pressure for me, because they are the only team with girls. And I think I really like that representation. I would love to see them go on to the top 16. But putting that aside, here are the top Miramar performers and teams you need to look out for. Now, KE, this map might be their redemption arc, because not only were they not able to get any points, but because they seem to do very well in this map in terms of eliminations, in terms of rank points, perhaps this might be where they start to really amp up the steam and perhaps get enough points to maybe bring them toward 20 points, toward maybe 30 points. Putting them in the middle of the pack would be great for them to end the night.
Yeah, the stats do favor them inside of Miramar. So I guess they were glad that they kind of skipped one of the Erangel maps because they didn't come out as, on one of the top stats. So they'll be happy to come back inside of Miramar instead. Other than that, the obvious ones, GE is up there, West Point Mumbai is there as well. And these teams, they are really, really consistent, so you can expect them to continue on. And our last 2 games, as mentioned, it's going to be Miramar. And so far, it's going to be... so far, the Cambodian teams haven't got a chicken dinner yet.
Yeah, I think they had a strong start last week, but at the same time, the Filipinos are known to be a powerhouse as well. So I'm really excited to see them really come up strong in the last two matches. But coming into Myanmar is where I think it's a little bit harder in terms of rotations. It's a little bit harder in terms of how you want to play. I know that DBS is still a thing, but I am kind of hoping we are going to be seeing some long-range snipes coming through. I mean, we saw that in the previous season. Please, gods of long-range picks, give that to me today.
Oh, please, God of the circle,
Please.
give us. Well, I have a different request.
Okay. I mean, we did see some long-range ones from Cute Loki last week, and it was honestly insane because how Cute Loki, he was the last man left standing from Yangon Galacticos. What he did was honestly so genius. He went up to the tippy top of the terrain, and he thought to himself, you know what? If I'm gonna die, I might as well get some. One more pick before I go. So he kind of focused on those long-range picks, and surprisingly, he managed to get 11 all on his own, up on the top side of the terrain, third-partying everyone and saying, you shall not pass. And that is exactly what I aspire to be if I ever become a pro player for PUBG Mobile.
Okay, so that is Tash and her dreams. Hopefully it doesn't get shattered. But I guess now I can put out my wish list now. Okay, so my wish list is, of course, I like to see circles, so my wish list is to get an Impala circle. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, before Tash went into her dreams. Okay, so
my dreams are dreams are very simple. It's to be the best on the tippy top of the highest ground in Myanmar. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. But you gotta start playing professionally to achieve your dreams, So I think Baby is inspiration now to all you female gamers out there. Yeah, and it's not her first season. She has played in previous seasons before under multiple organizations. So yeah,
wow.
It's not her first outing. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, she is definitely a sharpshooter, I believe, and it's so fun to watch her, honestly, because she is quite aggressive. I'm just really hoping to see how our teammates to follow in her suit. But coming into my predictions here, it's going to be WPM. I think they do pretty well on this map, Yangon Galacticos and TGOA, because I miss you, Choo Choo.
Okay, I mean, Asian guys, I get it, Choo Choo and Asian guys. Tash has a different preference, and I totally get that. So that's
my preference is myself because I love myself. But anyways, coming back forward here, I like your prediction here for KE. Now, KE started off the day. They still have 0 points, and you put them up here in your predictions. What are you expecting to see from KE?
I expect to see Davan putting on his glasses and show them what he's made of after this. Because
1 versus 4?
Yeah, 1v4, let's go. Because, that's okay. Firstly, the stats don't lie. And KE, they do like Myanmar, so I am rooting. This prediction is also to root for them to say that, come on, KE, don't end the day with a 0, alright?
With a 0, that's fair. Honestly, I can already expect a power spike from them, and I think that some teams, when they realize that they're a little bit too far behind, you start to see a change in pace and how they play. You start to see the alarm bells start, just blaring, and they change up the way they play, the way they think. And this is that pressure cooker moment that I was talking about. But CFU is a very interesting team. I'm wondering why you decided to pick CFU.
Yeah, so okay, so to a certain extent, my predictions, I'd like to root for the teams that normally don't do well, because we want to see everyone do well. Because if all 20 teams do well, or at least one game and then the other game not well, at least there's an up and down moment, right? At least it gives other teams up there, your typical, your West Point Mamba, your GE and so on, a lot more challenge. Yeah, so like what you said before, we like to see the comeback stories.
Yeah, the underdog story is definitely mine, and I'm really hoping to see more of Harami actually this week. Regardless, I think that it's always fun to see these. I think TGOA had a pretty decent run. I think that what I really like about TGOA is just their circle predictions, because they've managed to get places inside of the circle very, very early. It's all about that, just holding down their area that's been a bit of a problem. And I know that some teams do struggle with that. And I think one thing that I have learned from, a local team here is that, they said that if you are going to be in the middle of circle very, very early, you have to be very, very strong at defending. And, we haven't quite seen that quite yet from them, but I do like the way they take some fights. They have managed to take out a team that's all the way up there in the rankings last week, which caught both me and Choo Choo off guard. So we'd like to see how they go coming forward. But I think this might be the most teams that are new coming into the league so far from last season till now, I believe, because there's 3-4 new ones, and it's always very fun to watch how these teams break through into the games. And MQN is definitely one of them that's really managing to stay up at the top compared to the rest.
Yeah, thanks to their chicken dinner in game number 1. So that really helped them. Just hoping that, because we got many more games to go, right? And we are still day number 1 for this week. I always say this, right? It doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you end. So if you are number 1 by the end of the week, then it matters more that you're number 1 by the first day. So hopefully they'll be able to somewhat maintain that top ranking, because again, last week wasn't the best week for them. And if they were still, like, let's say bottom 4 by end of this week, I think it's quite clear that they might not see the light of day of the grand finals.
Yeah, and now with Singaporean teams coming through, it's also a big dynamics in terms of the changes in the viewers as well. I think a lot of them did ask me what I thought of the Singaporean teams, and I said that they were quite decent, but we really haven't seen that power spike that I was hoping for, because we do know a few Singaporean teams that have been doing really well in the league. And I know FV having Magix, one of the most veteran players in Malaysia who do pretty well, is just like, that's why I do have this expectation from FV. But it feels like for FV, because they haven't really understood or gelled well in terms of teamwork with each other, I haven't really seen them come forward. It feels very, I would say for FV, it feels very individualistic, their gameplay. It's like as though they're not really communicating. I'm not too sure what's going on here behind the scenes, but their rotations, their swings are just not syncing up. And on top of that, they don't really have that cover fire, that crossfire that I'm really expecting to see, and I'm really hoping to see more from them, especially because of the coming in of Magix into the team.
Well, let's see if Magix can actually shed some magic onto them in the next round. But before that, we'll be heading to a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. See you guys again for Miramar.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. Tash Buddy here alongside the very pro SirCloud, who is handling everything behind the scenes today. And I just really want to give my gratitude for him for being so good at this.
Wow, okay. You're not getting dinner out of me, just say it, you know.
Aw man, not even a chicken dinner.
Probably ice cream.
That's exactly what I was asking for. Now, coming into the last two maps of the night, we have Myanmar on the menu. So, SirCloud, you talked about KE earlier, about your expectations for KE coming into the end of the day, especially because they weren't able to get any points. What do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, KE is not the first time that we see them. We've seen them in last season, and even most of the players they have played in SEA Games as well, and they did decently well. So naturally, with that kind of track record, you wouldn't. I wouldn't expect them to be like 0 points by the end of the day. That is just that is just unthinkable, right? So for me to put in the prediction, it's just to show support to KE to get that. Whether it's a chicken dinner, whether it's not, but just to get the numbers on the board for them.
Yeah, I think when it comes to predictions, it's really hard to really predict the chicken dinner because sometimes things can be very unexpected, especially, you know, circle, flight path. But it is those teams that we want to see come up on top, really catch up. And one of those teams is KE. And even though I didn't put KE in my predictions, I'm really hoping for them to really, you know, have that pop-off moment or have this, I would say, urgency to end the day with at least some points. Now, they are one of the top performers for Myanmar, and I do have a lot of expectations for them. Now, given the fact that last week they did have the same drop spot as the Bros, so they were having a lot of back and forth fights, but in around like a lot of the fights yesterday, we saw that KE was the one to come out top. So I'm wondering whether it was because of those drop spots was KE able to get those extra points. But putting that aside, we have the Crimson Affiliates AMR. These weapon skins look really cool. They look like dragons, honestly, and it's really kind of creepy seeing those eyes. So if that's your thing, this is the skin to get.
Oh yeah, now that you mentioned about the eyes, right? I wonder if they actually move inside of the game. So
that'd be kind of dope, right?
Yeah, that'd be kind of dope. Like it looks around and yeah, basically just like be really creepy. But maybe you guys, for whoever has gotten it, you know, do let us know in the comment section. But do let us know who got this Ducati skin. Like you mentioned, finally a bike has gotten such love from a big brand.
Yeah, I think my dad would really appreciate this particular skin. He's a big motorcyclist, a big fan of riding, so maybe I should get him into video games so that he can also enjoy this game, this skin in game. And I think that right now as well, you can get yourself the RPA series pass, which I completely love. Now, for the Tangerine Drake skin, I'm not really a big fan of some really cutesy skins. I'm all about the edgy, cool-looking purple color skins, and this works so well in my favor. But if you have like a whole gang of you guys playing PUBG Mobile, you can definitely go for the Spectre Slayer side. You have that go Spectre Slayer sort of thing going on. I like that.
Yeah, that sounds kind of familiar. But you know what's my favorite one? my favorite skin of all in this set is the machete.
Machete actually looks cool. It reminds me of like a big sword like you see a lot of berserkers have in like MMOs. Really cool. And you know what's also really cool? This Dino Ground. I've been watching a lot of streamers play it. Last night I was actually in Sem9 stream. I think Deb was playing this alongside Kenny and the other guys, and it was so funny playing them in this map. Sometimes they win, they get this area covered, and then they get this huge dinosaur they ride in the back and just completely annihilate people. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's dinosaurs, right? Who doesn't like dinosaurs at the end of the day? And, you know who's... Okay, so do you know which dinosaur is the worst goalkeeper?
What?
A T-Rex. Because he has short hands.
Wow, justice for the T-Rex because their head is really big, so they might be able to eat the ball. I don't know if that's considered a penalty because I don't really understand football, but I do understand that for map number 5 is going to be Myanmar. And while Myanmar doesn't necessarily has the most exciting of starts, but it is definitely the most exciting of ends.
Oh, absolutely is. And plus in Myanmar, for the most part, it's open fights, right? But if it does go to like a Lost Learners and it goes to an urban end, they'll be like, yeah. I actually have the same sentiment as Choo Choo that we like to see open fights more rather than let a compound end.
it's opposite of Contra, because when I was talking to Contra, he always loves to talk about how he's so excited for these urban warfare. Sometimes I agree, sometimes not really. I mean, it does get a bit boring, but I like the fact that, you know, when the circle, I like the moment when the circle pulls out and then someone is forced to leave the compound. That is when things get very, very fun, because when you're forced to leave the compound, there's 3 different areas to worry about, and that's where things get really sketchy. And I like to see the outplays that come through from that, but only that moment. But the waiting part where someone's upstairs, downstairs in different houses, not so much.
Okay, I'm casting with Contra tomorrow, so I'll fight him for that.
Oh my god, I can't wait to watch y'all. I'm gonna watch y'all. I'm gonna buy some popcorn, and it's gonna be great. I love seeing fights. I love seeing people throw hands. That's why I love aggressive teams.
Yeah, if only we're like casting side by side with each other, I'll like take him down there and then. It's like, no, we don't want the compound fights. We don't want the urban warfare towards the end. We want an open fight. So you're team urban fight, right?
Not really. I'm team aggressive 4v4, forced into the circle kind of fight. Yeah. So I like the bridge fights. I like the, I would say, seaside, seashore fights, the hard rotation fights, the high terrain, low terrain fights. Not really open fights. Open fights are very boring to me. Everyone's just proning.
Okay, as long as they are not urban fights. So you're our team now. So it's 3 of us against Contra, okay? So if Contra is watching this and listening right now, you know, you're 3v1. So give up now.
I'm not a part of this.
Sorry,
cut the cameras.
She's still on our side.
By coming into this map in particular, is there a team that really shocked you today?
Ooh, I guess, honestly, Magna, because of that first chicken dinner.
First chicken dinner?
Yeah. And you know what? Okay, for the record, right, in the history of PMPL, we have never seen a Singaporean team going into any grand final. Any. Like 0, like 9.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
So even if it was like when the days of like PMPL MYSG to PMPL MYSG PH to now the Wildcards, we have never seen a Singaporean team moving on to the grand final. So if any of the Singaporean teams were to be able to do it, they would have gotten a country record for it.
That would be kind of dope. The first Singaporean team to make it will be kind of fun as well to watch. Regardless, you know, that's your expectation for the Singaporean team coming up. I think I had this conversation with a few viewers as well, and you know, everyone seems to be very curious to see what are our expectations for a Singaporean team. They have a lot of hope to see their Singaporean players come through, and I think for Singapore this might be the most, for, you know, PUBG Mobile enjoyers, and there are quite a few in Singapore as well. And you know, coming forward, that this might be like the greatest opportunity for them to come forward, because you know, I mean, a lot of teams are talking about Team FV, keeping my eyes on them, team what's that thing called, Team MQN as well. And I think that MQN has had a pretty decent start from last week to this week, now starting off really strong. I'm really hoping that they're able to maintain this lead that they have. They don't necessarily have to make it into the top 3, just maintain it in the middle of the first page, and I think they'll be okay to move on forward, because what's important is making it to the finals. That's where things really matter, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can go into the finals, you still stand a chance of anything could happen, right? Like, as long as you're there, you have the chance of being champion. And if you be champion, you have the chance to be the first Singaporean team to play in PMSL, or a Southeast Asia stage where you have all the other top teams from the other countries. So, honestly, for every season I see a Singaporean team, I'm always rooting for them. I do hope that they can do well.
Oh, coming into this game, this can be a game changer for teams like KE, who had a pretty decent run last week, and this week not really finding the momentum quite yet. And these two teams, or these last 2 games, could mean make or break for them as they move into tomorrow with a brand new mental, a brand new sort of stamina coming forward. But whether or not the circle might be toward Los Leones, El Pozo, or even Valdemar, it's going to be a question mark for us for now, as we all buckle up to get into our next map, our 4th map of the day. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Myanmar, coming right at you right about now.
Well, could this be the rise for KE as this is one of their maps based on the stats. Here we go, Myanmar for week number 1. And the flight path, looking at it, it's going to cut across the map, starting from Cambodia all the way down to Los Eagles. So it's going to be a fairly balanced flight path, except for if you really want to go to Ruins or maybe El Pozo. But anyway, there's still enough space for the teams to actually grab vehicles and get onto their preferred drop spot. So I think it will be okay, unless we see a very early clash in a regular drop spot inside of Miramar.
Coming up here, I mean, like, what's really interesting was during the 30-second SEA Games when I was casting with Keith, he said that only the Philippines have dropped down toward Minas del Sur, Los Higos, but and I was really curious to see if that would still be the trend coming in toward the I would say the wildcard fall, but that clearly wasn't the case. I mean, we did. I don't think me and Chuchu ever saw anyone dropping down toward Los Higos. Regardless, I still have my dream of seeing a team dropping down. Sorry, a circle down toward prison. May it be there one day, but for that is gonna be toward the middle centralized circle. Not big of a deal in terms of rotations.
Yeah, it's gonna be a okay circle. But hey, look who's in the circle. KE. Yep, they are in Picado, so Picado is pretty much like the center of the map. So as long as the circle doesn't like start off like really at the side, they'll be fine. It's a high possibility of getting in circle from the start.
But looking at HWG, they are a team to drop all the way southern side. They didn't cross the bridge, but it is going to be, I think for them, it's safer drop down later. Because for them, they're able to go in for those loots, don't want to be interrupted so early. So a map as big as Miramar, and I think as much high ground as they have. One thing to really worry about is mostly just really in those rotation sides. We rarely see any early fights unless it's two teams dropping down at the same spot, which we saw a lot last year and also last week, KE and BRO looking at you. But this week, it doesn't seem that that is a problem at all. So this is where things are going to be very quiet. I was kind of hoping for those early skirmishes to happen. Those are always not only very fun to watch, but it's also a very RNG moment to see how people are able to adapt and really know how to buy time for their teammates. So you mentioned KE just now. They have this full area to themselves, this apartment area. But I'm really hoping for them that they don't play too far from each other for too long. I would prefer them to be able to go for those set plays, be able to swing out together, and make sure that they don't get caught off guard. Because this is the game that truly matters. Because currently at 15th place, or the 15th in this particular grouping, it's not the best or the most advantageous place to be in, given the fact that there is quite a big, I would say, gap between the bottom side of the ladder and the most top side, which I believe is about 40 points at the moment.
Yeah, I think the disparity between like the top teams and also the bottom teams are starting to show. But also, I'd like to announce as well to everyone, if you notice that we only have 15 teams playing this round, it's because of a Viper's clan have been disqualified. And for further updates, there will be a formal announcement that will be made in the Facebook as well as the other social medias of PUBG Mobile.
Let's talk a little bit about Magix. I mean, can you tell me a little bit more about him and what he can bring to his team coming forward here today? Why is it so, I would say, so insane that he can bring, you know what, hold on, I thought, it's gonna be Kimmy all alone up here. So FCON, I'm not sure if they know that he's inside that, but they're just gonna be slowly making it out there. Kimmy spotted out immediately, taking a lot of damage and knocked down. Ravenwood, the first one left. And gotta be the first one out is their teammates. I don't know where his teammates or her teammates are actually.
It's a tough one. I mean, for Ravenwood, start their week last week, and so far this week only 1 point. Well, a little bit of a fun fact that Kimi is so in last season's PMPL Malaysia, there was a player in Ravenwood as well. I mean, it's the same org.
Right.
So there was a player named Kenny. And in Singapore, we have a player named Kimi. So I don't know if they're related. I doubt so. But yeah, that's just a fun fact out there. But you did ask about Magix, right? So Magix actually has a good, has a very colorful record inside
Right.
of PMPL Malaysia before this. This is first time playing outside of Malaysia. So he was with NC before. And yes, and he got a bronze medal during the Vietnam SEA Games. So he's quite decorated for
Right.
himself.
Yeah, yeah. I think that for NC is quite a prestigious team here in Malaysia. I'm truly wondering. I mean, there is that I would say, that merge between the two teams, right? NC and MPX, I believe
Yeah.
that was.
And-
Yeah,
Mhm.
which brought down to this team, and I'm wondering what led to this merge.
Well, I guess all I can say is that it's all down to NC seeing it as an opportunity that when they merge, they're able to get really, really good players like Voki, like Epi, like Apple, and they get a
Right.
good coaching team as well, Pasha, they get Jang. So I think in terms of strategic move for the organization, I think it is a good move for them to have this merge. But of course, when the merge happens, then you have too many players. You have two sets of players.
Obviously.
So
Right.
someone has to move out. And looks like for
It's
a player like
Magix.
Magix, yeah, he has a new opportunity to play in a different league. And I think by playing a different league, he would definitely bring a lot more experience to the team. And definitely will be one of the key players to show themselves, to show them the ropes around. And like what you mentioned before, like Magix is one of the players in the team that has a lot of firepower. So he is showing his value being with this current team.
Yeah, but I think it's just really unfortunate for FV because that he's the only one that's been a little bit more aggressive compared to the rest, and would love to see him being enabled by his teammates. And it's gonna be Master Ichi here, opening up onto G-Lab. This is why I love GE. Anything that moves, they will attack, but they will be doing it in a way that's still disciplined enough to to ensure their survivability. Now, toward the middle side here, FV is the only team left outside. I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to rotate inside, but would love for them to rotate faster because I think that a lot of FV's, I would say, downfalls has been their rotation times because they get caught off guard as they try to rotate into the circle. They're not able to win when they're trying to go inside. And the firepower that comes off them, I think if you noticed earlier, Juggy was knocked out very, very early. His teammates were not close enough for them to go for those trades. And we start to see them play close together compared to before where it was a 3-1.
Yeah, I think for the past few rounds where they got eliminated early, it was they were called out like solo. Like every
Right.
one of those players were like in individual places. So I guess now with that, considering that they have this kind of start whereby they can be together, it should give them a better opportunity in this round.
I mean, like when you take, I understand their sentiment here is they want to take as much time as possible, slowly get into the circle, try to really loot up as much as they can. But at the same time, I would honestly prefer for them to start looking for positionings. I mean, instead of taking fights and you can't win fights, change the way you think or reframe this perspective that perhaps we can play a little bit more safe and try to go for placement points. So what is the way that we can do to play placement points is to survive for as long as you can and prioritize taking up positions and holding out areas early. And the circle pulling down toward the southern side, once again, it's going to be the Great Migration from the western side at the very least, TGOA. I think they're going to have to pass by Chumasera and look at the amount of control APG has from the top side of the train all the way to the bottom.
And every time you say APG, it reminds me of Zero who likes to eat fried rice.
Yeah, and every time he eats fried rice, he gets a chicken dinner.
Yeah, so I don't know. Sometimes I kind of miss that for us to have those
The
interview
interviews,
sessions.
right?
Yeah, because they're always
Yeah.
so fun. We get to see the people side of the players rather than just seeing them in
Yeah.
game.
I think that's the best part about these games is that you really want to get to know your teams. You want to get to just humanize these players. And I think each player brings a very interesting origin story. But right now, YG will be hitting the gas station and HWG says, not today. Zork is only 2 minutes into the game and we are not taking this fight, immediately just leaving it. And Renat Boy, I like how they are so aware. They've marked the area where Skadi is as well. They're not allowing the top range area to allow them those long range picks. And Skadi, I don't think it's going to be a problem for him. He can just easily kind of prone in and out, giving a lot of space. but one wrong pop of his head can mean a huge dink to his HP and his shields, and you want to be able to sustain that for as long as possible. So they gave up the area, and now YG's in trouble, taking up those shots, and it's going to be KE. Ooh, this is huge for KE because he found the first pick onto Ravenwood.
Yeah, it's onto Baby. So Harley's on the other side. The top will be happy to secure this elimination point. The Baby is still crawling to his teammate, but I don't think his teammate can actually pick him up. Pretty much right now, Baby is like is being held ransom. Harley says, "Sorry, babe, gotta bail."
But look at how much pressure Davat is putting through as Ravenwood's just running for their lives. Kaya doing a Grand Theft Auto moment here. He's chasing down. He wants to get those picks. The top does get one in the bag here. One final point, two. In fact, he runs one over. As 2 points secured, and easily they take over the points of Ravenwood as they are now dropped to the last spot. Only one member left. It's going to be Wat Jong. And I noticed that Wat Jong has been trying to keep Ravenwood alive. And when he plays as the last player standing, his survivability has honestly been so good. But now Boy Sean is in trouble because Newbie from the top side of terrain is making it rain. They had noticed the sounds of the bullets. They want to take charge. They want to go for those third parties, and that's exactly what they're doing. Kaya putting in the pressure, giving a little bit of space for his team to work with. So by throwing in those smokes, gives him a little bit of space for Sean to cross forward safely into the compound if possible, to safely be able to go for that pickup. But you can see the blue zone slowly pushing through. But looking at WPM, and also as KE, Newbie does go down eventually. And I'm surprised that Newbie did not move at all. Was really hoping for a zigzag movement because I don't think he should have died there.
Ooh, yeah, he shouldn't. But okay, what's important right now is that they got to reset quickly because we can see a lot of other teams close by. They could be crashing anytime soon. And speaking about fights, well, you thought it would have been a slow start, but the moment everyone picks up, stage number 2 circle, we can see all these fights happening all around.
Yeah, and I think it's because of the hard shift circle as well as what's making everyone so aggressive, because everyone aggressively wants to get an area inside of the circle. I would love to see FCON and Enigma fight over there because we all know how notoriously aggressive Enigma plays. But for now, here we go. As 3 members of FCON knocked down, Koopa is just trying to make it happen as QB rushes forward. That's just only the work of 2 members of Enigma. Not quite sure what happened there as the other members come around. Now, this is a great pick from Enigma because they haven't been... starting off the day, we thought they were a bit quiet, but you know what? This aggression never stops. They want to secure these picks. Koopa tries to find the last man standing, and just like that, they get knocked out of the game so early, and APG is now in trouble. The guys of Asia will be the one to take control of the entire compound that APG was trying to take out. Sonic and Exit, the last 2 members alive, they weren't able to go for those pickups or the retakes, and this might be not the best kind of situation for APG, given the fact that for week 1, they were the ones strongest at the very top, as Exit as well will be deleted, and Sonic the last person left standing.
The guys of Asia. You can't get bored talking about saying that name. But anyway, KE. Wow. Okay, not stopping just yet. Just secured another elimination point. So it's already 3 in the bag, bringing them out of the bottom spot. And now they're on the same point as CFU. Looks like KE, they are living up to their stats. Ooh,
yeah,
Sonic.
and Sonic is now in trouble as he's running away. He's just coming into the crossfires of people just waiting for him on the sidelines. In terms of his items, he doesn't have the best shields, he doesn't have the best helmet, he's running out of throwables as well. I just feel that APG, they were just so quick to go for positioning, they weren't able to fully stock up in terms of drops. Yes, Sonic will be able to go for the reset, but he's taking up so much damage. And it's going to be so hard to survive if this keeps up. I'm really hoping that he's able to heal up, go for those pickups, get as many heals as possible, wait and just play at the side of the circle, wait instead of going aggressive. Maybe try to play like Loki did last week on this particular map, get a nice little high ground, try to go for as many pickups as possible, be the third party and play it very, very smart. Because at the end of the day, right, you don't necessarily have to have your teammates to be able to go for those pickups or even placement points. All you have to do is just find a good area and just third party and just pick off whatever you can get.
Ooh, wait a second, Smile needed down somewhere else, okay? At the same time, the circle shifts, and look who's still in the circle. It's still going to be KE in the circle. They have an airdrop beside them as well, so that's kind of nice. But on the southern side, you can see a couple of teams on the outside, on the northern side as well. So looking at the number of teams, I think on the northern side will be really interesting now that all these teams need to migrate into the circle.
for Alls. Nice little crossfire with his teammates on this side of the terrain. He's trying to take up space to disallow G-Lab to come forward. And G-Lab is such an interesting team because usually they're very, very quiet. But once they feel good about themselves, once they have a good round, you start to see them and their aggression come through. And this is all just confidence at this point because they've been taking up fights with so many teams from so many different angles. They're just so undeterred despite being knocked down early by members of KE earlier. They managed to get that. One member of the GE, they want to go for that reset. They had to give that a little bit more space for them. That's exactly why Alls went for that long rotate on the other side. And WPM in trouble this time. Enigma doesn't seem to be stopping in terms of aggression because, again, WPM in trouble. Just now was from GE, this time from Enigma. With one player knocked down, Federales will be in the crossfire, at least for the other side. He hasn't moved quite yet. Can go for the backstab if he wants to. But the amount of speed put in terms of Enigma trying to take up space might be the cause of their downfall here, as Jarrell's so low right now. They go in for the fight. Jarrell able to go for that pickup and that reset. He does heal up. Federales trying to go for those long range picks. He throws it out but will be answered back. Spooky taking a lot of damage and knockdown there to a Spooky. They have to give up the spot because Caps and Spooky do go down, and that will be the end of that. QB fell off. So unfortunate.
Oh, just as when Enigma had a good round previously, now this round, unfortunately, they went out fairly early, so it's going to be no placement points for them. But the fight around here is not ended yet. As we can see here, KE, long range, that should be okay. It's more like warning shots at the other day. But Smile got eliminated by Kai from G-Lab. G-Lab, they came from the high ground. And the moment they come down, bump into GE, and they got a couple of elimination points. Not bad.
Ooh, Kaya playing the dangerous game nearly gets knocked down there. I know that he's trying to play long range here, but his teammates in a 2-2-1 formation, they can go for this triangular sort of take. But hold that thought, it's going to be TGOA going down for the hunt onto CFU. It's very difficult to breach into this area because you want to have to clear out so many different angles. And obviously CFU, we've seen them have some pretty insane shots with the DBS. So like it or not, TGOA, I'm not the biggest fan of trying to breach into a compound. The best thing they can do is throw those nades, throw those mollies, flush them out. And that's the best way to go forward. Just kind of like a sheep herder, so just herd them toward them. But Edward 4T will be the one to rush in first. And this man knows no fear. He just completely rushed inside. You hear the roar of the guns come through here, and the nade comes out. Edward taking a lot of damage. Kind of far out away. Have to really be careful and take his time. But I'm just more worried about the blue zone, if anything, because if he's far out of the area and he's trying to rotate out, some shots will be able to just knock him out of the vehicle. As Heng and Zen inside the compound outside, he marks it, shoots out toward it, just moves him out of the way.
Oh, the guys of Asia knows no fear. It does ring though. Now the circle shifts and KE is not too far away. We have HWG right smack in the middle of the circle with the compound. But speaking about compound, this compound fight has to end because half of them are on the outside of the circle right now. So CFU finding a good angle. If only the guys can get a single knock, they will go all out rushing in.
Still, for Zen, this Mexican standoff is taking way too long. Circles coming out, but FV, they want to go aggressive. They want to take down G-Lab. That nade blows them up. He takes a lot of damage. Art trying to zigzag into the area. It's so hard. Raul throws that nade. What a nice little angle he's playing with. Tries to go for the reset. Magix and his teammate just waiting and relying on his friends to go for that revive. The sprays come out. He does get one more. And Kai of G-Lab is in trouble, but so is CFU. TGOA hasn't moved at all. Newbie goes down at the same time. CFU forced out of their own compound. And now PBE as well is close by. May W, at least at the very least, can provide some cover fire from the other end. Zen try to breach the area. He wants to slowly make his way to make it closer to TGOA. But with so many compounds and so many angles, it's kind of scary when you don't know what kind of set play is being set up here by TGOA. We have 1 second already in the vehicle. He can go down. Not gonna go down. He's gonna get knocked, in fact, by the other team. I don't think it's a situation that CFU can escape from.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, CFU, now they are at a disadvantage because TGOA has moved front, meaning that they'll be the gatekeepers for CFU. So CFU, the only way obviously is for them to win the fight. But at the same time, behind them is going to be PBE. And PBE, they heard everything. So if they want to come in as a third party just to pick up points, they can. And PBE, they could use a lot more points.
They really could. But they haven't found their firepower quite yet. No aggression coming from the team. We see them try to do so. But in a lot of times, those fights that they take, they always ends up with them getting knocked out of the game. I just really wonder if they're able to find the answer to that quite yet. Now, TGOA tried to go aggressive, tried to breach the compound. They lost Edward already. I'm not too sure if that was the right call, but in this situation now, both teams stuck at the corner of the circle. And this is honestly not the best way to be. We're all down to the game of contact. Who peaks who first? And I think for CFU, having one player already outside of circle, Aaron being that, can provide that cover fire, the long range cover fire you want to see. But for FV, they took this area away from YG. Now for YG, they left this area. They play a little bit more out in the open, and I think it can give them a lot of space. But the first pick is going to come from WPM and PBE as well, as they weren't able to breach into the circle.
Yeah, it's good. And the circle will shift very, very soon. So it's about 15 more seconds before the circle closes. But all PBE, we saw them earlier on. They were on the lower ground. Momboy got knocked down. There could be a fight happening there. Okay, it's going to be long range, so they can pick up Momboy. Because the fight between the guys as well as CFU, it's not over yet until now. But the circle shifted. Oh no, they have to end this.
Cool, just waiting for time. It's a very open circle. The road as well makes it kind of hard to really figure out which area you want to cross. But Troll, with the scope, trying to go for those long-range picks, not happening quite yet, unfortunately. But he doesn't want to over-peak. You don't want to be able to do that. You don't want to get your head poked down. You don't want... Because usually the case is for a lot of these teams is that for aggressive plays is one knockdown and then a rush forward has been like the standard sort of play. Where we're seeing a lot of pickups here from two different areas as CFU and TGOA stuck on the other side of the circle. And they have to go downwards in this terrain, which means that teams like PBE will just have to just spray out as they're going in for those rotations. But FV forced to move away from the gas station, and this might just cause trouble or just scream trouble at this point. But KE looking very comfortable. They're in fact just waiting at the side of the circle, looking to just snag anyone who's running into the area because they understand the value that it can bring in with those vehicles. As MayW goes down here, CFU on the advantage, but they're so very low, just so worried for 1 second here because you don't want to see those long-range picks.
Oh, they're not only low on their health, but you look at their utilities depleted from that one fight. Not even a single first aid onto Zen, so he cannot tank out the blue at all. Same goes for 1 second. Also nothing in his backpack. I mean, it's a tough round for them now, unless they can loot up somewhere.
And FV, they don't want to take this fight for too long, but what a shot from YG. Cute Loki again, putting in the hurt and just showing why exactly he just thrives on this map. Troll as well finds 1 second as well as Funao, but look at FOD. Easy gets knocked down here and blown out to smithereens. WPM, despite not having the best advantage in terms of areas, they make it work just from that shack and they take down the entirety of FOD, and they're not stopping there because they want to take this fight against PBE as well.
Ooh, West Point Mamba now on one side, PBE on the other side. But like what you said, it's going to be hard to decide like which side to go because the circle might shift anywhere. But anyway, PBE, they managed to get up onto the high ground, so they have a good elevation here to work with. They can see where West Point Mamba is at. They can see where the other team is at on the left side as well. But now moving over to this compound, we have FV, we have HWG as well as KE in the same area. This compound will be really valuable if any of the teams can take over it.
FV this time around surviving quite a long time despite not having a lot of eliminations. This was exactly the approach I wanted to see. If you know you're lacking in firepower, go for that positioning points, and that's exactly what they're doing. Unfortunately, MPX Raul will be the one taken away by Loki, so it's all down to Magix. Usually Magix has been the first one knocked out, But I'm liking the fact to see that he's surviving a little bit longer. But Monboy finds Michi in the middle of that rotation. So unfortunate. Now Mix, the final one, at least in the car itself. His teammates are around. They can't go for the pickup if they want to. Nope, he goes immediately to the lobby, but he's done his job. He's got his 4, and he can say, okay, I can take a break now as his other team just fights for their lives. But Migs is just running for his life. It takes a lot of damage here. I am very concerned because it's such an open area with barely any terrain and cover to work with. All they have in their hands right now is those smokes, and those smokes aren't exactly permanent is one, and number 2 can be sprayed into, but it doesn't seem to deter WPM at all as PBE rushes forward. Federalis will be caught out here in the open, but will be answered back. Everyone forced to back off, at least to be for the go for the revive, but at least gives a little bit of breathing space for the other members of WPM to go for that reset.
Oh, Sonic's all alone inside of that compound, but it doesn't seem that Cool knows that he's there, so they're gonna let him go for now. But for KE on the other side, it's being aimed by Troll. Will he be a troll towards KE? KE all bundled up together now. This is very dangerous. At least they have a good distance with other teams, but they're still on the outside of the circle, so they need to take a fight at some point.
Magix is still doing such a good job staying alive despite how many people are in front of him. I'm surprised he hasn't been spotted out quite yet. But KE now in trouble. 2 of them knocked down. Kaya, final man left alive. He's taking a lot of damage. Can go for the reset, but I highly doubt he can go for the pickup. But I think he's going to attempt to. He gets into the car. Shot out. Boy, Sean gets knocked down as well. Magic steals that pick and does go down. So at least it's 2 points in the bag for them. But HWG looking very good this week as Mix goes in aggressive. He finds PBE. Monboy goes down, secures it. Gerald trying to take care of his other side of the flank. Mix for the prey. Finds Troll, knocks him down. Gerald, despite not having a lot of HP, he still plays very, very aggressively. This man knows no fear, playing inside a smoke here, and he tries to give some form of cover for his teammate to rush out forward, but that nade does clip onto him. Not the best way to go. Migs is there at least to go for the pickup, for the trade if he wants to, and both teams forced to stop this fight for at least for a little while.
Oh no, the zone has arrived onto Cool. And Cool needs to get it. He needs to leave his teammate. Unfortunately, he only has 1 first aid. At the same time, oh, Mewtwo getting a grenade elimination. Alright, so here we go. West Point Mamba somehow managed to make it into the rim of the circle. And now the next space on the circle will shift. We are now down to the top 4 teams. The circle closes. Who will be favored by it? And looks like HWG still has the circle.
HWG looking so very strong, and 4 members still left alive. They are looking to take this away from YG. Let's see how they answer, because despite that, we've been seeing moments for them inside of those kill feed. I'm not too sure how aggressively they've been playing, but those pickups for them have been very, very vital to other teams, or detrimental for other teams. Sonic, he's trying to give them the placement points. He's trying to give extra points as much as he can, and he's doing it so well. But I think this might be the end of his run, because you can tell that with the nades coming toward him, they know exactly where he is. His buggy just going down eventually. I don't think he's gonna go for the pickup. He's just gonna wait and slowly see if he's able to be very, very sneaky about this. Because what he's trying to hope for is for his buggy to go down. He is the one to knock it out himself. So at least it gives him a little bit of cover when it comes from one end. But WPM, they want to go for the cross. They want to take this fight against a Sonic. They want to. It's extra point in their pocket for them. But WPM and YG, I highly doubt they're gonna allow that to happen.
Ooh, WPM, well, a little bit of elevation, but they don't have the circle. I'm not sure how they're going to take this fight because it's 2v4, but they're still going to go in for it. They have no choice unless they give themselves to the blue. The best way is to spread out, try to get a knockdown, and that's a starting knockdown for Gerald. But Alpha out in the open, but they don't have enough resources to really crash in.
Gerald was so low that Prone definitely saved his life. Eventually, APG does go down. So, for Migs and his teammate, it's all about being smart. Try to just dwindle down the numbers, and doing such a good job dwindling down the numbers of HWG. They get the reset on 1, but here comes a beautifully placed nade as well as a molly, and Mewtwo not able to go forward. Gerald, whoo, gets grazed there, and eventually gets the knockdown. And you can see the push out here from HWG as YG just laughing and saying that's fine. We are just waiting for the right time. But look at this long range pick by Loki, and that is his specialty on this map. And he brings it down forward. 3-4 left alive by HWG. I think they have no problem going in for that reset. but the two teams forced into this Mexican standoff for the time being. While YG does have the upper ground in terms of advantage, we're not too sure how exactly HWG is going to be reacting to it. What HWG was prioritizing, was positioning, was the compound, and I think this might be the reason for their demise, but we'll have to see how exactly they react to it.
Yeah, two teams with different sides of the map now, so I guess it's going to take a while, but maybe not, as Mewtwo gets knocked out by Romeo Boy. But YG, I don't think they have the vehicles to actually get across, so right now, without a vehicle, they'll definitely not go on foot in the middle of the road.
Loki just trying to find time, but Marne, unfortunately, his position was a little bit too out in the open. Forced to zigzag, buy some time. What he's trying to do here is just give the information. Not gonna survive for a while longer, excuse me, as Alpha rushes forward. Romeo Boys as well. Andrew trying to make the best of this very, very dire situation. Cute Loki is still very much there. His sprays do clip onto Wanya. Hiko goes down. Alpha is still very low. All he has to do is just secure that pick. Andrew gets it, and YG! They still get it despite not having the advantage and the space. HWG may have thrown away their best bet for a chicken dinner.
Well, if you gotta think about it, like HWG, they have lesser part of the land to work with. The circle will enclose onto them first, so they were forced to make the first move. So as they were trying to drive across, I guess that's where the advantage was taken by Yagyu Galacticos to take them out. So YG just needed them to come across and come to them basically, and that's where YG they had a good spread. They have off angles. To me, I think they already know the game plan. The game plan was just wait for the opponent to come to them and have an off angle, and that's how they secured the chicken dinner. So YG, this was a very planned out tactical move.
I think what's more interesting was the fact that they had an idea on how to play with just two members left. Because yes, again, you had a nice spread, but they also had a buddy system going on of 2-2 spread coming along here. While the other one did go down, it was the fact that they have to manage to stay alive. They're not too hungry in terms of panicking, in terms of trying to survive their teammates. All they had to do was just wait. And because HWG, perhaps they tunnel vision, perhaps they were a little bit too aggressive on their pushes, that they didn't realize that there's a nice crossfire force sprays from both players, which resulted in their win. And look at Cute Loki here. Honestly, at this point, he has been, I would say, the band-aid for the team. Well, it was a very dire situation by them because two of them were already knocked and one was so very low, but Cute Loki's, I would say his the rifle that he used, as well as the scope as well, allowed him for these long range picks. And whenever he hits his headshot, it's just so very painful because it is almost a confirmed knock, which is just so very scary.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he has popped up in this round for them, right? So with 4 eliminations to his name, not the biggest of numbers, but at the end of the day, it's a team play. So if you can get the numbers for your team, that's good enough. And of course, YG with the chicken dinner, 9,219. They did travel quite a fair bit.
Rotation.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Okay.
I am honestly surprised. I wanted to say, like, you know, they traveled for a long time, but we didn't really see that, I would say, that high impact play that I really wanted to see. They're still lacking that firepower, and I'm guessing they weren't able to get a clear-cut way into the circle.
Okay, thanks for that. So there you go.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So anyway, no mollies used by PBE. So that's a small record there. You don't normally see that all the time. But but at the end of the day, based on their position earlier on, they were on the lower ground and then they needed to move to the high ground. So I don't think they needed to use any mollies in that sort of situation. But at the end of the day, this is arguably their best round so far today.
I mean, coming forward, I think KE really tried to make something happen. I think we talked about KE a lot today, mostly because of their performance from last week to this week. And you saw that aggression come out. You can see a lot more, I would say, proactive plays coming forward in terms of taking up space, the rotations. It's just really unfortunate that they weren't able to make it into the circle. Granted, it was quite a difficult circle because of how exactly it started ping-ponging to the left and the right. And again, I feel like today has been a lot of ping-ponging in terms of circles. And it feels like for HWG, a team that I wasn't expecting to make it to the top, as you had predicted, would be coming online today, and they do so very well. And I'm curious to know what exactly was the reason that you decided to root for them when they didn't really have the best of weeks last week.
Well, some people have the caster's curse, some people has the caster's blessing. So I'm just saying. Just putting it out there.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Now, I'm sure you guys are wondering what's going on at the 16th spot. Unfortunately, the Vipers will not be playing this tournament. And if you guys want to know more, it's best for you guys to check out the social media pages for the official announcement. Now, coming back here to the top spot, YG, I think this is a great day for them. They have just the right amount of strats to come through, when to go aggressive, what to not go aggressive, when is the wait and see method going to do very well. I don't see this changing anytime soon.
Yeah, so far they are doing so good, not gonna lie about that. As long as they can maintain consistency, well, one thing is that we'll see them in the grand finals. Second thing is that they can also challenge for the #1 spot. And now looking at the overall numbers, because of Sin's insane start to the day, that's why they still have this lead. What is it, like 12-point lead so far? Okay, next round it could be shaken off, but anyway, there's still 50 points there for Sin. YG moves up to the second spot with 38 points after that chicken dinner, but West Point Mamba still with no chicken, no problem.
Yeah, West Point Mamba, I feel like they have such a consistent idea on how exactly to approach the game. They go aggressive, but look at the amount of eliminations they brought in already, 21 in total. And I really liking to see these, I would say, these changes at least for the team. Now, KE managing to save themselves from the top, from the bottom spot with 6. I think this was actually their Hail Mary round coming toward the end of the day. I'm really hoping for more for them after this particular match. But coming in this, they're still, I would say, tied up with CFU. Coming up forward, GE going to be knocked down, but TGOA, a team that I was not expecting to really push the name of GE down this hard, is doing so much work today.
Yeah, I know GE has played 3 matches, but I think everyone's expecting GE to be able to pop off even better than this. But I guess, you know, this is the thing about PUBG Mobile that I realized, right? Like, if you're at #1, like very, very early on, like say week 1, you will tend to be the target for week #2. And hence, there's a possibility that it will affect your performance. That's probably what happened to GE this time around.
Regardless, I'm really curious as to what the answers are for these teams. Some teams are not able to have this mid-round or between game adjustment, so that's totally fine. It's whether or not they're able to come back in the next map or rather the next day. And again, I really like to reiterate, teams like Malaysia, Malaysian teams, Thai teams, they do this a lot, right? Even Indonesia, there was a whole thing like Raja Ngeprank or King of Pranks where they will go all the way to the bottom side of the ladder for a few days and everyone started to just sweat whether or not they'll make it. And suddenly, last day, they make it out to the top. So we can't really understand or know what exactly these players are thinking of. As we go into the final map of Myanmar, A, B, D, and E, no Group C, what are your thoughts?
Well, no Group C, meaning that we won't see YG, they're done for the day. We won't see Enigma, they're done. And we won't see FVMPX as well. So YG,
Yes.
I think they'll be happy with their overall performance today. But that also means that to the other teams, it's that thank God YG is not in this group.
Yeah, that means they can just play catch up and also goes for Enigma because I think Enigma toward the mid side of the day was doing pretty good. Now, coming in forward here, I think this might be team, you know, a moment for teams like Sin to really solidify their lead since they do have one more map to play. But I'm still putting my money on GE as well as KE. Now, for KE, why? Because they need to catch up, and I'm really hoping for that high impact match that it really need because they cannot end the day with 6. Not after the performance that they've showed us last week. Now for Harame Bro, honestly, we've seen their performance is pretty good today. I think they have such a great, I would say, start for today, and I'm really hoping that they can contain that momentum. And as for GE as well, same reason as KE, them being not on the top 3 must be something very different for them, and they want to change that.
Yeah, and I think some of the teams on my side as well need a change as well. Yes, despite Magna having a really, really good start today with that chicken dinner, but after that they kind of slowed down. So hopefully at least you'll be able to end the day well, because if you end the day well, at least you will spend the next 12 hours or X amount of hours feeling good about yourselves. You'll be like, oh, okay, we ended the day well. Rather than you end the day bad and then you have to spend the next 12 hours or so, whatever it is, feeling bad about that last game, rather than, oh, I wish I could have that one more game just to redeem myself. At least I go to sleep happy, you know.
Real, actually totally felt. I think that in day number 1, again, this is a reshuffle, so not a lot of teams might be able to understand what is going on quite yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we'll be seeing a very different set play, a different rotation, or a different drop spot altogether, because today might be an understanding like, okay, we may have dropped into the same spot as this team, and so far today is not really working well for us. Should we be changing our drop spots? And then the idea is as well like, okay, we're rotating toward this side and we met this team twice. There is a possibility that this is their area or their checkpoint. What are we going to do about this? Are we confident enough to take out this team, or should we go for that long rotations? And I'm really curious to see what exactly goes through the analyst's mind, the coach's mind, because, you know, as a caster, we can only see what's happening in the game itself. And I honestly need to remind the audience, ladies and gentlemen at home, that watching the game as a viewer is different to a caster, is very different to a pro player, is very different to a coach. We might not necessarily see what they see. So sometimes, you know, there was a lot of times where, you know, sometimes we cast and then we're like, okay, that is a very bad mistake. What is going on? We don't necessarily know what's happening in the side, if there was a misread, a miscomm, or perhaps they were watching out or overthinking a rotation that isn't supposed to be happening. So that is why I love these player interviews, because I love to pick their brains to see how they think.
Yeah, because there are a lot of things that happens behind the scenes that that we wouldn't be able to see, right? Like what you said, like whether it involves communications, or whether some of the players are feeling stressed, some of the players are maybe not feeling that day, or maybe they're not well. These are the things that we don't know. So at the end of the day, those things also can affect their overall performance too. So it's not only about like, oh, jump into that one game and play and play and play and play. Especially like, since this is a league, right? Like in the day, every team will at least play for 4 games. They'll play every day, and the amount of time in 4 games might be like 2 to 3 hours, and sometimes they have waiting time. And it doesn't help that if the team goes out like early and then they have like a long amount of waiting time, and that just cools you off. So there's a lot of factors inside of PUBG Mobile that can affect these teams. A lot of external factors. So that is why this is a marathon. And as a marathon, you always need to be able to conserve your stamina, because the consistent team at the end of the day would be the better team.
Yeah, I think that we are coming in, as we come into this last map, and I think this is where, for week number 2, this is where a lot of the pressure comes through, because I think the league is a lot shorter than before as well, which means that you don't really have a lot of time to, you know, to make mistakes, for wiggle room as well. And I remember back in the day when, you know, the leagues are actually maybe like a month and a half long, and a lot of players would say it's fine, we have a lot of time, we can take our time with, you know, trying to figure things out. They bring in a lot of experimentations to the game as well, which leaves a lot of question marks to us, but doesn't necessarily mean the worst thing in the world. But now they don't have that luxury anymore. There are some teams, we call them, you know, slow cooker teams. This is where things get very hard, because I remember for Thailand is also one of those, I would say, those countries that really take their time to figure things out, and then suddenly in week number 3 they just start to go beast mode and just really overtake everyone on the ladder. But at the same time, now when you are in these sort of like this format where you have to collect points to go into this particular round, to collect points, and that those points, those bonus points, will show whether or not you'll be making it to the top 16, it's a very different vibe, a very different style of play, and you have to play seriously the whole time. There's no time for experimentations, there's no time for a slower cooker. It's a do or die situation, and I think this puts a lot of toll on these players themselves, especially on how exactly they approach day number 1. And when you don't have a day number 1, this might just snowball into day number 2.
Yeah, I think experimentations are to a certain extent necessary, right? Like if you don't experiment, you won't come up with, oh, the DPS meta, you won't come up with the UMP meta and all of that, and you'll still stick to like, I don't know, the micro Uzi that has been long gone for the longest time. So yeah, experimentations are great to a certain extent, but of course you gotta be sure when or what are you experimenting with. Like if you're in, and that's why we have scrims before this, there's trainings before this for them to experiment. And when it comes to the real deal, the tournament, this is where they deploy whatever they've experimented with. So this is the time that they really show what's tried and trusted, at least in trainings, at least in scrims, or maybe some other smaller tournaments before coming in to the PMPL SEA Wildcard here and showing the best of what they can do. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into our final game here. Let's go on to Myanmar.
Coming into the final match of the day, teams at the bottom of the ladder are trying their best to scramble their way back to the top as the flight path comes toward the southern side here. bottom side of Puerto Paraiso all the way up to the northern side of El Pozo, or rather the ruins. Now, anyone dropping to a Torre Al Humada campaign military cruise de Val might be having a problem. I'm kind of hoping the circle will be opposite, maybe toward El Azhar. I don't think I've seen an El Azhar circle in a while. What do you think, Sir Cloud?
Ooh. Well, I'm a fan of when it comes to this kind of circle. Of course, I've always wanted a prison circle like you. But
prison circle? Yeah, it's fun, right? What about those islands outside of Impala? What do you think of those? I mean, Shuju told me there has been circles there before, but not anymore.
Yeah, I have seen it in my lifetime twice. Like the small island on the right side of Impala. Yeah, and
it's like seeing, those what do you call it? Those what's Gerhana Bulan again? Eclipse, right? The eclipse or Jupiter in the sky once every 40 years.
Oh, it's like the blue moon thingy, right?
Yeah.
So
just like that.
If that kind of circle, right? If a team can get themselves onto the island first, basically the first team that gets onto the island gets a chicken dinner free. Because everyone else will need to swim or take a boat and all that, and they can get shot down. But anyway, it's not going to be that circle. It's going to be almost like the previous circle, but more towards the Chumacera area.
I mean, it is likely to be a Chumacera circle. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get... Nah, I think Valdemar might not be happening, but maybe Minas del Val? Not bad, but it is a Terranius area. Might be fun. Might be fun to watch that Terranius fight at the end.
Ooh, okay. Oh, speaking about fun, looks like it's going to be fun for, maybe not so fun for Chen Long, as he's the first one to go out.
What, the shotgun?
Yeah, it's still, well, normally in this kind of very early fights in the combat, if you get to pick up a shotgun, your chances of winning is quite high. Yeah, because your opponent may not be as well equipped.
Yeah, no shields probably, no helmet, and with just a handgun as well, it's not very fun. You don't really get like the amount of damage you get early. But coming into today, okay, what's your thoughts about FCON's performance today?
I think their performance today is kind of like up and down as well. It's like, not as consistent as we would have liked. Like there was one round that they got like number 10, but they got 7 elimination points, which is pretty nice.
Right.
And then there was a round where they got eliminated early without any points at all. So they kind of like go up and down in that sense. So if you kind of like have that up and down, then it's going to be a bit hard. Unless your up is like really, really up there, like...
Your down is like really, really down there?
Yeah, like an up is like you're really up there, like a sins up. Then you can you can afford a down. But if you're like in the middle and you get a down, then that means that you're down.
Hold that thought though, because just talking about KE going aggressive, and first one is going to be Davan that puts in that firepower. I wish we'd have seen what happened, because that might just be the fuel for the flame that will just propel them forward. Coming to this game, we are seeing Federalis all alone against Aaron. Oh, that's a DPS, bro. Ooh, don't know if Federalis will be able to win this. Really hoping that he would, because Federalis has been one of the biggest impacts for WPM. He starts off the first shots there between the two. Aaron not harmed at all. He preps at nade, and I think this is a very smart move because it just pushes him out of the area. If he's smart enough, he might be able to come up on top.
Wow.
And there we go. That nade I was talking about. And Federalis himself has a DBS. I did not know that. And comes up on top. Grenade eliminator for today is Federalis himself.
I mean, there's a reason why Federalis is the MVP for last season, despite West Point Mamba not winning the championship. So he just shows that in a 1v1 situation like that, to him it's like, you know what? That's easy. That's what I do every day anyway.
Yeah. Coming in, I think for WPM, this is exactly the reason why they are in the middle, or at least a second place currently, not with the rest, that they are in the middle of the ladder. They don't have to worry too much about not getting a chicken dinner. Because throughout entire game, they will always go down with elimination points. And these eliminations are not small. They will get at least 4, 5 coming forward. And then they'll have those extra pickoffs, and even they get like maybe 8th, 7th place. You add that with the amount of picks they've gotten, it's just been phenomenal. Now for Ozja, this is a very interesting team for me because I would be expecting Sky Nin to be making the high impact picks. But with Sky in the lineup this week, I think Sky has been doing such a good job at playing very aggressively and taking up space for the team.
Yeah, Sky definitely has been he's like the caretaker of the team, right? He's like, okay, I got your back, guys. He'll always like look over other areas until it's like, okay, everything's clear. Then he will come in and join his team. It's just like what he's doing now with Skynin. And one of the things about their team is that, of course, they have to keep Skynin. They have to keep Skynin alive because he is one of the top players around. And consistently for many seasons now, Skynin has always been up there. So he's still after so many seasons, he's still such a formidable player. If not a formidable player, he has improved. I think that's proven by the fact that he got a gold medal recently at SEA Games.
MQN, I think MQN has really surprised me today. I mean, not only with that chicken dinner, but also their overall performance. Because I felt like last week they were an up and down, hold that thought. G-Lab in the lower areas, GE is trying to come back. And there's a beautiful nade by West Carey straight onto Scuddy. Sends one more, gonna send him straight to the lobby. Is the question, does he? Not quite. Still, a lot of wiggle room for him as West Carey will be answered back for as Newbie takes him down, but Newbie will be picked off by Ichi. And this is the beautiful teamwork and team play we see from GE. Because there's always a trade, there's always an answer, but Master Smile goes down. They weren't aware that Kai was going in for that flank on the outer side. Ichi, he's playing a little bit far forward, barely able to get that revive onto West Carey, and Scotty is just slowly just walking together close enough towards Smile. So they're trying to wait for the teammates to pick them up, and it's going to be Kai coming up forward. Smile, run away! Don't go down! You don't want you to do that! Not happening. Will eventually end, but really hoping for the trade-off by Ichi. Ichi sprays out. That tree will give enough cover for him. Nice little molly to just smoke him out of the area. Kai eventually does get a point onto Smile, but West Carey, the other members of GE, are going in for the choke. They come around and just surround them from all different angles. And Scotty and Kai, I don't think they're surviving this. Not happening as 2Pro and Newbie, they lose 2 members, but so do GE loses 1.
But that's a good recovery for GE. You can't think about it like 1 life for 2 points. It's an okay trade. I mean, that 1 life could have cost them a lot, but anyway, at least they traded back and against G-Lab. And G-Lab, I mean, they are one of the top teams around based on the numbers as well. So they're able to, we can consider them winning this skirmish against G-Lab, and that's good for their confidence as well, considering that GE, they not only need the points, but they need to regain their confidence again.
Yeah, but for BRO, holding on to this compound, not sure if APG is aware. They haven't had the best of days here for APG. And starting off here, Shroud, we have barely seen him in the game, and he is about to go down. That prone saves his life. Range is so low, and so is his teammate. Slowly but surely, Range does go down. Marcus is there for the cover. MM rushing to aid his teammates inside of the house. Marcus is still all the way out on the outside. Shroud playing a game of cat and mouse here. He sprays out. Left and right. Dale goes down, but the DPS comes forward. MM finds one, but so does Marcus. It's such a game of trades here between these two teams. Shroud immediately lobbied, and MM trying to smoke out Marcus from the compound. 1 nade does clip onto him. Is very small damage, but at least Exit is there on the outside to provide some cover. If, say, MM decides to push out, they can just trade out. The nade comes through, beautifully done, takes him so very low. He's trying to go for that reset. MM not allowing the cover to happen. They're trying to take out that space. He runs up forward, gets a little bit of cover from that monster truck at the very least. It's just so very well played. MM trying to at least take 1 point before they go down, and they just trying to put the hurt from the top side of the compound. Just trying to go for the repositions. Hard to hear anything, hard to see anything, and he just go and get 1 damage very high up. No knocks, unfortunately. Tries to be very creative and tries to go for the isolate, but the run and gun from both players a little bit too much, and he's a little bit too far away, and MM goes down eventually, and Sonic able to go for the revive.
Well, now we move over to Sin. Unfortunately, they'll lose 1 to PBE, and PBE will be happy to take their point. They definitely could use a lot more points now that they're on the outside of the circle, and that gives them a little bit more confidence to move in. Unfortunately for Sin, they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players.
They're all out there in the blue zone, and so is FCon. This is a nice rotation coming through Chanlun. If you remember earlier, he was caught out alone. But for FCon, they want to be able to survive. They want to be able to get at least the middle side of the ladder. I think FCon, they are known as a team to have some pretty insane moments, but they haven't had that today. We saw some damage come through here. Sonic gets knocked down. Not the best situation, but if you're looking at KE right now, they're getting met up once again with G-Lab. Already losing 2 players. Add that one more to the pocket as G-Lab already 3 in the bag. And now 2Pro is just trying to aid his teammate. Nice little layer of damage coming through here. Can go for the trade, and this Molly will flush him out of the compound, but he's not going to go outside. He's going to go to the top side at the very least. Does eat up a lot of damage. He's all out of, I think, throwables. He only has 1 more left.
Well, that 1 left is enough for him to take down 2Pro, and looks like Davan, together with Boyshon, might be able to do it against Newbie unless Newbie can pull off a clutch 1v2. Now, yes, another nade tosses him into the room, forces him to come out. Newbie shows himself. And now Boyshon is coming in as well. It's going to be 2v1 in this compound. Jump shot coming in. Managed to get one. Can he get a second one? Newbie, 60% health, but he turns his back and he gets eliminated.
Oh, saves his teammate's life, thankfully, because KE had taken way too much loss in that situation. Now WPM is in trouble. So one already knocked out here, but for APG, it's going to be very hard for them. At least for Marcus, he's trying to hang on for as long as he can. Play zone, just eating up as much HP as possible from FOD.
Well, FOD now, they need to move into the circle. Speaking about the circle shift a little bit towards the right side. And we have Magna in the circle, but GE is right smack in the middle of it. Unfortunately for GE, they're playing with 3 players. But for now, won't be too worried about the teams in the middle of the circle. I'll be interested to see what CFU is going to do now that they're on the outside with one of their players knocked.
Still, for CFU, this revival is a good thing. They want to be able to survive till the end, get as many points as possible, and that includes placement points, that includes elimination points. But they're so low, and they don't have a lot of utilities to go for those heals. If anything, they're forced to go for the long rotation if they want to stay in this game. But Ozja, this is a very ballsy move by them. They have Scry on the lower ground, Astro on the mid ground, and Camper all the way to the top side. It's a nice little cross, but if one to get knocked, I don't think any saves will be coming through as MQN. Great pick onto Moy. And for Yura as well, they have access to the circle, but because of the circle already out of the way, I don't think they have any more vehicles to use, at least coming forward. So they're gonna have to be okay with this compound for a little while. But they do have teammates with vehicles at the very least. But sit on the high ground here, it's not the best situation for them to go for those rotates.
Yeah, it was too bad that the either it was them or the opponent that blew out the vehicle at this stage, because the circle is still big and definitely you need vehicles at this point. So they need to work around without having it. But Mewtwo, oh, speaking about vehicles, a vehicle blown up into his face. He got eliminated. At the same time, Huyura got eliminated as well. I believe it was a long range shot. But now TGOA trying to be the gatekeepers of HWG.
Carlos for TGOA, they've been having a pretty decent run today. They aren't necessarily the most aggressive, but we're starting to see them play more aggressively, more proactively. They're really taking into account everything they've learned from last week and readjusted it into their playstyle today. As woo, if he had another shot, I think he would have done a lot more damage to HWG there, perhaps even getting a knock. But this blue zone is so unforgivable right now. This toward La Drillera. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but coming here, HWG locked out of the circle. Hard to go in when there's a member like just still gatekeeping the area, not allowing them inside. So TGOA gonna say that's fine, don't want to take this fight, rather would go for the circle. But I'm surprised at how many teams are here toward this high ground. It's gonna go toward Monte Nuevo, and Ravenwood is already in the middle side.
Ooh, yeah, and they are pretty much on the clear. Like, not many teams on that side. So focusing on the teams on the other side, well, what I do see is that FOD is sharing the same compound with another team. So I think a fight's about to happen there. But now, for HWG, how are they going to get out of this? Like, TGOA, the guys, not letting them go, keeping eye on the HWG. And the HWG gets a knockdown to Edward. And this might be their moment. But Yahiko knocked down by the blue.
Oh man, Yahiko. Not sure if they're actually going to go for this pickup here, because they'd rather go for the positioning as Davan, Raspa, and one more. It's going to be FOD in trouble. John, one of the high impact players, taken out. That's some firepower out of the game. And I'm surprised toward stage number 4, how many teams and how many players are still very much alive, because earlier it felt a little bit more, I would say, fire-packed in that situation. So Yat Kha goes down to the blue zone, and so does TJOA Edward. But this fight by KE and FOD has not ended quite yet. Boyshon and Davan, they want to put in the firepower. They want to win this fight as much as possible. Boyshon taking a very, very dangerous play to come up forward. When he got stuck there, I was a little bit concerned he might get headshotted. Not happening quite yet, and I think that what they're trying to do here is just skedaddle away from that area. He does sustain a little bit of damage, but CFU is waiting close by. I think he's already marked them, so that's why he decided to stop here. As Mix trying to make some big plays happen, he's so low, gets knocked down, and May W will be the one to make it out on top. But for FOD, they want to rush forward toward Davan. Boyshon leaving, they know he is there. Davan possibly have some, sacrifice himself for his teammate to stay alive. Davan still gets one, making it work with the weapon in hand. Boyshon trying to go for those long range picks. I'm not sure how long it's going to happen, but Master Ichi will be the one to come up on top, stealing away the pick from Davan. But thankfully, Nang X will be the one to take him away and take that damage. But now FCon pushes up forward. FOD not allowed at all to go for that reset as Say Cloud trying to go more aggressively from the high ground. Konzi able to go for the pickup at the very least. Boyshon left alive, and this is a very interesting 4-way, 3-way fight on this side of the terrain.
Oh, and the long range as well coming in onto FOD, so a lot of pressure onto FOD. Now Falcon, they just need to reset. Oh, but the nade from John, where did it come from? At the same time, D2Y is now 50% health. Say Cloud needs to come in to back him up. He has a long range though, but his long range probably to try to find an exit for D2Y, but D2Y, I don't think he has a pick. Okay, yes, he does have a UAZ behind him, so he still has an exit plan if needed. But right now, it's all about trying to win this fight as the circle might shift away, and they still need to fight anyway.
Yeah. As Jax is in trouble all alone, FOD wants to go aggressive. It was so interesting how FOD was at the bottom side. Nang X goes down. Easy tries to make it work. Finds Konzi. This is huge. Say Cloud all alone. Look at the amount of damage coming toward him. Has to go for the reposition. Manages to spray out of the way. Gives him a little bit of breathing room, but there's not a lot of space for him to work with. As time ticks here, the problem now is whether or not John will be able to jump out and maybe even potentially get him. A Molly is there just to push John out of the way, flushes him out. Scry gets eliminated, at least gets what a pick here. But John tries to go for the long range picks. He does from across the area and with that weapon to begin with. But they are now in trouble as Sin puts in the pressure toward them from the high ground.
Well, fairly mid-range DPS usage there. Just enough damage to take his opponent out, so that's pretty nice. And now with all other teams on the other side, they will have time to reset. But for Sin, they won't have time to reset. Magda will be in front of them, so I would expect that to be the next battle point.
It's very quiet coming through here as Sin. At least Effie gets one pick for himself. Alpha, last player left alive. Would love to see what's going on the outside. The positioning would be key here. But I have no clue how Alpha will be trying to breach the circle, because you can see that the other members, at least from Austria, they have a nice little crossfire coming through. So if he's able to take one out before he goes down, that will be the best outcome. But this is one of the slowest Miramar map I've seen in the last 2 weeks.
Well, considering that we are at stage 5 with 29 remaining, I think it's not too bad. But I think the fight's happening on the other side. And yes, that's the fight that we kind of expected. Sin versus Magna. And Magda right now, I think Sin only has Holy Lanju left. Look at the current situation. Yeah, it's only Holy Lanju going against Ma from Magna SG. So it's going to be a 1v1. And both of them on the outside of the circle. Magna still has one player on the other side, but he's not going to be involved in this fight. Probably a little bit too far. So it's Holy Lanju trying to win it against one player before getting a chance to get into the circle.
Yeah, and Holy Lanju was actually denied that space because of those mollies. Nate comes out, does not clip onto Mal. Mal is just trying to play it very, very safe. He's on the outside of the area, gives a lot of space to work with. But Holy Lanju does not want to take this fight because he's the final man left alive. So you don't want to take these fights, you don't want to take these one-on-ones. You would rather just go for a long rotation. Sin has been doing that throughout today, and I honestly think it's such a great idea. But look at the 4 men left alive here, so very close, going to be PBE. I'm not sure if PBE is aware, but Looks like he has no problem playing with this terrain and staying alive. You do hear the sound of gowns, but I'm not sure if it was directed toward him or not. But there are people marking him. Yep, 3 members marking him. It's going to move away. It's going to take this area inside of the shack. It is adequate cover, but I don't know for how long.
Well, at least it's a good move there by Holy Lanju, because going 1v1 against the rest of Matna is probably not going to be the best option. But now, speaking about not the best option, Alpha, probably no option for him. He had to take the fight against Austria Esports, and 1v2 with the lower ground, he got eliminated.
For GE, I think this is the longest they've been surviving today, and they want to be able to take this forward. Boy Sean as well, surviving alone. 3 picks in the bag, and I think this is the best outcome for them. For Boy Sean, that positioning points will mean a lot as they move toward day number 2. For GE, this area beside the road, I think this is good for them, because any rotations outside the area means it's going to be very open area to go, open season. Just completely go for those sprays. Still in the middle. Here we go. CFU, PBE, GE, and KE inside of the circle. Marcus surprisingly surviving this long. Now Ozja, PBE, I think PBE is alright in terms of coming forward. For Ravenwood, this is where I'm concerned, because in terms of firepower, they haven't really been showing us that. It's just survivability, and I would really love for them to take these fights head on.
Ooh, but speaking about taking fight head on, so Ravenwood, they might need to take fight head on with PBE because they are in the toughest position. They need to cross the road. They have very little space to work with. Even if they get the best bet is that if they get a knockdown, but time's not on their side. So they're starting to get on their vehicle, creating this smoke bridge, hopefully able to get across, but the next opponent won't be easy. We're talking about PBE with a full squad.
It's Ravenwood. Oh, this is a very dangerous play by them. 1 vehicle only with 3 inside. A reposition, they're going for a 2-2 formation. Watjong takes a lot of damage, and so does Kimi. The firepower coming in from Monboy is just so high, and Baby gets knocked out as well. They're getting shot out from 3 different angles, and that's the problem with coming into the circle so very late. Now, for FOD, you're seeing this 3-way fight come through. I'm curious to see what's going on over on that side of the map, because now everyone's starting to just rotate inside. It's just full out chaos. Now Scry in trouble. Harley putting in at least a lot of pressure onto the team. The nades will be cooked by Harley, and so is Skynin cooking it up. Throws it out. Was it clip is the question. Not quite, but Skynin does find Watjong in the end. Not sure if she's able to go for that revive. A little bit too far out. The smokes are about to dissipate. No more space for Harley. Trying to deny that point, but for PBE, this is the best outcome for them. We're just talking about how they weren't able to find the momentum, and this might be it. As CFU, on the other side of the map, does find FOD. We saw that FOD had some insane moments. We thought they were already out for the count, but they've been surviving surprisingly well as PBE. They mark Holy Lanju. They want to just try and go aggressive on them. Harley going down to that play zone, and this gives a little bit more breathing space, not having to worry about this, I would say, lone players to change the tides of the fight.
Ooh, but let's see if there are any tides going to change after this, after the circle shifts. Because we can see all these teams, especially on the left side, they're really close to each other. Long range from Skyrim, putting pressure on the PBE. PBE, the only team across the road right now. So they should be okay. They should not be rushed in by any team as of yet. Unless the circle force the movement from the other side of the road. But it's going to be Zai taking out Holy Lanju. That means Sin is out at number 7.
Boy, Sean is still trying to go aggressive here. I really got to commend him with his aggressive plays. He's understanding that there's still 6 players standing. And fortunately for him, no one really knows where exactly he is. So there was just like a blind nade thrown out there, just really hoping it will clip onto him. GE hasn't moved quite yet, and this is the best situation for them, as Alts will be the one playing on the outer side. So a little bit of smokes gives him a little bit of space to go forward. Try and get some recon. Loot up as well. There we go. He goes up. West Carry provides the cover for his teammates. No one quite close to him. As the other members, I think that for this situation for GE, this is the best outcome. This was what we expected them to be from last week all the way to this week. It's just unfortunate it took this long for them to figure it out. But for Austria, while they do have the higher ground, the circle not in their favor. So I think what they can do here is I would love for them to go a little bit more aggressive. Perhaps take that fight with Arimon or even PBE on the outer side first, before finally committing onto the fight with CFU, because CFU is inside of a compound. Yes, it's easy to flush them out, but you wanna kind of remove people in the outer side or the open areas first, because it gives so much space for them to move around as well as go for these very clear headshots.
Well,
Speak of that.
Well, I guess the best option for them is actually to crash in onto CFU, because if they go across, by the time the timer's over, the circle shifts, and then they need to get across back. So it's not going to be a situation that they want to. Plus, if they go across, they're exposed to an open area. So the best bet is probably to crash onto CFU, but they need to get the information where CFU is looking. But so far, CFU seems to have a good angle onto the outside. But now they are moving in. They see the compound right in front of them, and they're going into the empty compound just right below CFU. But that also means that they still got to share the compound with CFU, as Marcos sees their movement. Let's see if Marcos can pull off a surprise, but it's going to be a surprise onto Marcos instead.
Sky's performance today has been absolutely phenomenal. Takes him out and gives a little bit more breathing room to the teams. And now you start to see the great rotation and all these teams to the western side just scrambling for these houses and these terrains. Unfortunately for PBE, they're not able to take up this space because look at the amount of pressure coming through here. Not only is it nades, but also mollies at the same time as PBE. 1 second playing it smart, putting those smokes forward and just nading as much as they can. 1 second, the first barrier does go down eventually and will be eliminated just like that. For Scry as well as the other member of Austria, this is their golden opportunity to go in for these third-party picks. While Troll has been knocked down, there is an ample amount of cover for them to go for that revive. Support is not done quite yet, throws everything he has into PBE's side as Austria waits and sees when they can come in safely.
And CFU is not in the best position because they're sandwiched by two teams. At the same time, we can see a movement here from GE, but the next circle, where will it go? Looks like the majority of the circle is still on the southern side of the road. So for GE, they are currently on the clear. They can actually wait for this fight to end before they come crash in and be a third party to pick up the points.
For now, Troll is trying to provide that pressure for his teammates. Not a lot of space to work with. He does throw in that nade. Just the question is whether or not those nades would actually hit. Cool, going in to be revived as CFU down to only 2 members left. So the question is, how exactly is everyone going to cross into the circle? Because everyone is in one side. The only pure winners, in my opinion, is KE and GE. They have a terrain, they have a house on the other side of the map, and it's a lot less pressure for them because it's a lot less people on their end. They can just watch across the area, go for third-party picks if they want to, spray it out. They can steal kills. They can just safely. They have a lot of wiggle room to work with. But as the other members of PBE go forward, Austria is going to be the one putting in that damage toward PBE. Troll has not been revived at all. It's going to be so very hard. They're running out of space to work with. And as Austria just sprays out, they're running through the smokes, and Nin with his weapon just sprays on. Troll goes down, and Boy Sean, despite being alone, still finds one member of Austria to knock down and immediately eliminate. And he's still alive.
Oh, okay. Raimon is somehow still alive though. But now how is he going to come out of this? Hey, Ichi gave himself to the zone. Okay, not sure what happened there. I thought they had enough space. But it looks like it's going to be Skynet finishing off Raimon. And that's going to be it for PBE at number 5.
Ooh, PBE tried so hard to remain alive. And I think this is one of their best runs quite yet. KE, Boy Sean, really got to give it to him. He has survived alone for so long. I'm curious to see how long it has been. Regardless for Austria, having Astro on the outer side means it's going to be a little bit of cover fire. Gives me a little bit of wiggle room to relay information. But for GE, I'm not sure if they're able to go for the pickup. Might be able to. But in this situation, as the circle goes through stage number 9, we're just waiting for that all-out season as Scry will be finding Master Ichi. Now Ichi goes down, immediately lobbied. Unfortunate for him, as West Carry will be forced to carry on alone alongside Als. And in this situation, Als has at least a vehicle, so it does give him a little bit of cover, a little bit of mobility. But as Austria having the man advantage as well as cover, this might just work out in their favor as CFU forced to go down to the blue zone. But West Carry goes big! He gets 2 knocks, but West Carry goes down to the blue zone. Als does answer back for his teammate at the very least, putting on the damage toward Astra. So if they deny the pickups for Austria, they might still be able to get the chicken dinner. But it's a 1-on-1 and 1. Sean surviving, but goes down to Astra at the very least, taking him 3rd place. Astra goes down. Als making it work, and GE come out on top. What on earth happened here? And GE's comeback is a very strong one tonight in the final map of Miramar.
Yeah, GE had the best position unless KE could have pulled on a surprise from behind, but GE had the best position anyway. They opened up the space and everyone else was kind of busy on the left side in the compound. So as long as GE opened up the space, they cover multiple angles, they could get exit frags from the compound. So because the compound was pressured by the blue, and that will force everyone else to come, everyone in that compound to come through a single exit. And GE, they were prepared for that. So with their opening up on, like, they send like 2 players on the other side of the road and 1 player on one other side that has the bigger piece of the road, and they covered multiple angles. So that's how they pretty much secured this chicken dinner, just by looking at that one compound. And it's Ichi getting the MVP in this round. 1 elimination, but look at his damage contribution.
Yeah, he was spraying out, putting in a lot of damage, and because of that, his team was able to follow up. Even if he were to go down, that was the finisher for a lot of his teams. His team was just quickly reacting to the damage he has put in, not allowing those resets, not allowing the repositions. And again, your what you said about the repositioning is just so good, because you did see this, I would say, this idea coming forward. But not only it was about that crossfires, but it was also about taking out space and just choking the enemy from so many different angles. It was honestly insane, because for KE, they survived till the end with only 1 player, but GE and Austria was all just whittled down to just 1 versus 1 versus 1. It was just so unfortunate that for Boy Sean, he didn't have the space or the cover, so he does go down in the end. But the teams to watch here, still maintaining that. But CFU, our newcomer to the top side, and look at the amount of travel distance they took.
Yeah, that's like 12,000, and they managed to land themselves in the circle with that compound, and that held them for a very long time. So it was a good move there by CFU anyway. Frankly, to a certain extent, I would have liked KE to like pull off a surprise, because like he was like waiting behind, all alone. I was like waiting for the moment where it would be like, oh, it's like 2 people left, and he pulls the trigger, and then he gets both of them. He gets the chicken dinner. That would be an insane moment for them. But because KE spread, it was hard for him to do that anyway.
Still, I mean, for MQN, it was so interesting to watch these 2 teams, right? For MQN, FCON, FOD, it felt very slow in the beginning, but then suddenly it really started, when it amped up, it really started to amp up. Again, these sort of like hard push circles is just so complicated to navigate, because how many teams were coming in from the left? How many teams were coming in from the right? At one point, we had so many teams toward the western side of the circle. People were forced to take these close quarter fights. People were forced to take these compound fights. And in this situation, even though Austria had the numbers advantage, had the compound, because they were just so distracted by KE, GE was allowed to give space to reposition and have that, I would say, those that advantage where they're able to hold on to multiple angles and finally choke them in the end. Now for GE, this may just be their best round. I was talking about KE making comeback, but let's talk about GE here. 10 rank points, 10 eliminations, 20 points. Not the highest we've seen today, but enough to just launch them up forwards, number 1. And number 2, because of their aggression, they're understanding that most of these picks coming in toward the second half or toward the end of the match.
Yeah, and this is the rise that they needed. And first chicken dinner for the week, and it's still day 1, so it's okay. And the fact that they end the day well, they end the day on the high with 20 points with the chicken dinner. I mean, at the end of the day, you sleep well because of that. And not only that as well, if you can't think about it, KE, we did talk about them, that Miramar was one of their best maps. For the 2 maps that they play inside Miramar, it's good.
Yeah, because Miramar works so well with how they want to play. It works well with their, I would say, their team comps and also their strats. They have one long-range player. They have 1 player playing, I would say, playing very, very close. And I think this is a type of play that relies on not only teamwork, but also individualistic confidence. And that's exactly what I saw from GE. If you ask me who's the best player in GE, I really cannot answer that. But for now, Sin maintains their huge advantage over the rest here with 53 points, 13 points ahead of Austria, who got second place.
Well, and KE, because of their Miramar performance, they're no longer at the bottom. They moved themselves up to number 15 at least.
And they got double digits.
Yes, they got double digit, and we got only 2 teams with single digit as of now, which is Falcon as well as Ravenwood. So hopefully they'll be able to come out of that tomorrow. But interestingly for Falcon, 0 rank points. Every single point that they got today is through eliminations.
And I think this is a good thing for them because it shows that in terms of mindset, they already knew how to approach the game. We didn't get circle, okay, default to aggression. We didn't get positioning, default to aggression. We aren't able to come out alive when it comes to last circle, default aggression. Because so long as we don't end the game with 0 points, that is all that matters. But coming into the summary of today, GE again maintaining their lead, even though they didn't really have the best first half of the day, because of their stellar performance last week, they still maintain it up here, but total damage is going to be taken over by WPM. But we're still seeing the same suspects across the board, and honestly at this point, throughout how many seasons I've been here in Wildcard, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, we've always seen the same names up here, and I'm really hoping to see the underdogs really shine through toward the end.
Yeah, and some of the same names as well. Federales is still here, Ichi's here, West is here, Skynin's here. Pretty much the same names as per last season, but I guess that just shows that through experience they grow. And for Federales, he was the MVP for last season. Can you imagine he was the MVP when his team didn't win? I mean, that just shows that him as an individual is just way up there. And even like the eliminations right now, he's 5 eliminations away out of Ichi.
Yeah, and I think that was really good is the fact that the 3-1 combo they do with the team. There's a reason why they do that, because it's all down because they understand that Federales not only is a good flanker in terms of timing, it's also really good individually. He can take a 1v3 no problem. He's really adept with whatever weapon that he uses, and on top of that, he's very aware of how exactly he wants to take these fights. And there has to be a lot of trust to your teammates to be able to play that way, which is number one. Not only are you relying on your individualistic skills, but also trusting that your 3 teammates will be able to provide you that cover and space to play as aggressively as you want. And I think that his teammates have done such a great job of enabling him, which puts him up here at the top of the list.
Shout out to Ichi as well. We met at Cambodia, and I can also say that he looks very different in person as per the picture. But Skynin looks exactly like how he is. That's the fun fact for all of you. I mean, I wish we could have an interview with them so we could see like in real time how they are, their stories as well. But hopefully we get that in the future. But so far, it's been a great day, great showing for all these teams. I mean, what do you think about today?
I think personally today is just a big show up from a team that we didn't really see shine too much last week. MQN really surprisingly, Harame Bros as well at the underdog story, and we are seeing teams like like Enigma starting to find their footing. They're understanding what they want from the game and how it executes. GE being GE, surprisingly they didn't go aggressive too early, but they are still trying to find that momentum. I think GE is definitely a team that takes some time to understand what each team brings to the table and how to anti-strat them. And I think once they've managed this momentum, I think we're going to see the same performance throughout this whole entire week from GE. So Sin and MQN, they need to be careful if they want to stay on a top 3.
Yeah, keep your eye on those teams, ladies and gentlemen, as we have 4 days more for the league before we wrap it up. It's still day number 1 anyway. So that will be all for us today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Tash Bunny. We'll be seeing you again in the coming days. Bye!